majority of this for those first
Are you saying that just because
No, I'm saying that because that's true. They were playing excellent throughout this series.
I think
but
Coach Alex felt the same way too.
Yeah, he did. And they just let it slip a few rounds towards the end of map 2, end up on this map 3, and then in the second half, Paper X just come alive. And for the first time
I'm just gonna leave that in the
I think
background.
actually looked like Paper X.
Yeah, exactly. I was seeing, you know, Benji Fishy just standing up, being like, sit down. And Paper X was like, sit down? You want me to sit down? I will sit down.
Yeah, they did not. Oh, okay. Well, for those who can put the context together on that one. That being said, though, I do want to say emotions were running high on that stage yesterday, and it was awesome to see how passionate our players are here. Of course, here are the matches that are going to be on the docket today. You're going to have Loud versus EDG, and then you will have Carmine Core taking on Paper Rex. So not a quick, a quick turnaround rather for those for Loud and for Paper Rex after yesterday.
It absolutely is, but it is wild that we're sending 2 of these teams home today. I think someone could make an argument for any of these 4 squads being in that top 4. These elimination matches are going to be so tense.
Exactly, and as we are going to just have half of the teams, we could potentially have no EMEA in those playoffs or no China at all, and it would just be the battle between Americas and Pacific.
Yeah, which would be like...
That's so surprising to say, too, if that happens, especially for Pacific. I was such a hater coming into this event, and both of their teams have just gotten so much. I wasn't a Gen G hater, but Paper X in particular has gotten so much better throughout this event, in particular that last match.
Yes. I believed in Gen G the entire time, and
I did too. You're not special.
Well, I
think
actually,
a lot of people did.
My mom called me and told me that I am
Everything
quite
working?
special, so thank you so much for that.
I trust your mom.
Too.
I trust your mom.
How long have we got? We've got like 25 minutes before it starts. So I want to double check these again. Because I've kind of gone through it. To work out what the veto is. So Edward Gaming versus Loud. The problem is, we haven't seen Loud being first seed yet. They can pick what team to start on. And they can do either or. Like they could go as the second pick and just hope that EDG bans out the Lotus. Because Lotus for both teams is kind of the map that neither of them want. I know it says here that Loud are a little bit more favorable of having Lotus over Breeze, but we have been seeing Breeze and it has actually been winning for Loud. Like their Lotus looks worse. I don't really know why that's updating either. Why it's not updating even. I guess it just has Lotus to catch up. So it's whether this gets floated or not, really, that's the problem. I don't think EDG would. I think if Loud go Team B, I think EDG are not ones to mess around and probably would just ban out Lotus, which gives Loud a fairly free pick, which for them, I'd imagine would be bind with how well it's been going for EDG. Is there any way to bypass the needed number of phone number to Whisper so I can apologize to Geek before my phone number is connected to a deleted Twitch account? She's in the Discord, I think. So you could probably just contact her there. Or like a message request even. I'm not too sure. I'll pass it on though. But anyway. Lotus for EDG I think would be the most likely thing, and then Loud kind of gets a free ban. Would they ban out Bind is the question? I imagine they would, with just how much EDG are liking to play it. For Split, a little bit unsure with the EDG and Loud on Split. I think Loud especially on Split. I don't really remember off the top of my head. They beat Leviathan, but they got battered by Sentinels. They haven't played at this event yet. So I think... whatever they... if they ban out Bind, then EDG would pick Split. What about Loud's Bind? When did they play that? Again, they haven't... a couple of maps that they just haven't really got to play this event thus far. And then Loud at this point probably would pick Sunset, I think. A lot of the Sunset play from EDG would just fall into the same problems. I don't know if you'd go Ascent. You could do. Maybe you even do it. But it's not really been a popular pick for them this event. It's a really hard veto, this one. think it's really like how they feel on the day. But EDG, what would they ban out next? Probably Icebox. Would Icebox be a good pick for Loud? They have been picking it more. And they did pick it. When did they last pick it? Is the question. They picked it twice. I think one of them was the grand finals. And they did it again against Gen.G, I guess it would be. But it backfired. Was it against Gen.G that they picked it? Yeah, they picked Icebox. Would they do that? Would it be a risk of backfiring? Considering EDG did beat Gen.G that you lost to, yeah, I don't think you do it. I think you probably ban out that map. And then EDG would be more likely to ban out Breeze than Sunset. It's a really hard veto. And even here, like, this could be a split ban and then EDG would just go bind. And the order could be completely different too. Like, Loud could go as first pick, just take out something that isn't the Lotus. And then they get choice of the last map, which they're not going to matter too much on. So they could go bind or split here. EDG would ban out Lotus, so I'll be forced to. Because if they don't, I think Loud would maybe even take them there. I don't know. It's a really interesting veto, this first one. Loud, what are they likely to pick? Let's just take out the bans. What are they likely to pick if given a choice? Ascent or Sunset? What's been better for EDG? I feel like if they... I think they'd probably go Sunset, honestly. It looks a lot better. It certainly looked really good yesterday against FPX. What choice would you get here? Like bind or split? Probably bind. Would Loud ban out the bind now and take it to split is the question? I think they're more likely to do that, and then that would be this. EDG. They'd be forced to take out the Lotus, so that's easy. And then Loud, Breeze, Icebox, Ascent. Out of those three, I think you'd probably take out Icebox. Just because it's a little bit more of a 50-50 round, you're going into a lot of aim duels against a confident EDG. I wonder if even EDG would pick Icebox themselves. An EDG second ban in. It'd have to be Breeze. There's more of an argument for Loud picking this. Like there are so many like places that this can go. I think this is an impossible like veto to call. What's the more likely thing? Loud, I think, would go Team B. I don't think they're going to try and cook the veto too much. EDG, just keep it simple, go lowers. Loud, you're not going to ban the Breeze because you don't look too bad on it, and EDG looked really shaky against Gen.G. You could even pick it. So I think you would go... I don't think you take out Icebox either. I don't know, really. Try to think. Like Loud lost to Gen.G on Icebox. They played it again against FPX? I don't think so. It was Sunset and Breeze, wasn't it? EDG is insane on split. I feel like that's where Loud would probably take it out. I think it's more who's worse, which map is worse for Loud. Hey Breeze and hey Harry Kintama. Like, do Loud prefer to play split over bind? Both of them have had pretty like rough losses on, and neither of which they've played this event so far. So I really don't know where that's gonna go. That is 50-50. EDG, what would they pick? I think they just sort of pick what Loud don't go for. You've seen both of these maps too if you're Loud, so you have a bit more of an understanding of what's going on. Split, you've got the double initiating comp, QCK on Raze. Bind, they have the Phoenix. I think they're more likely to ban out Bind. I think at least what Loud have on Split is serviceable. And then what would Loud pick? I guess they would pick Sunset with how good it looked against FPX. And it's just more of the same is how you beat EDG. Like good mid-round calls. Sort of forcing them into just bad fundamental fights. And then here again, I think Loud would ban out Icebox if it was left. And then EDG would ban out Breeze. So that would leave Ascent. And I think that's a good veto. You could argue that Loud would pick Breeze here. With it, because they picked it against FPX yesterday. But they didn't look good on it yesterday, did Loud. So this could be Breeze, and then this would be Icebox, and then Sunset. No, this would be Ascent, Icebox, Sunset as a third map. That to me looks like the most sensible. Loud might have cooked something on Bind or Split, I don't really know. I don't think this is the time where you show it. You might have to, but I think that's if you force it. What do you think about EDG playing retake simulation? Is this a new meta? It's definitely a part of their game that they need to like work on. And at least they're not just overextending on the site sort of thing. Hello, lol. For the second series, it's even harder, I think. What I think KC could do, because they have choice of Team A or Team B, they could go Team A and just insta-ban out Sunset. Because Paper X have kind of been avoiding Breeze and Icebox as much as physically possible. So KC are like, we don't need to worry about banning our permaban of Breeze, because it's not like Paper X are going to play it. They don't know what we're cooking up here, so I don't think they'd necessarily take that risk. And also, they won't want to play Icebox. They don't want to get punished there. The map that KC do play and have looked fairly good on, like 2 wins. One in the grand finals against Heretics, and then 1 win against FPX the other day, which, yeah, didn't look like it had many problems. Good comp, too. So, Paper X would take out Icebox, I think. KC would pick up Lotus. It's a map that they really like to play, but it's also a map that Paper X don't look very comfortable on at all. Split. I think Paper X would just go for that because it has been going relatively. It went well for them against Heretics yesterday. Heretics are a team that have beat Cam and Core in the past on this map, and KC didn't look very good on Split against Sentinels the other day. So there is that. So I think Paper X taking them there would make sense. KC would then ban out their permaban. Paper X between Ascent and Bind. I think they're more likely to take out Ascent, even though it's not a great map for Cam and Core. Leaving Bind. This could be like other way around too. A bit more scrappy. But I think that's what I have for both the vetoes. It's whether we go there or not.
The meta with whatever version of Loud it may be, enabling young
So I'm going to use this as a chance to see if this works.
And being highly competitive at a global stage. And the thing is,
all good.
they are still fundamentally Loud. What's more Loud than coming to a global event, looking really tragic
Ban Lotus first ban? No, because I think KC would just take them to Icebox instead.
Has kept its identity through year after year, and that's all about Sadak.
And hear me out. I think that last year probably.
And I don't think it's like Paper X's Lotus isn't. It's not great, but I don't think it's as bad as their like Icebox. Well, we haven't seen their Icebox at all, but their Breeze against Genji was rough. That's a good point actually.
For example, EDG, Loud, the moment that they start playing, they get
because Paper X are sort of in the same situation.
I don't even remember them there. Someone said that they were there. I was like, I don't remember.
So yeah, you could take out Lotus here.
Maybe they did not not get
Because
to warm
KC
up,
aren't
they
really
did
going to be
not
that
get to
comfortable
get
with picking
the
up
visuals
Icebox because
together
we
with
haven't
the
seen
reaction.
Paper X play that
When
map
they won
at
the World
all.
Championship, it was the same thing. 0-2 at Copenhagen.
So
going
where
out
would you
there.
take
That was a long
them?
time ago, but this is a loud team who.
If you don't have your
has had moments
Lotus,
where
you take them to
when they're finding
Bind?
themselves, when they're in those
I don't know
early
if you
stages of
would.
development, trying to kind of put a pin on the meta. They do stumble sometimes, and that's a real opportunity. For
Lotus
them.
and then Ascent is the last map.
You know, and Sonic's been doing it for a minute
Not
now.
many other teams take the risks that Loud does.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more, and I think that's one of the reasons why we hold this team to such a higher standard. But for now, though,
No, this would be
Fab
Icebox.
standing by this time with Cowanzine, and I hope I'm right.
Hey, Cowanzine, big match coming up today, but
I think it's
you know,
like
you
how
guys mentioned
brave these
before,
two teams work with their
that
veto
play against Chinese region
is the
quite
main thing.
scary. So do you still feel this way?
Like, do you
even
take out your
against EDG,
permaban
you
to
know, a
keep
team
things
that you guys
simple,
are
or do you
very,
try
very
to take out a good
familiar
map
with?
for them
One
and
thing to
just
help with some
try and
of the
juke it out on the rest?
Marcel, a gente quer saber o que vocês estão achando do embate que vai ser, porque já mencionaram antes sobre a China. E que a China seria um adversário
What do they also like on
complicado,
sides
como
too?
dá, porém, vocês vão pegar a EDG hoje, que vocês já são mais
We are missing
familiares,
some
já estão
information for
meio
that
que em
one.
casa. Qual é a sua opinião sobre?
Cara,
Sorry for this
basicamente
one.
a China uma região muito forte
Mm.
e sempre um jogo difícil contra eles. Ontem, apesar de ser
Right,
2
the
a
tech
0,
side was
foi
good.
jogo muito difícil.
Defense
eles
side
estão
not so
na brisa.
much.
E contra a EDG vai ser mais um jogo difícil. A gente perdeu uma vez
Lotus
pra
was
eles em
bad
Tóquio,
for Loud, so they're
e
not really
ganhamos
going to be
2 a 1
playing it
na
much.
última Champions.
Sunset, our attack
Então,
side
vai
is
ser um jogo muito
good.
difícil dessa vez.
Overall, China is a very complex opponent. Like if I had to say, yesterday, despite we winning for 2-0, it was a very tight match.
Villacom change
So,
coming.
Doing did have
For who?
some,
For Paper
let's
X
say,
or for
experience
EDG
playing
or for
against
Loud or
EDG,
for, like for
victory,
all of them? I think
one
is
loss, but
potential
we are
there.
ready and prepared.
All right, excited to see it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Just turning down these so I can be a little bit more.
And of course, I expect nothing less from Loud.
Message
Just a
got
second ago,
auto-modded,
we
let me
were talking
check.
about how this team, we always regard them top of class, honestly, because of the players that they have on the team. But what I find really fascinating is that Tui's and Cowanzine not on that championship-winning roster.
Committed to term old
but
Japanese
we
man.
also hold them to that standard because of
It's a
what we've
weird
seen
thing
them
to
all throughout
have to
last
lift
year.
off,
These guys
but
were so impactful. It's the reason why
I'm
Sonic puts
good.
trust in them.
Yeah, there absolutely is a reason. It's because of his ability to develop these talents to be at the same level of those teammates that were with him when he won the championship. He imbues that into players like Tui's, like Kawa, and I think what
But
all
what
Loud
does
fans are hoping for is
TMD
that we
have
can
here?
see that same development from Quick.
Yeah, exactly. And we see it regionally with them in Americas. We needed to see it back to translate it here onto the big stage. It would be to nobody's surprise if they were the winners today, and it would still be considered a big upset if EDG is the one that makes it to that playoffs and Loud gets grouped in this part of the tournament.
Yeah, the standards
Favorite
are
for this
incredibly high,
matchup?
and
I've gone
obviously,
for
we've been
Loud.
talking about him the entire time
I think
here,
it's
but
really
we gotta
hard though.
give him his flowers a
I
little
think
bit
it's
more. He's
incredibly
sort of
hard to
the guy who calls the shots, the man with the plan. You know.
Oh, I saw a bit of the
what's even
pre-show
great
saying
about
about
him, too,
the
he's not just
places
an
that are
IGL,
not
this
in
guy can
Madrid.
brag with the
I
best
saw
of them, too,
Rambless on
so
that.
It does feel like Sadak,
Rambless
he's
is
gonna
in
be a big difference
Barcelona.
maker, as always in this match, Mimi.
Yeah, his game yesterday was electric, right?
Yep.
Occasionally, Sadak will have a game. We talk a lot about this in Americas, where he shows up and he's like, "F it, I'm gonna win,"
Yeah,
and
he hits
just
the win
balls
button.
out. Yeah, and starts taking some risks, going for some individual plays, but executing on them incredibly well.
Yeah, that is what has always been a fun thing to watch with Sadak, and now I think we're wondering what else do they have up their sleeve here, because coming into this event, Breeze was the perma. We constantly saw them getting rid of that map, and then out of nowhere they picked it, and everyone's like, "What the hell?" It was so confused, and they have not lost.
Sorry, I was
Breeze.
just
At the
looking
beginning, we
up
thought
stuff.
that this was just a bait for the other teams to just buy into it, or maybe just leave it as a big question mark, because other teams wouldn't even consider it, thinking that this is what was going to happen. But seeing Tui is also playing on the Viper on this map, having those two showings. Let's say also that they were against pretty unorthodox compositions. I still think that this needs a bigger test to actually resemble that
God.
they're very
The
prepared.
freaking
But now
Dokkaebi.
it's Lotus, the map that they don't want to see. And if you think about it, across all the other regions, we've seen so much Lotus,
That's
so
true.
much Sunset.
Anything else up and
It's
it doesn't
such a
need to
popular
be?
map that in preparation for this tournament, if there's a map that you don't feel very comfortable with, it's very like
Yeah.
we
I
can
think so.
understand why Loud
think everything
decides
else
to
is
just remove it from the
Yeah,
map.
but what makes this even more interesting, though, is that yes, Loud make those.
But
decisions,
better
but
is
it
it's
feels like
close.
this is a
Yeah,
Loud
but
team
bet
that's
like we
starting
should be able
find
to
that
get
form again. Do you feel like that they
more of a
are in the
feel
front-runner position here, Mimi, to like be
than
well,
better
you
should
know, like
do.
the team that could do the thing that we always expect them to do?
But
Top
bet
four
insights.
performance,
I mean, there's a lot of
high
very
placing, so on and
smart
so forth.
people.
Not yet, but this
Yeah.
match
That
could prove it.
working,
Okay.
The reason I'm still hesitant is a few things. First of all, the map pool.
Probabilities,
we've thus
I
far only
suppose.
seen from the maps they were playing the Phoenix Breach back in Americas. We've only seen the Ascent, which they changed, so you always still look shaky.
Yeah, it
We
does-
saw the
it has,
Sunset
like,
yesterday,
changing the
and I
order of
thought that was
the
excellent, but we
fucking
still don't have
post.
a lot of answers on
Yeah,
how
it's-
this
it's
map
definitely
pool
made
for
it look
Loud
a little bit
compares
more
to the rest
peculiar.
of the competition here. I also think we have not seen enough from Quick thus far.
So what
This
do we
guy
like
needs to
here?
Step it up, especially on the maps they're playing Jet, especially if they're going to be letting Breeze through vetoes. That map is so flippy. I think it's really dangerous if they let it through today against EDG.
Exactly, and the bigger test for Quick is going to be.
What's
on
more
that
likely,
Breeze,
the
especially if
Loud
he goes
first
up against-
ban
we don't know
bind
still
or
if the map is
Icebox?
going to be picked, but it doesn't
Yeah.
matter if it's Breeze, if we might get some Icebox, you know, like bind would be too mild for it. But
Do you ban
to get
Lotus
one of
versus
those
Loud,
8
though?
test duels,
Yeah,
where
that's the
even if
question.
things
I
don't go
feel like
well, what is going to be the
more
protocol to have
confident
your,
teams
your duelist player
would
feel
float the
comfortable enough
Lotus.
so he doesn't like give up on the situation.
But also
I
Loud
mean, watching
might have
last
changed
match,
up some
first match, and
stuff.
honestly, towards the end of the
We
match,
haven't
I was feeling a little bit like
seen
if
EDG
it's
play it
so
at
over
all.
Being a Loud fan, sad life out
They
here.
were like
And I'm
cooking
not
up like
fully
double
on the
controller
Orso
stuff on
back,
it
Loud's gonna win the event
in
train, but
Evolution,
we definitely saw the
like
glimmers
Omen
of it,
Astra
and I think
instead of
Sunset,
a
I wanna talk
Viper.
more about that. That was a great example
So
against
there's a lot of like
Jet.
little
They
like
implemented the comp perfectly, the way
it
that they
could
were
be
fighting,
an
the
option,
control, the way
but
they were
I
calling around the
think
map,
that
and
if
also
we
the
saw
way
like
their
an
players,
EDG that were a
Edward,
little bit
Blood
more
Twos, were stepping
like an
up to the
EDG in
plate.
3 or 4
We
years
started to
time, they'd be
give me
playing these kind of mind
glimmers
games for the
of the
veto.
Loud who
Looks like we have
shows up as a
Icebox
top
first actually.
dog at internationals.
Hopium or copium?
I think that's hope.
So EDG
think
going
that's
for
real honest
Icebox
hope.
over
Today-
Split,
today is the difference
I'm
between
not that
hope
much
and-
of a fan
we'll
of.
see.
Absolutely.
We'll see. All right, guys. Well,
It's beautiful.
I think the rest of the veto could be the same
should
though.
put that in a book somewhere. All right, earlier we asked y'all wonderful people back at home for the MasterCard fan poll, which team is most likely to earn a playoff spot, and the results are in, and y'all chose Carmine Core, which
They use
even
math someone
how
else has
hype
developed to do
everyone was about
probabilities,
this team
yeah.
coming in a bit,
In a
that doesn't
beautiful
shock
blue.
me.
In a beautiful blue. It just goes
Wait, what
with
The
it.
color is blue.
Why did they put Paper X
That's
match?
one of
Because
them.
they didn't want a
You know,
repeat of what
that's
happened
really
with
soft
Sentinels, I don't
conversation.
think.
I would love to have like
That'd
a
be my
little flat
guess.
love sign in my
But
house
they
that
didn't
just says,
want
"The difference
to
between hopium
have
and copium is
people have a
think
go
that's
at the fact that Paper X
Maybe
had to
you
play
wanna
late
go
last night and early
Actually,
today.
hope
Especially,
that sign.
it's a little bit
Oh,
better
it's
for Sentinels because it wasn't an elimination
Oh,
game.
man, look,
Here, if
guys,
Paper
there's,
X
like,
played
so
late
much
last
that we
night and
can
had to
talk
play
about
early
here, but
today,
good news is
and they got
we're gonna
eliminated
find
because
out
of it,
where we
Riot
are
wouldn't hear the end of
playing
it.
Because we have the map select standing by, so let's find out where these players are electing to go.
All right, let's see what
Welcome to Map
happens.
Select presented by Omen. Loud was
Oh,
drawn
Omen
first
is
in
the sponsor for
matchup
this.
during the draw yesterday, so you'll be higher seed. Would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So EDG, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Ascent.
Oh, so they've
And then your
instantly.
Split.
Split.
So this is.
and then map number
wrong.
1 from EDG.
Icebox.
Icebox, side on Icebox,
Attack.
attack, and map number 2.
Sunset.
Sunset, side on Sunset,
Attack.
attack. Next set of bans starting with EDG, you have Bind, Breeze, and Lotus.
I'm wrong on the rest of these.
Ban Bluetooth.
Ban Lotus, your ban you have Bind and Breeze.
Yeah, just wrong on the rest. You ban out Split, surely.
We went bind.
Ban Bind, so map number 3 by default.
I mean,
is
both
going
of them
to
are
be
bad
Breeze,
maps,
EDG
actually.
Side on Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
I think Louder fucked it. I don't think this is a good veto from them.
Something that really stuck out to me there was Lotus going a little further down the line than I was expecting Kukuka.
I think Louder fucked it. I'm changing my
EDG has
prediction.
been also banning
I
this
think
map,
they've
so I
completely
was
fucked this veto.
surprised. It was a little bit of a push and pull of
Yeah.
who's going to ban it first.
Classic game
Can
of
I do?
China.
Can I change it? Where is it?
Going to be living it open. What is going to be happening here? And we see it is EDG actually that decides to ban it. So Loud is very,
team.
very convinced they do not want to face EDG on this split.
I think this is legitimately a very good map pool for EDG. They're starting on Icebox, where Loud tends to be good on that map. With the
In my
harbor
veto,
fight.
Loud
They
did get
play one
Breeze
of
and
those
Sunset.
Chaos Silver Flash comps that
True.
they fight into those walls really well. If they get a win there, they take Loud to Breeze.
Wait, what was it beforehand?
This is
Sorry.
legitimately a very good map pool.
Actually, no, sorry. For some reason, I thought this was going to be split. I tripped myself up, I think, here. Because I was thinking like bind split, because I was confusing myself with what they would actually pick. This, I think, is good. Although I don't know if it's necessary. I think this is incredibly smart. What did I have to ban in? Bind? I think EDG not picking bind here might cost them. I think they would have preferred to play there. I think like losing bind and split, which I think are two maps where EDG is the better team. Like this is just 50-50. I mean, Loud leaving open would expect to be pushed here, I do think. But yeah, it's odd. And then Loud picking this, that's not too much of a surprise, really. I didn't think they'd pick it over Breeze. But like, then sort of knowing this map pool, I guess they'd let it float out.
To really be considered a top contender at international events, I think if they win here, if they're one of only 4 teams in the playoffs at Masters Madrid, it's really a chance for no one anymore to deny their form
But in a different
compared
order.
to the rest of the global competition.
And this is a great opponent for doing so, because if EDG has advanced, has progressed, has developed as a team, all of these individuals should be able to go head on head with
Yeah, I got the bans right for EDG, just in a different order.
That's the thing. That's the
Which
thing.
I think
This
is
a
fine.
test, and let's say one
That
of the
doesn't
final
change too
tests
much.
for this squad, because Loud has played against most of the teams out there. They've been around for so long. They have such
Because this was Ascent.
so much experience.
Wait, I'm
They've
drawing
played
it on a
against
thing that you
every
can't see.
single playstyle. They know how to read
This
onto
was
all of
Ascent.
these different situations and
This
outcomes. So they're able
was
to even put on a good show. It shows that EDG,
Split.
even if they're not, you know, top 4, even if they were to lose,
This
we
was
need to see if
Lotus, so
they're
these
on
were just
right
the
track.
other way around.
Yeah, this is
That's
really going to be
fine.
decided by Icebox in this series.
And,
for
like,
me.
out
For
of
Loud, they play the Harbor Viper.
Icebox,
Their fundamentals are so exceptional
Split,
on this map. Their retake
and
protocols are on
Breeze,
point. This is a map where less absolutely
bind
thrives
even.
on the Viper. And for EDG, we've seen some success. It's been a mixed bag in the
I
past.
think
They're
that
playing
this is
more
probably the
default
map
comp
I
that
feel
honestly this
like
Harbor Viper
for
comp
Loud,
tends
this
to
is
do
the
pretty well
best.
against. I think this is going to
And
be
these
make
are
or break
both like
early in
equally
this series.
bad.
Real quick, I don't know if you guys see our poll down at the bottom of the screen there.
I
but
don't know
when we
why you
started this
wouldn't
poll,
take
it was all
Loud to
And as
either
you
of these
guys
two
were talking,
teams if you're
selling
EDG.
people on EDG,
Taking them here
I was seeing the numbers start
gives
to
them a
go
fine
up little
veto.
bit. I don't know. It
Maybe
feels
we
like you guys
should
are
sell
making some
some
believers
bundles.
out there.
We should sell some bundles, maybe.
I think, yeah. I feel like this is pretty spot on. In my mind, I think this is a 60-40 in favor of Loud. I think Loud are favored because their fundamentals have looked better in their last matches. I think they have.
Yeah, I thought
a
Loud
solid
initially
run on
fucked up the
meta.
veto, but
EDG
now the
still
more I
releasing
think about it,
old
I think
stuff from last year
EDG
for the
did.
most part.
I don't think it
Fine
matters
for
too
EDG.
much.
There's always the upset potential at the individual
I think
form has been
Icebox is a
electric.
good map
Hong
to
Kong's
go
been great.
to
And
in
it's this team that no
series
matter
like
what form they've
this.
shown before, they always step up to their opponent.
Yeah, exactly. Is the old guard versus a newer guard that we saw in 2023 looking to make a change also in 2024?
Looking forward to day 4. Does it say that we're on day 4 or is it day 5? It's day 5 today, right? It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yeah, day 5. Sorry, I just had to double check it. Yeah, I don't know. Everything's working, right?
Was it hard?
I run out now so we don't get them in game. Sorry, I'll do that now. I always forget. And I've not really been doing them much in between the maps either.
As good as him would be very hard. We had a new player. I mean, yeah, he's ready to show what he got, you know, this tournament. So yeah, wait and see.
I think it's just myself that not being confident, you know, because all the players in PepperX are like top notch in the world. It's normal that you have sort of pressure.
Quite honestly, I think we absolutely need to see more out of Munyet.
When it comes to a tournament, when you're not hitting shot, it's really hard to get back, but my teammates have been helping me a lot going through this.
For us, it's just we're all like very inexperienced, so like all this is new to us, and we all just want to like do everything that we can every single day to prepare ourselves for the situation.
Carmine Corp, their playstyle is the same like us actually. It's gonna be like aggression team against aggression team. I'm really excited for the blood that.
Hello, Spineless. I want to move this down a little bit. I feel like it's just killing my shoulder all the time.
Para mim, ser o líder da molecada, né, dos garotos, eu queria muito deixar uma boa impressão neles, que eles se divertam jogando, é algo que é uma honra para mim.
就这些新面孔的出现嘛，对于我来说也就还好，就因为我也可能打了2年世界赛了，然后我自己也是一个20岁的选手，所以说我觉得我也是小孩，他们也是小孩。
A gente chegou até aqui, nunca joga com confiança, confiar um no outro, confiar no mesmo, que vai dar tudo certo, dar o nosso máximo e sempre com sorriso no rosto.
但是我希望你们知道，我们永远都在朝我们心中的那个
What was it like actually?
奋斗去做好最好的自己，然后以后
Was it nice?
见到 ZMJJKK 手会抖。
What was this like on like popularity wise? Split and Bind weren't in play. There was a census icebox down here. Yeah, I don't know. Also, it's not a exact science, I suppose. Looking forward to the game, so I'm hoping for EDG in case he wins. Want to see all 4 regions in the final 4. It'd be really cool if we got that, yeah. But that would also require Cam and Cole to beat Paper X, which I'd be sad about. I think having 2 Pacific teams and 2 Americas teams in playoffs would also be pretty funny. Or 1 Americas, 1 China, 2 Pacific. Like no EMEA at all, and then you have China up there too. It'd be really funny. But I think that's not too surprising, I suppose. Like, because if you know, like a Fnatic or whatever was there, it'd be a little bit less likely, I suppose. Also, it doesn't look like my microphone's that loud. Give me a second.
Of China on their back because they are the last remaining Chinese team in this competition. But on the other side, you have Loud, a squad that has been here before. They have
There we go. See if that's a bit better.
And they are looking to get back there again.
2 teams synonymous with their regions. EDG has been the #1 Chinese representative for as long as China has been at global events. They've constantly
Not a Paper X. I think I had KC beaten Paper X. I can't
They
remember.
have a chance to do it again if they want a shot at playoffs.
Exactly, and America
I think I went for KC because if Paper X win, I'll be happy.
could be that for just a second if Loud manages to win. Both them and Sentinels making it onto playoffs, showing that maybe 2024 is not the year of the rookies, but the year of Americans.
It's possible, but for EDG, if they're to win this one, they get revenge for FPX. This is the team that just knocked their compatriots out.
Yeah, and there is certainly going to be a lot of tension on that stage because, as we saw yesterday, right, in the Paper X game, excuse me, the Paper X Heretics game, you know, when you're in these
Thank you, Lexi. All works over here from the looks of it. Who's starting to attack? Louder.
I think both of these teams are going to do just that. Both teams have like very famous gifs of them like mocking one another.
Who is this? Who does this put the focus on, I suppose?
Hear me out. We all remember Kankan standing up and just showing that operator.
And we all remember Sadak just going, what are you doing?
Like I'm trying to think.
What is that? Is that a toy? I don't see. It's not hurting.
Can get Neo.
But yeah, definitely we've seen
first kill conversion. So I think for EDG to win, 3 areas I suppose are going to be important. Kung Kung opping, or just general like performance from Kung Kung. 5v4 percentage, like how much of the rounds they win when they have the first kill.
earlier rounds.
And
the second time that they played around, they were so comfortable in and off the maps. If Loud can also have that kind of mechanism, they can join their competition.
probably like,
Talk about the history.
I don't think there was much lurking.
That's QCK. On this map, he's playing the Jet.
And you know, it's Kong Kong. For Loud, I think it is QCK has to match this. Like 4v5s, really. I think there could be a lot of first kills to come out of EDG, but it's whether they sort of push for it. And also, actually, real quick, defense win rate 55%. Is that better though on the other side? I'd like to see the other side stats at some point. Richard Tom are getting all the EDG games.
We're here in Madrid, ready to kick off this game, Tom. The pistol's going to be underway in just a second.
Hello, Cabalet.
Thoughts on Loud and EDG before we get into this one, because we've seen this matchup before.
Yeah, and it is 50-50. One team won the first, one team won the second. They have both gone back and forth. We've even seen it across the stage. Sadak versus Kankan.
Be a big following, I think, for EDG, which has been surprising.
I think this one might just get fiery. And honestly,
So you got the K over here. Oh yeah, I think as well, like EDG, when they get onto attack, like how much they're able to plant, because there's a lot of stuff that can just disrupt the plant. All right, you got the first kill. Can you win the round, even though it's a 4 versus 4? I think it is like a Chi-Chi versus Less fight too, despite them being on different agents.
Nice shot by QCK. The advantage now for Loud, but the players have fully rotated in. And EDG will attempt this retake moments from now when this wall falls or when they step right on through it. This spans the game.
QCK just dropping down. Yeah. Good pistol. Everybody just sort of fell apart. Didn't really know how, how to take the fights, it seems like. They weren't trying to stall the plant or anything. They were just facing. Super aggressive face. And no real way to like get out and play the 5v4 before it's instantly like traded.
Obviously, the initial ban coming through from EDG of Ascent was very surprising, considering Loud have looked shaky.
EDG not doing well in League? I had no idea.
They smashed them on at Champs, so maybe just having some flashbacks.
Full eco though, not much to work with.
Both teams sort of floating Lotus their permaban until we end up on the maps we're on. I feel like we've ended.
Yeah, QCK, yeah, he did get a random spot kill. But also, it was Kong Kong's choice to be on this angle.
But when EDG go into their opponent's map, throughout this tournament thus far, they have been very, very good.
Well, this round doesn't have a lot to speak for, but the flank up by Chi-Chu.
Do admire that Chi-Chu's going for this. But I think trying to go for this play against a team like Loud is why I favor Loud in this series overall. Like, no matter what maps we go to. I do think for EDG to win, though, I think they have to 2-0. Which, on both of these cases, I'm not super confident on either of the maps if they could, like... Icebox is their better chance for sure. Sunset is going to be really hard. Breeze even harder.
Because they had the information that they had control for anybody rotating back. Even still, though, with 40 seconds...
Are you the one I was just communicating with on Discord? I don't believe so. I don't know if this is also a bot. Lexi, what do you think?
Taking down Chi-Chu, at this point, you assume there's someone towards B. They'll hear the Viper wall go up. You don't have control of mid, so the rotates will go towards that side. But
I don't think anybody's pretending to be me.
Everybody's still patiently waiting on A, and now's their chance to get some value. One kill is all they'll get. A big stop by Loud. Even though they run into the stack, they find all the value. In the second round, cleanly in their pocket.
Yeah, nice work from them. Just taking their time. Obviously, on the other side of things, EDG didn't really have anything, so I don't think they're going to feel too hard done by the fact that they don't really get too many kills. And now they're looking to invest back in with the rifles.
Loud winning. I feel that way too.
I think it's going to be fairly important for EDG to get off to
I think no split, no bind for EDG
in their match versus Gen G. They did very well in the
makes it very hard. Neither of these maps.
Loud are a team that will punish you.
Is this stream buffering for anybody else? It's just my stream? It shouldn't be.
As it was said on the desk, he may not directly be coming in as an Aspas replacement.
Not having any issues, I don't think.
Against a player like Kankan, you need that star power. Already though, Smoggy off to a flying start. Cowanzine is dropped, Sova gone. And it's definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult now that you don't have your initiator.
Yeah, one of the things they've been struggling with is QCK getting into sites, and without having a Sova to reveal them up, it's going to be a bit tough.
It is stuttering a little bit.
Either as Static falls. This is how these rounds typically go when you slow down the pace. You're not going to win most of the fights you're taking, and in this case, none of them so far. The final attempt will be to group up.
2 nice kills. 5 versus 3. Not one of those like 5 versus 3. Oh, but it's instantly like traded, right?
Just look how patient and passive this defensive side is being.
Yeah.
Give up the site control and play the retakes together.
Yeah, they've already got them pretty much boxed in once again. The same push has come through from Chichu. Nice work from QCK though. That'll be Khan down, making this one at least a little bit more competitive. Trying to get a bit more aggressive as he's going to go through the utility that has been placed down. That flank is the major danger, but with how far forward they've actually gone, I don't know if there's anybody that can actually be picked off. He needs to go huge from this position, and while it's only going to be the 1 kill, there comes Chichu in from behind, and less is left to try and close.
Any more damage you can get, the better, but good like double peek there. Yeah, for me, the stream, it might be because it's on YouTube. Maybe we just move over to Twitch. Let's do this.
There were some rebuys, but again, fairly minimal considering the lack of losses. It's all right for Loud. This is the formality of early Valorant out of the way. It's sort of weird to not see that.
Yeah, good anti-bonus.
It's been pure chaos.
Important round now because you've got a full buy on either side money-wise. I also need to close Steam because all of these fucking pop-ups.
I think it's understandable why some of these games have gone the other way.
There you go.
Even still, though, this is where things get interesting. QCK has been doing well in the early rounds as well. This means he's already going to have himself Bladestorm and an extra 4,000 credits in the bank. So he's pretty well stacked to go for this early push. Howdong's going to be the one under pressure and almost has to fall back completely. Doesn't have any support, so his main goal is just going to be to delay as much as possible. And for the other side of things, they're just taking their time.
Yeah, rightfully so. Bit of map control, pushing.
Some of these walls did backfire, I think, for Loud. Especially this one, when they did it in the post ban. But Howdong, I think, feels a little bit more confident that there's nobody there. Obviously, if he peeks this and he's not careful, he could peek into 4 different players. But hearing no sound is good.
No plan to ever go in this direction. The spike was dropped outside.
Hold on, let me close. Yes, I want to quit. Might have to redo some quests, but I think that might be the reason why my FPS is tanking.
EDG have made the realization. Pushing players up mid. Got nobody deep in control. They've also got Chichu rotating in, but they are about to be under some serious pressure.
It's the right call again. Same thing we've seen from EDG, just a passive play on A.
I'll try your YouTube stream. I'm not going to see the chat, but yeah, you can give it a try.
A few shots through the wall that actually hurt Concon. He's down to half HP, a little below. Not going to be ideal for the fight back through. The plant seems to be secured, the cove broken, and a snake bite down, but that's not going to deter them. Now it's time to fight back in, and they've already lost their entry man. Concon down. Kalanzine still in position. The Bladestorm looking to find value. Players up top as well. I mean, Loud are not playing a retake on this. They're not trying to deny the defuse. They're trying to deny any boots on the ground.
3 versus 2.
2E's is very low.
He again walled himself off from spraying the spike. So they have to sort of awkwardly peek out. You know that they're across on the backside.
Left to try and close this round out. Already being stuck to halfway.
He's thinking that they're coming from above. Lucky for 2E's, but that was, again, a kind of a wank wall, I think, from the harbor. Yeah, let me just double check. Let me like just speed test stuff.
Interesting, because up until that point I was like, yeah, 3v2 post plan, you've still got less alive. I'm like, okay, I'm not really too worried for them. And then he hits that shot, and it gets very interesting. The thing is, though, I feel like so far Loud have been fantastic with their orb management. They make sure at the beginning of the round that the reason they push B is to get 2E's that orb even, and then he moves back in the other direction. Plants as well, so then he's able to actually use the Reckoning. So that's what kept them back for so long. That's what allowed Loud to garner so much.
Just give me a second speed
it's
test.
a little bit dicey in the end, but the fact is they got the round under their belt.
It's an eco anyway, kind of, so
like the way we
should be okay.
That round play out, as we said, right off.
Yeah, no, it's not my internet.
Loud had a game plan, and it didn't look like EDG threw any spanners into the works. Try as they might.
No drop
we saw
frames.
Re-aggression when Loud had gone up on B.
60 FPS.
Got behind yellow and actually had really good spacing in making it there if Loud had have been committing. He's been quite good at that, at reading the
Let's close some of the shit, maybe that'll help.
Here, He's made the right call. Stand behind that wall because Loud are coming in.
Anyway, sorry.
Plant on B.
Done messing around with stuff. Good for a very open plant. Howdong's not going to go peek it. Was he expected that the Cove was there, or just that multiple people were watching it? Would have been the Cove, so yeah, I think he was just way too scared to actually go for the peek. Which I kind of respect, because old China wouldn't do that. Alright, you still have one rifle where Smoggy's playing. Hunter's Fury is even going to be used to go across. It is mostly being dodged. It gets a tag onto the player on top. Loud gets hit. Alright, Too Easy goes down. Sadek is forced to peek. Goes up against the only rifle. Okay, nice. It's a bit of a shame to use the Hunter's Fury, not really get too much off of it. But I think EDG did a good amount of damage there to keep them like in it. There's still a bit of a tough clawback now. And I think... Yeah, I think that this is a fine timeout. I think if they lose this round and have to do it here, it'd be a little bit late. But I think part of me might have preferred this the round previous. Was Turbo Attack side versus Gen G? No. Yeah, but I do think that that was just...
Yeah, at least a lot of ults other than that are coming online.
I mean, that was more like Gen G struggling to deal with it more than anything.
And then we've got one ult online and 3 very close. So it could just be an...
But the attack side was also the side for Loud where they looked the most shaky, I guess.
But yeah, definitely an audacious attempt. Again,
Like Loud definitely did some like questionable stuff,
I
but
feel like expectations are
kind
there
of screwed
for
them over.
both teams to have their strengths over on that attacking side. I think that's where we've seen, especially EDG, really when they did manage to beat out
You sent me
they
it.
were really good on their attack, and it's where ConCom really came
The-
alive. That's my major worry.
The
though,
way that those
is
two are
so
talking
far
makes
in
me
this
think that they're
tournament,
bots.
Going by ACS, going by ADR, going by the most stats that involve kills, Kankan's at the top. Right now, he has 1. Which is not a great sign if EDG are going to be winning this, because there have been serious vulnerabilities. Even games that they've lost, he's still been in the 20+ kills bracket. So I'm a little bit worried for them at this point in time that if he doesn't come online, which I'll be honest, I think he will, but if he doesn't, this is going to be a blitz of a game.
I mean, we saw a good attack side from EDG on this map up against Genji, but we're going to need to see them build those foundations here on the defense. So far, it's been pretty lights out from Loud. And the movement towards B, quick. They're making a lot of noise on the way
I'm
through,
not
but
bot, sir.
again, it has the same vibe as before. Just look at the dots on the minimap falling back.
Alright,
They
I'll look
dragged
into it
a
afterwards.
Huge rotation from EDG. There's now 3 players on the B side, 1 close by around mid, and only 1 man standing alone is nobody on the A side, up on pipes. And if he doesn't move quickly, he won't have a way to fall back. He's going to have to commit to this angle in the next couple seconds unless we see him retreat. And, well, he's now stuck. He's going to have to hold his ground and take this battle with the lockdown in play. I wonder what the idea here is. Maybe a flash from afar to allow him to swing around the corner. Maybe he'll just go for it.
Just put them in Twitter.
That's it.
DMs are up in there, and I saw the last one, so if there's any others, just put them in there.
Survive at the back, but now there's a rotation in the other direction once more. Still a player lurking around this position. Howdong waiting patiently, but he has to be careful that he's not caught out. There are a lot of
What are we
players
looking at
pushing
now?
from a lot of
Chichu
different angles.
trying to hold on to elbow and mid as much as possible. He's about to peek into 2Es. Good fight from 2Es. He just lost a lot of the pressure. What are the odds of EDG winning out today? I think with this map veto pretty low. I think they went too safe. They didn't want to go somewhere that they haven't seen Loud play in a while, which I think is a mistake.
Making this round look comfortable.
I think they've just had a really, really strong mid-round decision. The entire...
Give me a second, that's what I want to try.
Seemed to be in control the whole way through. They had their game plan and it worked perfectly. EDG didn't put them on the back foot. It looked like the same thing here, even with the disruption of nobody finding a kill. Right now, Smoggy grabs 1, but it's too late to get back in to deal with 2. Maybe he can do some more damage, and that may be, well, it's turning to a reality. That's a free kill for him. But even still,
I was gone for 5 minutes to get groceries. How did this happen? I don't know. I don't think this is like too surprising. Like, this just feels like this is what you're gonna get when you play Loud. I think split or bind is a choice, but well, you couldn't have had split. So I think it'd be more risky to take them to bind, but I think that's where you take them.
He ended up surrounded because of where the battles went elsewhere, but every other player ends up alone. Like, not a single one of those fights was tradable.
I think this is EDG thinking about it in a way of like, well, we just beat JNG on this map, and they beat Loud, so surely we're better than Loud. But this is going to be the one map, I think, where Loud would just have the chance to board review, to fix stuff. If a new comp comes out from Loud, it's going to be untested the same way that the Euro was. Like, just because if we see Loud play the same comp with the Phoenix on Bind, it's still exploitable, and I don't think it's very good. If they change it, it might be the same as the Euro on Ascent, where it's just very untested, a little bit awkward, and a lot of mistakes are made because of it. I think EDG picking this map is going for way too safe of an option against a team like Loud. You have to have a more out there veto, especially with them being the higher seed.
So there's like the safety nets that appear to be forming underneath EDG aren't really there. Damage being done. It actually is keeping Loud's economy pretty low, despite a 5-1 lead. If they lose a couple more players here, it will end up being costly enough that EDG might be able to reasonably force an eco out of this squad with 1 or 2 wins, depending on how investments go. The reality is there hasn't been a lot of hope in these rounds, and this one's not really the one to give us any extra. If Last goes down, it could be an advantage, or if he gets the kill, just 1 away from a Viper's pit, and he's sticking around. This looks like it'll be his fight, and not one he'll win, but that does still get the pit online. Costs you a rifle, but it doesn't give Chicho an orb. He already had the lockdown.
No, again, it ends up actually being fine. Like, Loud may not be keeping these as clean as they'd like, but they're still comfortably able to buy for at least a couple of rounds. Their ult economy, again, has been fantastic. Someone's tripping out. And for the side of EDG, they're already going to be taking their second pause, and I don't blame them, because these rounds, even though, okay, there's been casualties, I don't think any of them have looked particularly close, especially once you get to the second portion of the round. And they need to start getting onto the board, because sure, there's expectations that their attack side is going to be better, but they need to actually have a decent sort of foundation to actually build upon, because let's not pretend like Loud are just going to allow them back into the game. Like, they've got some fantastic players over on their side that, like, you'd bet your house on at least 1 round less is just going to win it. Like, let's be real. He's been one of the best players.
Yeah, my mistake, Kabbalah. I added them and I saw that they're legit, so I've reported them on Discord as well. Thank you for the heads up.
Needs to be a decent change. And EDG in the past, Chichu, there was that interview where he said they really do rely on their coaching staff. They learn a lot, they take a lot. Well, let's hope the second.
He said that they were trying to
We saw a lot of conversation about Coach Alex's pause yesterday.
Somebody's just sent me a friend request now.
Them going on to win like 11 out of 13 of the next rounds. Maybe that can be the case for EDG here. They don't even need it to be that strong of a statement. Just this attack side to at least have some legs. Remember, even the best teams in the world will refer to those pistols as coin flips, and you don't want to be going into that with 1 round.
He said that they were
problem for them. It's not like EDG
posting ad
no
links.
ultimates, but Loud can one-up them. They've got the exact same plus a reckoning. That
It's a mistake as well.
Viper's pit, and of course the lockdown on Chichu, as we said, not really going to be that threatening when Kalanzin's still up.
Yeah, he's probably just holding the Hunter's Fury for that exact reason, so... Already? Oh, no, never mind. No, he wants to kill. He's gunning for blood, and he's going to get it as well. Might even get
Cool,
back to Smoggy, not far away.
But yeah, I don't think I'm this much at this point. Unfortunately.
Smoggy does well, but he has to give it up.
If I have an agent or manager, yeah, ignore them, ban them, report them on Discord. I couldn't find an option for banning people for like pretending to be somebody else. I just reported it as spam.
He's looking to backstab them.
He's going to be caught. That's the only
the turret's going to spot him. How don't? Oh, please don't peek this. How many times have they lost fights from this position?
You'd imagine he'd be setting up for that right now, but instead they're committing more resources with Tui's moving through mid. This is a counter to
you can't deal with this now. Like, you just almost have to respect it a little bit.
And as they push forward, Les is doing exactly the same. Snakebite up top just to secure no defuse, but there's no one near the defuse, no one near the spike. In fact, as Tui's is about to realize, swinging into heavy traffic, and you know, it's not nice to have 4 kills in a round and have to go and
7-1 on the other side. It's kind of funny. Game is feeling really rough. Yeah, a lot of big mistakes been made. You could argue of having another timeout here for EDG. Go for the Alex approach.
Every single round we're witnessing, they have a game plan. They know what their opponents have. Okay, they've got a lockdown. Let's put ourselves in a post plan that doesn't allow that.
I think stylistically, this is the worst opponent that EDG could have faced in this whole tournament, I think.
Like right now, this is looking like a masterclass from Sadak and Loud, and EDG haven't yet turned up to the party.
You already used both their timeouts? They've used one, I know that much, but I don't know if they've used two.
For Loud, well, we talk a lot about the curse of Masters.
Sorry, I was sorting out the
it looks like it might be on its way to being broken.
spam account.
7-1.
Both are gone, Jesus.
And a strong start as they once again on the side of Loud.
I wish that China has the old UI, but the old UI shows how many timeouts they have left.
They haven't left a lurk. I think they're going. It
could be the Viper's Pit also.
Hello, Galv.
There's no one lurking. It's a B take.
You actually are spot on with that one. Previously, they've always had that extra player behind. This
I think it's just they are so inexperienced with this because this isn't even stuff that Pacific teams would bully you for. You know what I mean? Like, this is like, you have to be swimming Fnatic, Loud, Evil Geniuses, I'd say, Sentinels. A lot of America's teams now, I think, are really good at the mid-roundy approach. But EMEA teams also do it a lot. I would say they're as good, but I think every EMEA team does this sort of push and pull, tiki-taka style of Valorant, as Mini likes to call it.
Where they are, but there's nothing they can do. And Kawazine, he is not looking to be kind. Already spotting out Chichu, an awkward fight. And he is still surviving. Timmy the Turret trying to help out at least a little bit. Looking to reposition, take the fight, and he's going to get rid of Smoggy as well. Just removing the weapons that they're trying to save.
Yeah, I think
finally they'll deal with him.
this was a good Vita from Loud. Also, just picking to attack first.
Looking to fight to hold their guns. That's the game at the moment for EDG.
They are fighting
It's also what kind of broke EDG on Breeze against Gen G too.
The previous one, it was on A. They pushed up forward to try and deal with the post plant. Ended up being flanked.
Like, I think that you could put a lot of, you could put all of the blame, to be honest, on Howdong and After. Not because they're like bad, it's just this is something that they still have to get used to. You could put any IGL in China in this position, and they would falter as much as most teams. You know what I mean? Like,
He just domes both. And QCK has been having a much better performance. The setup's been there. Let's not beat around the bush.
The response to this can't be Chichu pushing on his own to try and punish the smoke. And then you're taking fights on the other side to just get traded by Sadak.
In response.
Hasn't had the best round with his YouTube.
Like, the time between something happening here and something happening here from EDG is just too... It's too quick. You know, you get this kill for Chichu, you try to hold your ground, go for that. Then you can maybe pot and proc for some stuff A main.
Now they know. Now they're ready for the fight, and a little closer than expected. It's Kawazine looking to take Chichu down yet again. And on this angle, he's not.
So it's like the advantage that you just got, you had that advantage for 2 seconds. And it wasn't a trade onto Chichu, it was somebody else doing something else on another part of the map.
Maybe the spams can find value. Kankan's got to wait a moment as nobody steps forward. He's dodging the spam, but Kawazine steps in on an unexpected play. Even the pit dropped in the
Like, it works, I think, if you're up against a Gen G team that just looked a bit more flustered. But EDG are just... You're not aim diffing Loud right now. Kunkung's 2-10. I just haven't seen him. I think he got the first kill on the pistol. I think he got another first kill like round 3, and he's had nothing since. They've just avoided him, it feels like.
But then Sadak pops up, they get into the afterplant, and the second that spike has gone down, my belief in EDG winning the round has gone down to about 5%, because it just hasn't even been remotely close. 9-1. We've already seen this happen once when they played Breeze versus Gen G.
There's been 0 stall of the plant either, has there?
And it's not looking good.
Kunkung's 2-11.
That's not something I think has been said in his entire career.
Oh, he's been hot this tournament as well.
And I see they get the first kill, Loud, cut noise.
In EDG, but
They're not going to... If this was EDG, they'd get a kill and then just rush in. Or go for another fight in mid, or go for another fight in B. No command is going to be used. Hunter's Fury's there. This is like better, but it's still like... There's no set play, it's just kind of winging it. Jesus, yeah, it's done. Mental's broken.
I mean, he's been doing it so far with
Lad was so prepared to react to those ults. I mean, they're so far away, nothing else is happening.
I didn't enjoy that.
Oh, this is hard to watch.
Yeah, they used the Hunter's Fury there, and they used, actually, to tell a lie, they used the no command and the Hunter's Fury, and they didn't even get a kill in the round. I think we've just got to start thinking about map 2. This is not even remotely close to what we were expecting.
It'd have to be like a crazy attack side. The only thing that they won was the bonus.
And Sadak, the sniper and the sniper's mocker. And wow, 2 and 11. Normally, I'm not one to highlight the kill feed. It's not particularly relevant in most games, but when Kankan goes, as said, the #1 when it comes to ACS,
These look like a freaker tournaments. Yeah, and you can't blame Burnout for that one.
Every single stat.
Or this one.
Right now, he is
it's just a little bit more support, but this is still a gamble play. You've put yourself in this box, and you just lose all of the duels. Even this, like, less not peeking there. Like, it's so good from Loud. It's another flawless. Like, all they were hoping for was just, like, gamble stacks.
I think I might have just got EDG's coach comms there. Was that you or them? I wouldn't blame him. That's a tough one. But you rarely see a master class like this. And you got to say, those first 5 or 6 rounds, it was all Sadak. This guy pushing and pulling the map perfectly for his squad with his
I think before I was like, oh, I got the veto wrong. I clearly don't know what I'm doing. And now I'm like, I don't think I was the problem.
También conhecido como Sage Hack, sou o capitão da Loud. Em preparação para esse jogo, eu acho que foi muito mais a gente.
Hope they learn and get better from it, which has been my arguing point for EDG for the longest time.
Foi difícil, mas eu estava com muita confiança, sabíamos que a gente podia. Eu sabia que podíamos trazer isso de volta, então pedi para que eles confiassem em mim que ia dar tudo certo.
Love how QCK is just chilling in a hoodie. I mean, it probably is cold in there. I saw Tom was wearing a jacket. So maybe the AC is just blasting out.
This guy has been a rock star for this side, but a brutal position, a brutal round to potentially go home on. Has he got the heroics in him? He's got so many targets, so many threats. He can't do it.
A gente já se enfrentou no passado contra a EDG, sabemos que é um time muito bom. A EDG em particular é um time que sabe muito bem trocar o ritmo das jogadas. Às vezes ele joga muito devagar, às vezes ele joga muito mais rápido. E isso faz que seja um pouco difícil de ter uma boa leitura contra eles, né? Às vezes a gente ele faz lurker, é realmente
It's a new
difícil.
teaser for Clove Out as well.
No ataque, então tem uma variedade estratégica muito boa. Para os fãs, amamos vocês. Muito obrigado.
I can imagine 100 Thieves playing an official entirely in new merch. I think it'd be a sick move. There probably is like rules for and against it.
Beijo gigante, muito apoio para nós.
Well, Tom, Kankan said
Like if you wear a hoodie, it'd have to just be probably pretty. You can have the brand on there. Like it reminds me of Bone Cold's hoodie that he'd wear. It was literally just a grey hoodie with the Ascend logo on it. What's happening, Ryan? I can't watch this anymore. I think just EDG fucked up. They took Lord to the wrong place entirely. This map is all just about how you play and default around the map, like how you coordinate, where you're proactive, where you hold. And it looks like Loud are one of the best teams in the world still to be able to do this.
It has not been a good start. Still, potential of a turnaround in the next map, and at least maybe some life in this pistol.
All right, 5 versus 3.
They're going to be able to get off to a strong start. Looking to find
And Kung's just been caught out. You have this alarm bot as well. Protected Tube. Trades on either side. Alright, Chichu. Looking very panicked. County wants to trade him if he can, and then it's just a 1 versus 2. Yeah, Chichu just backing out and getting out, I'm happy with. Good decision, but it took like 10 seconds for him to be like, what should I do? Yeah, just like deers in the headlights. The light up position. I think you're probably better off just holding this. Like, hold this for Tube if they try to go up into kitchen. Have somebody else like playing from where KO is. Or Snowman.
Still with a reveal. You'd have to force one of the fights. Smoggy's already tucked in. At this stage, miracle work needed. 45 HP as well. Nobody.
Do you know what it looks like?
They've doubled their rounds.
There's a lot of teams I think in Valorant that don't like to do their theory. Don't really like to VOD review. They just like to scrim a lot. EDG are looking like one of those just scrim horny teams. I don't think they are. I think that they probably do their VOD review. They do their theory. They do their server time. I don't think they're... There's definitely teams in Tier 1 that just don't do their theory. They just like to practice because practicing is easier and more fun to do. You mean no anti? It's not even anti. It's just more stuff for us to do that we can do.
It could be a pretty big deal for the side of EDG. And in this round, as you can see, there's no real safety net. They're just going straight in with
EDG just look like it's like, we don't have any set defaults, we don't have any set plans, we're just kind of like winging it.
Giving away where this push is going to be coming in. The full force of Loud will be coming in on the rotation.
There's a 0 chance any team in franchising is not doing VOD review. I could name one team that's in Tier 1 that didn't like doing VOD review. To the point where some players left.
The goal here is just to drop rifles. Run that cost. Boy, giving Concon that little boost of energy. Playing with the Outlaw, waiting for this wall to fall. I'll have some targets.
It's not Paper X.
Patient, but EDG are starting to make a read on this. There's a lot of players around here, some utility in play, and the Spike is on its way back towards A, leading the charge by himself. It's a little concerning. If there was still a lurker around A.
I also, as a coach, wouldn't do anti-stratting with the players.
Might get away with it scot-free. Although, actually, the timing is kind of poor here as he goes through the wall. Cowan's waiting. Now the Spike's down. There's a rifle there, but it can't be retrieved. Chichu's lurking around mid to catch those rotates. But
bit of a lack of respect for the wall. Chichu's got 3 players here dealing with him.
Loud all of a sudden are in a 5v3. 12 seconds left.
I don't like this angle for Smoggy. You have like... You have good util.
Is now on their side, and the players pushing back in.
This is barely better.
Even the kill they got on mid was just
oh my god, everybody from EDG is just tilting. Like, I mean, like tilting forward more than like angry playing. Like they're playing on tilt. You got 3 players that are basically nose to the harbor wall. Not like this.
This is more demoralizing.
It's just started panicking.
That was a Mastercard thrifty.
Was it, Tom? Did they not buy? No, they didn't force buy that.
I think it was 2 ghosts and then classics, and I think they picked up the sheriff. Even the sheriff that he got.
It's just the small things of like against an eco, pushing through that wall on your own. I think there was maybe 2 players there.
It's okay, because they're gonna map 2.
But it was what, nobody that just walked in? On eco, no info? Yeah, pretty much.
Well, fair play.
He's got an Odin in. He's got Odin in. Okay.
Well, these Kunkung's like doubled his kills.
Maybe no.
Outlaw is such a good gun to pick up here, though, for less. It's funny that it's less and not QCK.
For either side. The early battles at least being even. I thought the
VOD review won't fix that.
QCK, neither has spotted the other.
That's the more annoying thing, I think, for EDG. What do you even take out of this map?
If anybody turns around, they're just going to see him sat on a perch. There we go. Eventually goes down. Smoggy again has traded, though. It's the players with the weapons. Still, that push up from Tuiz and obviously the turret no longer online. As they do look to head in towards this A site.
2 rifles against the Marshall and Smoggy on half HP.
Watching, buying extra time, even putting the wall up just to slow them down that little bit further. This is all an attempt.
Even then, just nobody with the Marshall is peeking out as bait. Just get Smoggy somebody to play off.
Where these players are coming from the snake bite again, just to make that.
Are you going to expect one behind? I don't think you are. I think their head's too gone that they'd even consider a flank.
None the wiser that he's going to be right up behind them. First kills free.
Really nice shots from 2Es too.
It has been a map to forget for the side of EDG.
Yep.
As Loud come in with one of the
EDG fucked it. It's a shame.
we've seen in the tournament so far.
I do want to see what happened in this this eco. What was with the music there?
Stage in, I'd be surprised.
It's just such a short map as well.
Down. There's a rifle there, but it can't be. You're starting to make a read on towards A.
So they lead towards B. They pick up the orb. They recon dart here. You've got no Aldron.
Although actually the timing is kind of poor here as he goes through the wall.
Like, why?
Scot free. Although actually the timing is kind of.
Literally, like, Smoggy isn't with you either. And how's Chichu? Chichu has just walked up here to get to this spot.
I mean, 68 HP as well. He'd have a serious fight in his hands, but it looks like he might get away with it scot-free.
This just feels a little bit like, yeah, like Tom mentioned as well. Why would you not just buy up here? Like, you have a player here that can maybe clear backside for you, or at least pinch and trade.
Although actually the timing is kind of poor here as he goes through the wall. Kawanzin's waiting. Now the spike's down. There's a rifle there, but it can't.
The Smoggy just doesn't see him, and this is like just good respect from Kawanzin. And then there's just 3 players there with worse weapons. You just get overrun. Like, what? I don't know why you would ever want to be here on an anti-eco anyway. Even if you had a rifle, this is not a nice position to be in. Because they could just catch you from anywhere and you're giving him a gun. You can't be lurking like that, I think, if you're Chichu. But this, it's... The positions fix themselves. But it's like, first of all, you've got Smoggy on a super aggressive angle, which he doesn't need to be on. And then he gets off of it, which is better. And then Kong Kong gets onto the angle, and then he backs off. They don't know where to stand. But good kill. These guys can back up. Smoggy still has a flash. He still has his knife.
Okay, EDG are starting to get their hands on the reins again. It's back under control. It's not looking too scary.
But do you need to be fighting for backside there? And then why does Hao Dong have to go fight this too?
It's back under control. It's not looking too scary. Although a couple players are low, the time is
like, why are you going into pistols?
This is his chance. His aim labs, right? He just needs to hit a few shots.
And then Salah just tips him there. Would it be bad to say if they look lost? No, they look completely lost. I think that's a very valid point. But I said this yesterday with like FPX. I'm glad that these games happen for China because I've been like, I watched them through Evolution, EDG especially. I watched them through Evolution. I watched them through AVL. I watched them through Kickoff. They constantly do these kind of things. This isn't like EDG just being like lost on the day. They have been playing this loose and undisciplined for literal fucking months. The problem is that nobody in China plays like Loud does. Nobody really knows how to punish the way the EDG or these kind of like new mechanically god-gifted teams as much as international ones. So EDG play up against Wolves, who are also mechanically really strong. But did we see Wolves play like Loud then? Were they actually like working around the map? No, they were just playing like double duelist, peeking and inting into EDG, and then just losing when the pressure gets too much. Trace could probably beat EDG on most days, but because it's EDG and it's a pressure match like a grand final or a qualifying game for Madrid, they just don't have the mental to like compete. I said about all of the teams, FPX as well. How many series and maps have we seen FPX maps, especially? How many maps have we seen FPX lose to EDG where they really should have won? Like, I hope that EDG get the fucking message here that you can't play like this anymore. You need to get a grip of like how to work the map, how to play with an advantage, and to not let it just fucking be pissed away, and to go from that point. But the problem is, EDG will come onto Sunset, they will just have like Kung diff, like Angels, shit making no sense, they'll just full send it and it'll work. You know what I mean? Just like those points where it's like, I hope the message gets across for EDG here. They'll just come in and just be like, all right, we're just gonna like paper X them and then win.
Hey guys, I am here with SCK from Loud. Congratulations on that first map. Now the team has shared previously that this tournament.
Did they have mental issues? They got boomed by Paper X, Gen G, and Loud now? I mean, I don't think they got boomed by Paper X to beat them.
Who on the team contributes the most to keeping that energy up, especially for very important matches like this?
I think that Sazahak is this guy. He always like have a smile on his face. He always like time to cheer. And,
like, it's got to be a wake-up call for EDG. Because quite literally, I think other teams will just overtake them. And I think it'd be really embarrassing to see teams like Trace, teams like Tech with RB, maybe even Wolves, Tyler, who have made some really good roster moves for the next stage. I don't think it's going to take too long for the majority of the China region, like the middle pack, to catch up to EDG. And if you're watching this, if you're one of these China teams that are watching EDG lose from home, you're looking at how Loud's playing. It's like, what are they doing? How are they punishing EDG for the stuff that they do so well against us?
They show up here against Loud and they look like they are crumbling again. This is not the team we've come to know from EDG. Loud absolutely picked them apart.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like the logic that EDG applied to picking this map, by the way, their pick was, okay, we beat Gen G on this map, Gen G beat Loud, so therefore we should be able to beat Loud.
That's the point that I made.
Rock, paper, scissors. It looked like a rock, paper, scissors kind of situation.
What did I say for the veto again?
I
think this was it.
Yeah. I was wrong. You were right. Neither of us actually passed fourth grade mathematics.
But yes, like you can see the logic there. But I can't. There's no logic in that game.
It's not about the map pool. I think they could have showed up to any map and looked like that. It is about confidence. This is a team. You look at their.
But that's a good point. I'll be interested to see if
EDG thrives on. Think of when this team is at their best. Kung is up, standing, screaming. He's shooting an operator at the camera. They're showmen when they're great, and right now they look completely deflated. But we do have to give Loud credit because they did still play a really good game. In particular, that attacking side, I thought that Sidak was calling an absolutely stunning match.
Yeah, exactly. And we picked up a couple of good examples because Mimi, you're completely right. It's all about that mid-round calling. We know that both of the teams are very, very hard shooters, so it's only on fundamentals and actually the reads on the map that you can win in this matchup. We were seeing that EDG was getting a lot of the kills.
I was looking at the messages about the person that was impersonating. Hopefully it's out now. I'll run out to 2 for a second.
2 rounds, but let's think about the 2 rounds that they won. The 3rd round, right after.
I think EDG should play how Gen G plays and put all of these eggs into Kung like they do with Texture. I don't think that's true. I don't think they put their eggs in like Texture's basket. Which sounds really weird when you say it out loud like that, but the thing that Gen G have is they just have more of like a backbone, I suppose. Like, I think this game Chichu tried to do way too much. Yeah.
Than with the comps when teams are playing without the Harbor. Without the Hammer or without the double controller in general.
And I think that
it's just an A-hit simulator. You go there always.
Did fine.
You have to fight deep. But yeah.
But the playoff of Chichu, like with timings and stuff, wasn't quite there. Like Chichu getting a kill in mid, and then I think it was Howdong peeking out or Smoggy peeking out B main straight afterwards. Like for me, for China to improve, it literally comes down to how do you play with an advantage? How do you use that? Because the same with FPX, you can't have the majority of first kills. Literally 2/3 of the rounds that FPX played against Loud, they had the first kill. No, against KC, they had the first kill. And not only was the fact that they lost both the maps. They weren't really close in either of the maps either.
They chose. Now we should be moving on something that theoretically Loud is going to be more comfortable in.
Yeah, and honestly, the wildest thing to me about that match, besides the crumble as a whole, was that QCK was diffing Kung. He's the guy we were saying needed to step up, needed to be great on the jet. We hadn't seen
EDG has too many playmakers. They all want to make plays and throw.
Beautifully, and he was dominating Kung in the opening kills. But you're right, Bea. We've hit a reset.
I don't know if it's...
Sunset, but man, am I worried about EDG.
I don't think there's a problem with having multiple playmakers. I think the problem is, like you say, the second part, like they all want to make plays in commas or in brackets at the same time.
We were talking about, is Loud top notch right now? Are they going to be, you know,
That's what, like, it's a really interesting comparison when they're up against QCK. Like QCK, not once, I think, has he ever tried to, like, outplay people. He's not tried to go for a multi-kill. He's not tried to go for the confidence plays that people like Texture and Kung have, like, gone for. Like, QCK just doesn't play that way at all. Because he knows when he is needed to do that and when he isn't. Like, he knows if I go for a play here and I get a kill, it's not that valuable. If I go for a play here and they kill me, that is super impactful for them, and it severely hampers our team's chance to win. But if it's like a 4 versus, or better yet, 3 versus 5 for Loud, QCK is like, it's not ideal for me to make this play, but we need to do something to even the numbers. That's where those kind of suboptimal plays can work. And I think that's something that Loud get. EDG go for the suboptimal plays when they don't need to way too often. It's under the let's go carry. Yeah, that's also a side of it. Like, if I feel that my teammate is world class on their role and could just make so much happen, even if I'm on a jet and it's my fucking sentinel that's cooking or my controller, I want to make sure that they could be set up. Because if QCK dies, you don't really lose that much utility. You might lose the op, you might lose like Bladestorm, whatever. But if you lose the Viper on a map like Icebox, that wall going down on defense just becomes a nightmare. But for Loud here, it's like, I really liked how they played against FPX yesterday.
Forget that ever happened. No move straight on, and Loud, they run quite an explosive comp. Kicking it off on this defensive side, you can expect aggression, you can expect pressure. And basically, EDG have to forget.
Yeah, I've said this before. I don't want to be the guy that just bat chests for China, right? Like, I don't want to be the person that just cheers them and thinks that they, like, I want them to be the best region, but also I'm trying to see what they could do to better the chances internationally.
Still a bit of a struggle to get in towards B main, and well, Spike dropped. Everybody split up, and it's only Con left. He's fired off to find Kawanzine the first, but a double peek quick.
Like, it was very very scattered. You had 2 people go across here. One goes back to re-peek the person top. The other one continues on.
It's going to be a minute before they can heat back up. They're down to pistols.
Yeah, I think it would have been nice for them just to get off to a good start on this map. Try and, as said, forget what happened. But the fact is, it's always difficult when Loud play the way they do. Like, I feel like there's going to have to be real dedication to just being wary of where QCK is going to be, because it could be everywhere. Like, the fact
I think also one thing I'm like looking at a bit more now is what each of the EDG players do after they get a kill. Because Haldon got a kill here, immediately peeks out here and gets traded.
And in the last round particularly, losing B main like that and having no way in, that was definitely a problem.
I'm starting to believe that EDG versus PaperX was a fluke. I think PaperX would be cooked by Loud as well. Like, that's a great shot. But why are you going? Why are you going when Kong's backed out? Nobody.
For the defensive side, they've lost full mid control, so it's time to go walkabouts.
It's literally just, if there's somebody else on this corner, or somebody that's about to peek from this side, why are you just straight fucking sending it? Right, good fight from Haldong. I like the attempt of a re-peek. You're just doing it against the wrong agent.
found by QCK, and he's out of there.
But also, you're re-peaking this with no help again.
Not wanting to try and stick around versus the pistols. The thing is, though, the B site.
Everybody else did the right thing, though. We're just, okay, we're being pushed on A, let's go B.
They don't really have the cipher that we've seen from many others, from Chichu on the other side, that gives them that extra bit of information. We've seen a lot of teams.
What happened to my Tokyo EDG?
The cipher on this map. Lesto executing.
I think just people stopped underestimating them.
Look at the rest of the weaponry that's available for EDG, and it definitely isn't pretty. Even an extra kill or two, though, in this post plant could be huge.
Well, this is it, especially with the plant spot, right? Like, this is all about spamming. The downside is 2 classics, not really going to have the best at times. Nobody know where to go. Down an angle.
Kind of worked. I mean, yeah, but then he's like jumping reload, being seen. All right, nice. Double peek this. If you're going to go for it, double peek. No, not one at a time. Double peek. No, one at a... There's no time at least. But Jesus Lord.
That was a point I had absolutely no belief in the fact that EDG would be
Smoggy died because there's no way to like get out. I just want to see EDG do something together.
But also just the goal to just sit in a snake bite and then peek after the 2 pulses. That's one of the few moments you're going to see.
Also reloading after one like shot of the sheriff when you don't know if there's anybody else there.
Made it out with his life. Hit the shots. And even with the
Good round though.
Starts finding them, a player swinging who's got a fully auto rifle when you're so low, just didn't matter. EDG have got their early start. This is what we wanted to see. I thought we weren't seeing it with the pistol. The smile on my face. As Loud now have the weaker weapons, and EDG will face off against them with confidence. Concon straight around that angle, and let's
Aldron straight out. Even on like a somewhat of a force buy, like how Zine just tries to peek out and get the timing. Kung Kung is just going. He's just sending it. Don't hate it.
Was already looking dangerously missing in the last
But what about the post plants here? You got like Haldong completely on his own, watching the flanks when you have 2 trips here.
The fact is, this round decimating less. 2Es now. Again, it's about getting a kill, getting anything, make things more costly.
Kia knife's there. He's going to run back. They don't expect him on this corner. But do they? They do. Alright. Nice 4K for Kung Kung. We're back.
Not giving anything away, and to bounce back off pistols and then go into a flawless round, that's about as good of an economy boost as you're ever going to get.
Well, they lost the pistol. They're 2-1 up, and they've got a showstopper on Concon, a player that was, as you said, just completely missing on the previous map.
It's actually a really good recon. A simple one, but a really good one for nobody. As you said, Sunset Kung Kung is just go kill. None of it matters. Yeah, exactly. Like it's not that anything that I've just said is wrong. It's just that like EDG can now just go and do this. I think the other side of it as well is like, I feel like this is easily read. Everybody from Loud has just disrespected it.
Straight into the retake. He's garnered quite a bit of space, but because he's gone the direction of elbow, they actually haven't managed to get into an after-plant position off of the back of this. And maybe almost trying to sell the...
That's how they should play every map. That's my point. No, they shouldn't. It's...
breaking the door, and I feel like this is putting in some real...
I'm trying to think of like a good example. Or like a good metaphor.
They've seen absolutely nothing on A after your opponent bursts a showstopper into the elbow. This is a really... This must be a peculiar round for them. And now just patiently waiting. Timing going to be everything. I think Sadak caught a glimpse, though.
He saw one. He might have seen 2.
EDG are the kind of person that has a terrible diet and they eat loads of like fast food. But their metabolism's still just so fast that it doesn't like matter. That they're still like a good like body weight. They're like in decent shape. And it is kind of like you're saying to them, hey, you need to like eat better, otherwise it's going to catch up to you. And EDG are like, nah, it's working for me so far.
Find quite a bit of control for himself. The plant still to be secured with 15 seconds. They need to find a safe haven to get that done, and it's the corner up close. Nobody has to hold strong, and with him down, the round is already done. You'd imagine.
Oh, nice try, but 1 HP Sadak.
1 HP. There was a moment that maybe there was some belief, but Yeah, a very odd round. Like,
Gen G does it.
Is from EDG. Like the start, if that was the game plan, because
I don't. Gen G don't ever want to rely on it though. It comes out when it needs to. But Gen G didn't beat EDG by like diffing them individually. They did it because they had a better game plan on Breeze. And a good game plan. Some cases the game plan might be to not let Kun get going, right?
Ends up doing quite well to at least make that one look competitive, but ultimately the round doesn't go their way. Now, luckily, as we've mentioned, plenty of cash available.
Yeah, there's no struggles. No struggles.
Also, I guess another equivalent, like EDG are the players that play ranked, and they might have like bad utility or just bad game sense. But at the end of every like ranked loss that they have, they're just like, I need to grind aim. It's my mechanics that are letting me down. It's my mechanics that are constantly stopping me from climbing. When actually the mechanics are very good. It's just everything else about their play that needs like time.
Again, now Loud are able to fall back into these more passive positions. Tui's about to be put under pressure, but the fact is he'll probably just fall back off of this, call for some rotations. And you can see Loud are starting to group up together to potentially make a play back into mid. Now this is being watched by Smoggy.
But Gen G have really good individuals, but they win based on how consistent they are.
Some sort of trade, but in the meantime they have again completely given up this A site. But as we've already witnessed, Loud
Texture's never a liability. Meteor's never a liability. Good luck.
Chichu was patient. An angle that was checked before.
Alright, what's the reaction here? Camera? All you need to do here is just keep buying time. They tried to stun across. You got the Phoenix right here. This is a little bit... Yeah, good read from QCK to push up that far.
I will take him out of the retake for a while. Buy some time for the squad of EDG to bunker down.
I don't know why Chichu went this way, though.
From the side of Loud are.
When your team had already made the decision to go here, you've got it tripped.
Oh, he's perfect. They've gambled it the right way, but there's no one to follow up on it. There's no one there.
That Hunter's Fury gets the tag just as they peek there. The rest, though... Oh my god, why are you getting a shock dart out? You could have just wallbanged him there.
3 rounds for Loud.
Yeah, they've been good in these retakes. I thought for a moment that paranoia looked like it could catch all 3 players as they went for the retake, but wasn't quite placed out.
But just, yeah, like the losing Chichu here.
And then in the end, it just came down to some slightly shaky
playing on the box. Smoggy peeking there.
Still, though, EDG are going to be able to bounce
Shame.
once again. They still have
Did he not have any bullets? Is that why?
To invest in this round. Now the A site, they've been able to get into the post plants. I actually think a lot of their problems right now is the fact that they are trying to play the map so much. I think they've been given quite a lot of opportunities on A, but they always have a deficit by the time they get there.
Full clip. Ugh.
You know, when you think about how
Also, nobody's Hunter's Furies are not great.
30 seconds before Spike goes down. You have players being dropped. You have QCK miles out of position, even caught on the rotate as well. Despite that, they're still able to get a good stranglehold over the site. You can see why
No command. Feels like, again, this has been read by having nobody on the site. No reliance on utility. Chichu's now been proactively pushed. He doesn't know if he's been pushed from elsewhere, and because he's just on this 4-1 default, he's just on his own. The only benefit is that you've bought time, but not much.
Yeah, they've done really well to isolate the flank every single time. Chichu hasn't managed to really get anything, and now it's up to the heroes on the other side to try and hold.
Nice double peek from Loud. Oh my good god.
But again, it comes down to one. Nobody already spawning the first. Just looking to try and
No planting for him. That's not going to ping him stairs. Oh, it is, sorry. I thought the stairs would like restrict it a little bit more. Just too good.
And Sadak is a safe pair of hands once again. Loud will convert fourth round into their favor. And for EDG, it's close, but no cigar.
Sadak's been leading by example in so many of these rounds. Big one for him to close out. This should be giving them a
How much of these have been retakes too? I don't even think it really came. Well, we didn't see many attacking rounds from EDG, to be fair, on Icebox.
Again and again that this squad, when they have disadvantages, they're able to fight their way through. With the advantages, it got
Well played.
close this time. They're still winning those clutches, and that's all they need. And the weakness is actually not that apparent on the side of EDG. They're going for all light shields, which is allowing them 4 rifles to play with. So still some very good potential to this.
Why looks main? No clue. I guess because Chichu dies and the trip goes down. And nobody was in there at that point.
Hunter's Fury. Again, they look perfectly set up if they end up in a
Eldron's good in a position where it forces you to get out of the Eldron, because that's where they're going to be stood when they do it.
And EDG are not going to just run off the back of that entry kill. You could see a fast rotation in from Sadak, and instead they're looking to fall back to the other side of the map.
And now Chichu is just use the ult,
This a couple of times from EDG.
forces out the Eldron.
More information to play with. They're still seeing that these positions are being held, and Loud previously pushed
Like,
space. That's not the play this time, and it's red on the other side. Chichu sees that. He wants to take the space for himself.
I think going for this is fine if this is held off, but you don't have time. So he's just going to lurk to get the rotations, and he gets spotted. He runs past QCK that's still on the side.
And he's down low. So is Howdong. Everybody, in fact, has seen their fair share of combat. Howdong, though, wants to take down last force.
Oh, and too easy, just catches him too.
Double for him. A triple, in fact. And it looks
Spike still hasn't even been planted. Oh dear, they're just, again, trying to do way too much. You get the first kill, you're in a 5 versus 4.
They look like they're right back in the driver's seat. A shaky start to this map for Loud.
And it's not like Loud made a play at all. It was just Chichu going A main alone and then being caught by QCK, who was still like by safe.
Second it comes back online, the snake bites are perfect. The counter utility, the smokes they're putting down, just making things so much more awkward. And then also you just have Tui just pop in anyone's head that even looks at him for a second.
Well, I think that's also part of it. You have Les in the corner firing with his rifle, letting them know he's there.
Pushing mid now. Instant eco, this is a little bit much. You've got the spike.
Not able to. Not when Tui's is there. Quick shut down to this round with 3 fast kills. QCK right down on mid.
I don't think for Loud it should be this easy.
Player mid push with a Phoenix leading charge. It's not easy to deal with that. Chichu's the last
I got B,
man
guys.
alive. Yeah.
Guys, I've got B.
On the upside,
B is clear.
Yeah, I mean, this keeps happening. Surely a timeout soon for EDG at this rate.
Yeah, he had one hero rifle to try and do some damage, and the worst thing is that I feel like they've already made the realization that he must have pushed through behind them. Nice shots from Chichu. They need a whole lot more, but somehow Sadak, even when he doesn't have
Is watching the China games prep you for this? Funnily enough, yeah, I feel like it.
6-2. It's a little bit more costly than maybe it should have been, but I don't think Loud are going to care. An operator in hand in EDG, I feel like we're right back on Icebox again. 5 rounds in a row, a pause taken, and the coaching staff once again given a chance to try and stem the bleeding.
At least there's already been a bit more promise to this attack side, though. When we saw this pause come in early,
EDG didn't look too dominant even domestically, right? Right.
it was a bit frantic.
I mean, they won out decisively, I think, in the finals. In like map score, like 3-1. But 2 of those maps went to overtime when FPX had the advantage and probably should have put it to bed. Should Kung Kung go back to the iPad? You know what? I think that might be it. His screen isn't horizontal enough.
They've only lost 4 rounds so far.
Yeah, the retakes on the A side have been sublime, so much so that
I don't know what you can do here, really.
with less at the back of it have also been fantastic. Now, he's
But I think that the general game plan for EDG is just digressed.
That's there, and then obviously at times QCK just taking that aggressive push, and as we've said throughout this tournament, he has been one of those players that's under the microscope. He's replacing big shoes, whether
You know what I mean? Like,
that player didn't make it to this
it has literally just descended into a 4-1 default, with Chichu just being like a satellite player. I'd almost prefer just having him as a 5-stack, just death ball in somewhere. Like, especially now that you're on attack. Like, with the right kind of execution here, you just run over this player.
Like, you know, Tui's posted on this angle.
Tui's having the op.
Game hasn't really got started for
How much op has he played on Loud? I can't imagine much. Oh, and he's looking. Where's he looking?
The timing is found, the space is taken, and
Why is he out on that angle first and then looking backwards?
He is set up again for another angle.
The only thing I can think of is like breaking a recon.
But my goodness, Tom, this is not an ideal start for EDG. No. Nobody down. They're not going to have a lot of info on the way through.
But the thing is as well, Loud aren't just sitting there. They've already taken B main control, realizing there's no one there, so the rest of the team are able to rotate in early. They're able to
You gotta watch mid just for Chichu. Because you know that, like, the main brunt of noise and utility is coming out here. He's not in B main. So Chichu's, yeah, they're pinging him. They know that he's going to be playing mid. And also, I feel like the Phoenix flashes are getting way too much value here. This is Chichu pushing up.
He knows that Chichu's eventually going to try and make his move. The fact is, Loud at this point are just reading the script.
The paranoia, aftershock, and the molly as well.
This is all just perfect. Loud can do no wrong, and how long? He has to wipe the entire squad, and QCK is instant on the trade. They're running a clinic on EDG at the moment.
Champagne Valorant.
From Loud. Run it back, and Viper's Pit online for next. 2 away from the Rolling Thunder on Cow and Zine with 7 rounds on the board. And near no promise for the side of EDG to get back into this.
It's even like the small things, right? Of like, if you're a Sova in the pro scene, you're recon darting from here. In the back of your head, there is almost always. So you're playing up against the Breach from Sunset. Where does the Breach usually play? Mostly towards A, just for the stuns and all of the aggression here. So Aldrin in here should be enough of a scare from an aftershock.
You never know. They're a team of many talents at this stage. Tui's maybe in a little bit more trouble than we've seen before as they look to put the pressure on much faster. I don't mind this approach from EDG. The fact is, a lot of the time they've been given this control by Loud. They're already going to spot the Sadak is here early.
Aldrin, it's like Loud are just not bothered about showing anything.
Go for a retake.
Hunter's Fury's used a really... I thought it was on the defense, sorry. Gets a ping onto Sadak, but it was literally just a shot in the dark approach. Again, the aftershock and the wallbang, it... I don't know. I feel like this stuff... I mean, Kalenzin's stunts are just amazing on this map. That's hard to predict.
That advantage was never had. The spam almost eliminating Howdong. Wallbang in. It's just one left. They're cleaning.
Man, it's flawless.
This looks so easy. Another flawless round to make it 8-2.
The aftershock wallbang combo has been great to see. It's so clever. Yeah, we've seen it like multiple times. Yeah.
But I can swing it.
Why?
Maybe not. Hope for Loud in the future of this tournament.
Why would EDG try to plant there, knowing that they like to do these plays? It's like every Phoenix flash just feels like gets them square in the face. They don't expect it.
Looking like a team that have been at many events before.
They have looked like Loud. They've just looked like Loud at a Masters event, not Loud at any other event. But now, finally, we're seeing this team.
EDG Silver's not very good. Why not Gecko or Sky?
Yeah. More than halfway to getting this one, and EDG they haven't even got off the
shock darts usually. They're more worried about.
One player already lost to start this, and it's Chichu. This is why you're going to see those breaks pumped way down. They have to watch B, they have to watch A pushes, and with those extremities being watched, there's only one man you're going to rely on to try to punch.
It does make sense with this come, to be honest. Yeah, agreed. And like, it's not like nobody's a super well-known Gecko or Sky.
I wonder if like Genji is out there going, well, we can't play them again, right? Because we already played them. And then Senna going, well, they're from our region, so we can't play them again, right? It's just like both seeing who can make the better excuse as to why they don't want to play Loud, because I wouldn't want to face them of all the teams we're seeing. look to make it to the
Now
players.
Kung on his own, pushing top mid.
Now a gap. Well, it was left for a millisecond. Sadak, I think.
Even then, just waiting to go for the fight from Sadak, because for whatever case, Kung spins around and kills him. Kawanzine is ready to trade him. Like, how good is that from Loud to just feel so confident in having that control to be like, hey, he's pushing towards you, Kawanzine. You just get ready to peek.
He's had a field day on the defensive side, Phoenix.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about him struggling to break through to sites at the entry role, but I'm not even sure what role I'd call this. He's just shooting people. He's
playing attack on defense.
18-5, 9-2. EDG, one last chance to put a round on the board here on the attacking side, make it 9-3 at the half. It's not a lot of hope, but it's a damn sight better than what they'll be facing otherwise.
Okay, knife doesn't hit the Phoenix, I don't think.
They're up against a rolling Thunder, as well as just what Loud have been bringing to the table again and again.
Has Les actually used the Viper's Pit the whole half? I think he just used it now because he was like, oh.
I think that is the first. I mean,
Thank you for saving my pick'ems. You topped me off the ledge. I mean, yeah. I think that EDG also kind of mucked up the veto, but I don't really think they would have mattered too much.
He's just like, oh, I've got to do my challenge, so I'll just use my ult in the last round.
Yeah, I got to use one more ult to get my points.
They don't know how to win, they just don't want to lose.
I mean,
yeah.
Okay. Ambitious to the rolling Thunder on the back of the reveal. This is going to be big. That's caught quite a lot of players, even towards elbow. It's keeping Con in position. The ult was used. Smoggy can be revived.
I think it's also just a mental edge. Like, even if we saw EDG coming out into this series, looking super confident, looking very open to aim duels, a lot of clutches, a lot of shouting, similar to what we saw from Heretics Paper X yesterday. I think Loud are just enough of a good team that they don't let that mental edge fall apart. Like, Heretics didn't have that experience. They were super hype. Paper X came back into the game. Team Heretics kind of like buried themselves under bad mental because of the way that they were acting at the start of Split. Loud would never make that mistake. Loud are 9-2 up now. You've got lots of multi-kills happening. Nobody's going, sit down, like, bye-bye or whatever. They're just like fully focused on getting this job done.
Not quite anything for Sadak, and now it's left on to Les. Finally, after a long hiatus from the board, we do see another round, the last round of the half.
Tough event, to be fair. And yeah, very little to go off.
This has not been a pleasant outing for them.
No, it absolutely.
One more round at least.
EDG coming up against Loud.
Then they got on Icebox.
To be a close one. After what we saw from EDG in this tournament so far, the Paper X game, for God's sake. But here is Loud, a team we talked about being on weakened form. And they've got 9 rounds set to close this series out 2-0. EDG need a lot of hope. I'm not the one to find it. Maybe we can hear some words.
5-8 coming into this. I think I'm 6-8. Let me check. We got Howdong interview.
浩东在队内担任 IGL， 还有烟味，感觉自己还需要很多调整的地方吧。其实他们打的东西一直是一成不变的吧，我个人感觉是这样的。但是其实今天的失败的更多原因是来源于我们自身吧。应对的方式很简单，首先我觉得失利首先是从游戏内容吧，先从游戏内容里面抓问题，然后再从游戏外面再抓心态上面的问题。我们队伍其实大家都会互相承担一些问题吧，然后我觉得我们队伍不会出现那种一场失败就把整个人击垮的这种。
How about 2 failures? You picked Loud over Gen.G. I think I picked Gen.G. The only ones I've got wrong, I think I'm 6 out of 8. I got EDG wrong over Paper X as well. And I got Sentinels over Cam and Call wrong. Everything else I've got right.
可能在职业选手这整个职业生涯里面，可能会打很多次世界赛吧。然后，包括我们其实每次都会觉得这一次世界赛有可能是我们5个人的最后一次世界赛。我想着
I think the most impressive team to me has been Gen.G.
然后把每一次都当成最后一次来打。如果说这样的话
But maybe that's because of the expectations where I had them. And also how they started off. To where they are now is really impressive.
Learning from defeat for EDG. They'll certainly have a lot to learn from this series so far, Tom, but it's not a defeat yet. 9 10-3. The other side.
Pick Loud over Gen G and Team Heretics over Paper
They're
X.
so toxic. Did you see that one?
No, I didn't.
Will it be a QCK 2-0?
Oh, a quick 2-0. I like it. I like it.
It's they master of puns.
Especially because he's got quick 1 in his name as well. Would it be a quick 1? That would have been good as well, but it's fine. Forgive it.
Here we go.
I mean, defense has to be super impactful for EDG. Don't like that trip because there's nothing to play off of it.
Same idea is in play from EDG. We've seen a lot of teams go for the retake.
They're not even holding like CT or anything. Like they're just playing retake on this and hoping, I guess, that like, oh, Loud don't play with a Sentinel, so we're gonna try and maybe flank a bit more. But the problem is, Loud know that they don't have a Sentinel and that people are gonna try to actively flank them. They got less watching behind. But they know that Kong Kong's behind. Does that change the way that you play this for Loud? Well, Kong Kong's in. Don't even think they had the time to make a decision. Kong Kong just had already sent it. Now these kind of fights do go towards EDG where it's a little bit more chaotic. But I don't think that you can beat Loud in moments like this. If that's a Gen G, if that's a Heretics even, I think EDG can cause chaos there and catch people by surprise, but not Loud.
Was clearly seen, but that's the thing. At this point, I think that you could give Sadak anybody, and if he goes, yeah, he's good to go, we've just got to believe it. It wouldn't matter who it is at this point. I think he could bring back some like 40-year-old FPS player. Maybe he could bring back Lothar. No, sorry.
Is that all of the pistols?
I don't know about that. If it was
No, 3 out of 1. 3 out of 4.
Wow, toxic. I believe in you, Lothar. Here we go. 10-3. Flash. Well, plays. Kawasin's just taking down the 2 players who are lined up ready. QCK is looking to try and heal himself back up.
Kong Kong's brought up a little bit too. He's forced into a Spectre.
An interesting one. I didn't expect to see a Spectre light shields. But I guess just the scenario so bleak, he was hoping that maybe he could bridge the gap with some...
He chooses on his own in mid, walking out. And then tries to push out. There's already 4 players there.
Trying to hit a timing on the player droning, but it's safe to say Sadak had friends waiting by.
Well,
that's like a bad way to go out of a tournament.
Going to Loud again and again. This time though, they're able to build on the back of it.
I feel like KC, if they lose to Paper X, would feel a little bit worse. Like this is just EDG being outclassed by one of the favorites to win this tournament. Even then, I think if Loud go for a rematch against Gen G, I think Loud would win it. The only thing that I think is scaring me about Loud is just we haven't seen a lot of maps from them at this event, like Split and Bind. I want to see where they're at with that.
A little bit closer, but again, the man winning those opening duels doesn't change. He's taken damage and now finally dropped. And Kankan's made it out a lot. Kawanzin's dead to the nade. He just stood in it. Smoggy's taken down less. Okay, well, it started out poorly, but it's been recovered. It was starting to be recovered nicely.
Stop talking, Mitch.
Not in rounds like this. Chichu, the player pushes a smoke against him, and he wins it. Come on. Loud just can't lose.
No, not a third time.
Not a third time. And it's not for EDG.
Got 3 kills pushing through smokes.
12-3.
I mean, EDG love booms. I get a KC of high expectations, but Loud haven't been great overall this year. What part don't look good based on what? Because losing to Sentinels in the grand final, like, is it based off results? Or is it based on, like, the map performances? Because I think it depends on... Because a lot of the maps, I think, where Loud looked bad on it, they've got better on. I'd say the EG semi-final felt shaky. But where are we rating EG? Like, it feels weird for me, I guess, to be like, Loud don't look good, but then it's like, okay, they lose to Sentinels. Well, Sentinels look great. They looked the best in the tournament. Gen G, like, they lost to the 2 likely finalists. And would Loud beat KC/PaperX? Probably. So that makes them a top 3 team in the world.
It's a concrete conclusion. This timeout from EDG, I definitely admire them for taking it.
Like, to clarify, I have Loud winning this event. They were my favorite. Well, I had them as my favorites to win this event. I don't know what the path would be to get there, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
They'll win following it. EDG won my heart. I even remember on the desk yesterday, I said, "It's a team I've massively."
I do also think, to an extent, the Loud haven't been punished, like from teams taking them to Ascent after they looked bad against Gen G. We haven't seen their split with their Phoenix. Sorry, we haven't seen their bind with their Phoenix for a while. We haven't seen their split since they lost hard against Sentinels on both of them, I think. Their Lotus has become their permaban. Their Breeze looks alright. Their Sunset looks good. Their Icebox looks good.
Smoggy flash is good, but less is there. Playing counter once again. Chichu about to be under some serious pressure. They're trying to counter out QCK, but he ain't stopping. He knows there's a guy stuck in the corner, and he's going to clear him out.
Nice shots from QCK.
This man has started off this map in real form, and he's looking to finish it in the same way. Kawazid is going to put another in the dirt. It's left all onto nobody. And the fact is, nobody
Flawless as well to end it.
closing out this series.
That's it. Honestly, fucking FPX put up more of a fight against Loud than EDG did.
Looks like the curse is finally broken for their Masters runs. They've made it deep into the tournament. Top 4.
I think losing to anybody like this is rough, embarrassing. But I think if you're going to lose that hard to a team, losing to Loud is like, I think, the most valid.
GG and well played indeed. This tournament has been remarkable from this squad so far. A shame to close out their final series like this, but it's definitely not
Yeah, it's rough.
of what they've been able to bring to the international scene. I think Con will be a name most teams are scared of in the future.
I think they were just outmaneuvered, really.
Masters is going to be, I think he is going to be a name that everybody is going to be shouting. Unfortunately, after victories versus PaperX, a close game versus...
It's not about who you lose against.
Today, but for Loud,
I guess my point is that you played up against a team with Loud, like Loud, that Loud are very good at making other teams look bad against them because of the way that they play the map. Like, everything you could say with what EDG did poorly, Loud did great with.
Well, thanks to their Phoenix, this
Like, I think that you can, like, hopefully EDG take a lot from this. Like, if they had lost this hard against Sentinels or KC, I think that would be more embarrassing for them, to be honest. But like, against Loud, I don't think it's like, oh yeah, because they played worse and sort of trying out kooky stuff on maps. You lost against them on 2 maps where one of them they're playing probably the most common meta comp, and the other one is just them running a Phoenix. Is the difference there. Everything else is like fairly standard comp-wise. Like if EDG had lost on like Ascent, if they had lost on like Bind, if they're playing Phoenix, if they'd even lost on Lotus, where they're playing like these weird, they're forcing the kind of like Phoenix, Viper, weird shit that they're doing, that'd be bad. But like, you just lost to a team that, like, no matter what comp they're playing, they played the map better than you. So you need to work out what you're doing poorly. I feel Loud is playing as fuck. Does that make them bad? Because the team that I'd say is more like playing than them is Fnatic.
But he's finding who he is, and I think that's what...
I think that's why I rate Gen G quite highly as well, because they are like... Also, can you really, like, strategically speaking, saying that they're playing... They are playing some of the most, like, outrageous comps.
An exit that I genuinely did not expect. A grand total of 5 rounds won by the #1 Chinese squad. That is hard.
I also feel like going into an event like this, your, like, first proper international event without Aspas, it's always going to look a little bit more vanilla, I suppose. It's going to look a little less with that edge, because you've brought in QCK and you've kind of put QCK into a position where you've said, you just need to fulfill your role. You don't need to be an MVP performer. You don't need to be our carry. We've got enough of those. We just need you to, like, be the entry, to play like Defo does for Gambit, to do that kind of stuff. I have nothing to back that up. I'd agree with it to an extent. But I think against a team like EDG, just playing the most macro game that you can is how you win. You gotta keep them flustered, push and pull them around the map. I think the mental also for EDG let them down a little bit. I feel like they just fell right into Loud's trap.
Y la verdad cuando vimos que ellos escogieron Icebox dijimos, buenísimo, o sea, es nuestro mapa, nos sentimos muy cómodos, así que entramos con mucha confianza y la verdad salió todo bien.
Basically, when we saw that they picked that map, we were like, that's so good. We feel super comfortable in this map, so everything is going to go our way, and it definitely did. Next question is going to be about.
I don't want to feel like I'm just ranting about it here, though.
Questions about, you know, who he's replacing and yada yada. I know that he has not had an easy day.
I sent you a whisper for after stream after something important.
How do you see his performance on the big stage?
I just said I see him. I see one message. I don't see another one.
Y la verdad, yo estoy muy orgulloso.
A bit confused.
Para quien no sabe, él durmió solamente 2 horas. Esta noche se la pasó vomitando. Tuvo que ir al hospital. La pasó muy mal y le dijimos, quédate tranquilo, haz tu mejor. Lo que pasa es que el mejor del muchacho es muy bueno, la verdad. Así que estoy muy orgulloso. Es un guerrero. La verdad que muy orgulloso.
Okay, so basically for those of you who didn't know, QCK was sick. He only slept for 2 hours. They were telling him,
I still don't know. Are you on about the fucking other Discord account? You can type in here. I'll respond. But I don't know what you're talking about.
We will see you in playoffs. Anybody that you want to face off particularly?
Realmente no quería enfrentar al otro equipo de Américas, a Sentinels. Después el resto, buenísimo. Así nos vemos en la final, quién sabe.
He doesn't want to play against Sentinels until the finals, so we'll wait and see it there.
Someone using your name is messaging me. Yeah, I know. I've reported them. Yeah, just block it.
It's the rubber band match between two teams that could very well go the distance.
Two teams synonymous with their regions.
I'll just put it on
has been the
Twitter.
#1 Chinese representative, and Loud was the one to stop them last year. They have a chance to do it again.
They've got to be extremely careful. Tui's needs to time this just right.
Over for 4v3, it might be down to just one.
Very few defenders left standing. In fact, now just one. Smoggy's on all fours. Aodong tries to get back towards him.
Be right up behind them. First kill's free and he'll close it. Loud come in with one of the most dominant performances we've seen in the tournament. They are one step away from making it to the top 4.
We've hit a reset point. We've gone into sunset. Man, am I worried about EDG.
They messed up with messaging whilst you're live. Was their username Ryan Central 002? And what are they messaging as well? Because I think they're on about like seeing if people have like agencies. Kind of a weird one. But yeah, I appreciate you giving me the heads up. I don't really know what to do. I guess there's probably people from Discord to check up on. But yeah. I could send you the screenshots, but I don't know how to get them to you. My Twitter message requests are open, so just send them there. What was the overall like stats for it? 2-0. Howdon -20. Even Kung Kung with -12. How many first kills did they have in the end across the whole series? 14, 18, 21, 22, 8, 9. So, yeah, more than 2/3 going towards Loud, and they're actually like capitalizing off of it. A heavy amount too. Was the shortest best of 3 this tournament? Probably. I don't think any have been like... I'm quite surprised that this was 43 minutes, but I don't know if that's... I think that counts when they get into the server. Because they'll get into the server, do agent select, and then they'll pause at the start. Because the players will then go and stand up and then do the walkouts. So I'm really doubtful that this was a 44-minute game of Valorant. I'd almost add like 10 minutes onto that. Sub half an hour, surely. What has Reddit been saying about this? If there's a thing you've read, there should be. It's also... This could have been an email, Jesus. Jesus Christ, some of these comments are brutal. I thought people would be talking a little bit more about like China region would never catch up to the Americas region, and this match confirmed this belief. Yeah, because one series means that we're never going to see a China team ever get to the top. It's a little bit of a weird one. Didn't have a great day. Thank you. Yeah, somebody's pretending to be like a... Jesus Christ. The worst part is they're talking like an absolute bot. I mean, it's probably legit to just fucking clown this guy on Twitter, I think. Even as your Twitch link? Yeah, I noticed. It's like updates for that. Expectable from a bot. No, but they're like talking like... They put IG, like, I guess you are a content creator or streamer. And put, what about you? WBU. Like, fucking... Yeah, I'm fucking business talking. And I'm talking like a teenage girl texting.
I think a lot of people were very much selling Paper X very short going into their matchup.
Yeah, thank you, Pepperbots.
And we saw a revitalized,
check what Discord server they joined, and like one of the like admins of that Discord, because it says like mutual servers. So I imagine they joined the server, they're spamming everybody. We're good from there. Tell like the admins of that server and just get them banned too.
This entire tournament but
That would be
Heretics
my
evoke
advice.
the beast. Benji Fishy was standing up, was yelling at them, telling them to sit down, and then the second half,
But
they
okay,
were
so
the
we
one of the
have.
best comebacks I have seen. Finally, this
What
team
have we
was
got
back.
now?
Paper
So we're done with
Rex,
EDG.
right? All the individuals were popping
Paper
up.
X versus KC.
Happened. It felt like the honestly just the mystique of Paper X of how do they win this was back for the first time in ages.
Yeah, exactly. And probably it wasn't just coming from them, it was provoked by the other team.
Absolutely.
As we were just watching, like the reaction is unanimous also on the side of Paper X. It would be so easy because after, what was it, 4K in 4 rounds in a row?
KC Alpha Blood avenging the EMEA
They were
brothers.
getting stomped the first half.
Literally. And then they're like, you know what?
I have KC winning this one. The veto, however, I think is really tricky.
Thriving in the chaos that they love and just giving up the best performance.
Did I have any of these being EDG?
And let's not forget that Forsaken
Icebox,
came
but
into
I wouldn't
this
have been.
event saying,
Just didn't have the.
we asked Alex,
Didn't have the legs. I think the veto's a really tricky one here. KC have the highest seed, but I could see them picking Team A and banning out Sunset, and then putting Paper X in a position where they would ideally want to ban out Icebox and Breeze, but neither of these maps are maps that KC is likely to want to pick. Breeze is their permaban too, so they'll leave it and float it, knowing that Paper X won't want to go there either. Icebox, you could float if you're Paper X. There's more of a chance of Cam and Cole picking it, and they look quite good on it, but I think they would prefer to go somewhere else, I feel. I think it would be a bit of a mistake for KC to go to Icebox, not knowing what Paper X like to play on it.
Right? They will have like a brilliant, outstanding performance, and maybe they felt a bit lackluster. Like for example, what we saw from.
I think you'd be falling into a bit of a trap here. I feel that this veto requires like KC to be a little bit more brazen, I suppose. They need to be a bit more trying to do some things that if this backfires for Cam and Core, they might get some shit for it. That EDG showing was depressing. It was. It's really sad. But the only thing that I hope is just that something gets taken away from that game, you know? Like, EDG can go back, look at the VOD review and be like, how are they actually playing the map and how are they, like, just completely fucking us over? What do we need to do more of?
Want to win today because if we lose today, me and Davai will lose the laundry at the hotel.
Is that so? You lose the laundry?
Yeah, because if you lose, like you're going to leave tomorrow, you know.
Oh no, stakes are definitely high then. All right, best of luck to you.
What? What are they? What is he talking about?
They're winning the tournament. They're winning the tournament. They need to get the laundry.
Gotta get his laundry back, okay?
We're all like here.
Oh, is it like they did laundry at the hotel and if they go home tomorrow, they're not going to get it back in time? Do it for your clothes. Do it for the drip. If Split is in the pool, what do you expect Paper X to play? Probably the Sky. I think it looked a lot better. Especially when you've got KC kind of running something crazy with a double controller, double duelist. I feel like making your comp a little bit more well-rounded and not going triple duelist into that is probably the play.
A question mark for us because we were seeing him a few times, especially on that Gecko. It just wasn't really clicking the way. I know Mitch is somewhere around happy that I mentioned it. And I guess what I'm wondering here is, you know, Kakuka, like what ends up happening with something coming into this? Because it feels like he has now just found that next gear that he really needed.
I mean, we have to say that in Lotus and in that split, I think that he came.
I think N can shut Paper X down. Me too. I don't think the Cam and Core are the kind of squad that's going to get super rattled by Paper X. So I want to get the.
也都很完善，但是很遗憾的，今天确实大家都可能状态都不太佳吧，然后有很多波怎么讲细节失误，然后配合失误，就整场下来就有很多我们自己犯的失误。对。
So after said that, actually in today's game content and the whole process of today's series, we kind of think that we already know their plan. We already have prepared for that. But in today, our strategy and communication, although our strategy and communication seems okay, but it's still pity that we are not in our best form. So we made a lot of mistake that we shouldn't make on our details and
I don't know.
synergy? Thank you.
These aren't
Next question
problems that have
is
just shown up
Alex.
today, though, is my problem.
Hey guys, commiseration of the loss. My question is open for everyone. I just want to know that during the map selection, when you guys picked Icebox, took, Loud's coach looked surprised. Do you think that
Did
if
he?
the map pool was different, you guys could have taken the series more closer?
I'm gonna leave this playing whilst I
嗯，
go
这个
for
问题每个人都可
bathroom
以回
break.
答，因为在今天的选图的
So
时候，我们第一张是
yeah,
选
in the
择
background is the
人
press
和方法。
conference.
当
Just
时其实看起来
you
，Loud
were
的
confused.
教练
What?
看起来就有一点点意料到，或者说有一点小开心吧。当时，那你们会觉得，如果说今天我们的选图不一样的话，今天比赛整个的结果，或者是说我们会更有机会能够拿下今天这场比赛吗？
我觉得选图，我们也是其实是有预料到今天选图就会长这样，因为我们其实像是他 ban 了我们的 split 嘛，然后我们其实是。
like audio stops.
Control on this map, but actually, I'm really sorry that the result wasn't really nice, but I still think our map widow
Gonna run ads too, so we don't get them at the start of this map.
choice.
Sorry.
It's just the result didn't show end up well. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro.
Hey guys, likewise commiserations on the loss. Obviously this result is not the way that the team would have wanted it to have transpired, but such is the way. I got a question for Kang. More so just looking at the team's overall performance. What do you think the team could have done better from yourself and also the rest of the team's point of view?
这个问题是想要问到刚刚选手，通过今天的比赛，你觉得不管是从你个人角度来看也好，还是对于整个队伍来说，你觉得有哪些部分是可以做得更好的呢？
我认为首先是在心态环节上吧，其实我觉得大家心态都挺好的，就第一把打完我有点就不知道怎么回事，然后再加上。
I'd love to see Casey play a scent, but it's been
我没有
something
做
they've
到一
been
个
banning
决斗
frequently.
者，
Yeah,
但
I
是对我
mean,
也
they
创
ran like
造
double duelist on it. I don't
一
think
些
they
优
have
势
much
或
cooked
者
up on
那
there,
种
and I
基
don't
本
think
的一
Paper
些
X
东
would
西
take
吧，
them
就是
there,
我
but
觉
we'll
得
see.
这可能是成为我的一个不足的一点，然后其他也就还好，就没有做特别好吧，希望下次能够做好一点，然后再精进一下自己吧，对。
I think Kankan said that mainly it's about our mentality. But actually today's I feel it's fine about our mentality. You know, after map one, maybe a little bit something wrong with my mentality at that time. So I think I didn't do well as a duelist to take advantage for my team and some fundamental things. I didn't do that really well. And except that, I think other things might be fine, but just didn't end up well. After that, maybe we should do more improvements about myself. Thank you.
Vita time.
Next question from Strafe Esports.
Hello, am I audible?
Hello.
All right, welcome to
Vita
Match
time. Sorry.
presented by Omen from match 2 of the day. Based on the draw
Uh,
order, you are
there we
higher
go.
seed. Would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So PRX, you'll be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Icebox.
Icebox, your ban.
Ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset.
Good move.
PRX.
Bind.
Bind.
Good move. Other way around actually.
Defense.
Defense. And map number 2.
Lotus.
Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bans starting with Paper X, you have Ascent, Breeze, and Split.
Split.
Ban Split. Your ban, you have Ascent and Breeze.
Ban Breeze.
Ban Breeze. Map number 3 by default is going to be Ascent. Paper X, side on Ascent.
I was right about this.
Play attack.
Attack. All right.
Casey was right about this. The order's wrong. They didn't ban this. I think the ban of Sunset is a pretty good one. I baited you on the Lotus ban, to be fair. Yeah, I just sort of felt like Paper X. What did they ban instead? Icebox? I mean, yeah, they must really have nothing cooked up on there. They didn't want to risk Casey taking him there at all. I'm surprised the Paper X ban Split. I think they're just running on fumes for it a bit. They've shown it too much. And Paper X picked Bind, right? Yeah, and then Casey picked Lotus. But I guess, yeah, it's kind of surprising that this was the ban instead. Oh, no, it wasn't the ban instead. It was the second ban. So this was here. Lotus was here. Bind was here. And Split was here. Right? Everything else was right. So I got all of Casey's stuff right. So yeah, I think this move is the thing that wins them the series. But yeah, I got Common Core winning this series.
Something very different, something they've never experienced in the EMEA. This is the day where they have to figure out if they can adapt to a team like Paper X.
We were thinking and saying that 2024 might be the year.
Who's your favorite pro? Good question. I kind of like Stu. Stu for JDG is a good one.
We also have a new face on Paper X, but we have known them for a very, very long time. People are also saying a tournament without Fnatic, without Energy, without all of those heavy hitters, especially DRX. Yes, exactly. When is going to be Paper X's moment to lift the trophy?
That's a great question because it's been some time. Remember, this is a squad.
I think it's going to be fun if we get to see KC using the Paper X Ascent comp against them. Yeah, I mean, it'll be a really weird third map to go to.
I think it's almost more about Manier getting it for the rest of his team, stepping up, filling those shoes, bringing this Paper X squad back to those finals they've made before. But let's talk about the map, Vito, because I think this is where it gets really interesting.
Do you think JDG will be better? They apparently signed YH, who is the IGL from Attacking Soul,
We're starting on Bind, and last time Paper X played this, they
which I think is good.
but I actually like the
And I think J. Kuro's been benched,
composition with Arena in there too.
which I think is
ways of executing the site and
valid, I suppose.
their way around and setting up their
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that they're going to be better, have a bit more structure to work with.
I was not very surprised because I like the harbor, I like the intention, you know, of doing something different. To me, the Reyna was very lackluster. Like, I did not understand the final point onto why you would choose Reyna above something else.
But you did. That was a something.
Sorry.
That was dreadful.
Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose.
But the thing is, you don't understand why they choose Serena until something has a game. He has had a very slow tournament up until those
I think
last
it's
maps yesterday. I think
feels kind of
it's
obvious why
not
they
an
would do it.
optimal pick, but if something is playing like he was last night, it is a dangerous
What did
pick
Divide
for
play last time? Is that
for this
new?
team to watch out for is how aggressive PaperX is with these fast
Need to double
side hits.
check.
If you're playing on the site, if you're playing backside A, you are going to get ran
He played
over.
Fade.
For me, when we're looking
The
at
Sky
this,
instead.
this is gonna be
Okay,
about
interesting.
taking extremity control towards showers and long and playing off-site to be able to
Just
flip
more
it.
flashes, less harm. I guess like just the Sky stuff on B main is the important stuff on defense when you get there. It's not I didn't see notice it. Neither is this. Bit of a rough map for either team to start on. But I think that PaperX going to somewhere like Bind to be disruptive, I think is a good idea. I think this veto is like nice for PaperX because they've done what EDG didn't do against Loud. PaperX are like, this team sort of like diffs us on a lot of maps, but let's take them to the maps that they are really keen on not showing and not playing. Like, we need to sort of make a risk happen. And so there is a good chance, I think, for PaperX to win here. It's really like 50-50.
Mike, is feeling like a question of form. We've seen these teams look hot. We've seen them look pretty cold at times. Where do you stand on this matter?
I mean,
I think they said they hated Sky. Was that about playing Sky on Split though?
Without an EG last year, this is the chaos meets structure. Really, the best. We're probably gonna get it at this at this event.
But they did also change this comp around, reverted back from something, didn't they? Like they played some Gecko.
Peek on the shore. Something in Mind Freak here, seemingly aware of.
Might also be like Sky attacking. But Divide is a good Sky.
Afraid to particularly show presence, so that's going to be that.
And like you don't have to put Mind Freak on the Viper.
Start, but
You're Forsaken on the Harbor, which is just skill expression as an agent is great. Has there been any reporting on the China roster moves? No, it's just I get told about it in Discord. I don't think there's enough care about it yet from the Western side, but I'm sure there's a lot of reporting in China. But no roster lot means that it is just a bit more of like a open season.
Because they are hard to handle, and it looks like Shin's gonna be the one to have to try and deal with it.
Shin Paranoia, really good as these players hop in. Jesus Christ, money is literally bouncing off the roof. He's just vibrating in tube.
Can they get that plant down with any threat?
Mind Freak doesn't have a molly. Used to smoke behind him. He's really having to read that somebody's going to push him here. Could you be the Chinese for us? I mean, what would you want the Chinese through? Stream? YouTube videos? I don't think people will watch YouTube videos. On Twitch? I guess I'd rather do it officially just so I don't get in trouble.
Forsaken knows what he's up against, trying to do the damage, and Monye is firing off today. That's what you want to be seeing as well. Magnum, the last one alive, trying to play it back in.
2 versus 1, Magnum.
They didn't achieve half on the defuse earlier. A tap on the spike will confirm he's no longer
Peeking it together? Yeah, really nice. See that from PaperX? We didn't see that ever at all from EDG in that last series. Twitch, Twitter. I mean, we could definitely talk about the roster moves at some point between Madrid ending and China starting. We still have the Rare Atom games from Tier 2 to go over too. See how good Yulo is.
Exactly what's going on site.
Yeah. And one of the caveats to me is Monye. Now, we've seen his performance not quite to the
Who that? He's a new Sentinel player for Rare Atom, but I've heard really good things about him. So he could be like, you know, the future.
And then what happened, but regardless, good to see him off to a very strong start. And Mind Freak,
The last time the people said about a player to keep an eye out in China, it was Stu. So when people say that again to me, I'm like, okay, I'm excited.
Overcommit anywhere. Just need to be quite, a little
Yeah,
careful
nice
way
pistol
back
from
in case they
PaperX.
try to fill that space behind them after the contact towards B long.
Mind Freak does actually give it up here in the rate. Going to be played in on the Frank. Opportunity to maybe apply some pressure. Taking the long way around though. PaperX will get a clean plant.
Flank all the way around from the right. He's been watched though. But easy kill for Mind Freak, who is 4 ult pips away from his ult. So he's actually getting there. The Sentinels bundle. Praying for the downfall.
accept that this is going the way it's going. But again, for Paper X, this is good composure shown here in this second round. This should keep all those weapons standing, especially that prized possession in the hands of something. That's the key component to them going forward.
And Shin's just dying to the spike.
Bulldog's still in play as well. A couple of other little bits and pieces. Gonna really bolster
Like, this is something that I don't think... I feel like I'm just ragging on EDG. But these are these small little things of, like, dying to the spike. If you're in a 2 versus 5, there's no point trying to go for any form of damage. Because the likelihood of winning the round is pretty rough. You want to definitely die so you get a full buy next round instead of taking that money into the next. But also you just stop them from snowballing ultimates on attack. I don't think I ever saw a team from China do this, like, die to the spike stuff.
As soon as you say it, it's like, whoa. I want to see if they're upselling with that bonus as well.
EDG's playstyle is high risk, high reward now. Yeah, I mean, it's
it makes me constantly say it. It's like if he casts
it's
big,
keep
well,
fighting.
okay, at least he's getting kills with it. And the rate's just been...
Who do you have winning this? I predicted KC. I think the veto is a really interesting one.
That's perfect! Great work from Monnier. Gets the upgrade, sits back towards Showers. Job done. Those two will need to be saving here. There's no two questions about it.
Well, the question, I guess, if Monnier can carry that form
Monnier go.
Today, that explosiveness.
Also, yeah, Monnier back on the raise.
Only 2 left, obviously. Shin and Martin to give this one up.
You shoot his teammate. Hello? He's done a Mitch. He's actually done a Mitch, man, of just fucking... Oh my god! Oh, sorry, bro.
That was a nudge.
Something's like they don't even have a Reyna. What the fuck?
We'll pray.
Oh, the comms video for that is just going to have to be so funny.
I think they will. Definitely no one close enough towards Martin, but just curious if Shin was maybe going to get a challenge on that, but no. All good. No harm, no foul. But for Paper X, look at this gap close coming from...
Just going.
In fact, he gets away with this. And there was no awareness coming out from Magnum there, just seemingly swept aside by that.
That's the audio we're missing.
Look, we're not allowed fun. All right, no fun allowed. How dare you request it?
I know something called it out to, yeah. I reckon probably because there was no audio, it was something naughty that he said. Probably like, are you fucking stupid, bro? Like,
deficit they would have been playing with after being kind of pushed around. A lot of people saying they've been performing under expectation, which I think is a fair critique. Because there was such high hopes for this team coming out of kickoff, and they looked exceptional, but hasn't quite lived up to that. And again, the pace is unrelenting. Look at this, Monnier and something instantly dominating the space, and it's going to force them to respect this. I would say Magnum is a little behind enemy lines, but can he make anything of it?
It's going to be tough. With only a Sheriff in hand yet. Oh, yeah, all land.
Are they going? Yeah, the gap closing now. Monnier going to be put to test, put to task. Oh, that's rough.
oh, the satchel and then the re-peek to stop him? Holy shit. Whoever was talking... I think Jing is in the server. He's fucking back. On the money, on the Monnier.
Questions you had, Lauren. The opening 5 rounds here. Definitely a statement being sent. Carmine Court would argue that MEA counterparts setting them up for failure today. Stoking.
Do you know what'd be really funny if Paper X now were just chanting like Benji, Fishy, like fucking Miniboo was?
And you're absolutely right, isn't it? You're almost seething if you're thinking about Heretics. Could you have not?
Yeah, just play it down a little bit, yeah. Just
relax, be humble, be like the fans on Twitter. Be, you know.
Fucking the 2 players from Global Esports.
Hate Club has just grown
fucking
exponentially.
2 players from Global Esports go onto other teams, play Duelist, and make top 4 in the world. That can happen.
I think it's Martin there on the other side. Yep.
He wants his clothes. Yeah, pretty much.
Lovely early protocols again.
Money's been doing a good job filling in for Jing. Yeah, and I think it's also like similar to the QCK situation. Even though he's playing the same role as Jing, I don't think he's trying to be Jing. Global Esports fumble for real? Yeah. Especially those two.
Very diligent about any of these clears, always very heads up in their work.
That's the definition of thriving in the chaos. They're able to create it and benefit from it. A few other teams have. Slow down here at least by the poison orb. Inspired to follow up.
Sorry. Op as well on attack. The fucking Rainer attack off. And he's playing like Yay. He's doing the fucking Yay stuff.
This time it's Forsaken, but it could have been either. He's absolutely been dominating this side.
It is literally like watching Yay on Chamber way back when. Just checking the flanks, making sure that they're clear, allowing everybody else to sort of focus on fighting backside. With a Reckoning too. Oh man.
You can't get away from him everywhere they go. It's only Shin to fight back so far, and even then.
Okay, good fight from Shin. And then you peek into the security op. Security op is lost. You got one player piss, one player in lamps. Good peek from Forsaken. You're gonna run back and get the op? Something's definitely shouting at you to get it. Yeah, good job. 5-0. Mind it was on Smokes, right? For Global Esports, yeah. And I mean, he does play Smokes, and he is a really good controller player for Paper X.
Give them space to, do what Monya's doing.
What's one player piss? This, where Forsaken was there, I call that piss. But it's because my friend group call it piss.
It's very hard to sit back and play retake versus a team like Paper X. Because they always convert this space into a kill, maybe two, but there's very few options, to be honest with you, other than fight fire with fire.
His DM was also great. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're flexible on the duelist, you can naturally get to be good at like all of the other roles.
So take space elsewhere, try and
I think every map is a piss.
but it's easier said than done. Teams with, even bigger experience of struggle in this case. A lot of people, and when we talk bigger picture, Mike, while we're in this timeout, a lot of people look at Loud and go, okay, are they in championship form? And how do they fare in this? You can't turn that gaze away from Paper X either, because they're the ones who got to, champs finals. They're one of the old gods at this tournament. They've still held on. Yes, there's been some roster changes. That's not a surprise. But still, they have that potential, and it scares me because round by round and kill by
What are we looking at now? No real buy, just a rifle for Martine and some half armor sheriffs.
Yeah. Monya leading the charge 10-2. Looking fired up once again today. Couple of ultimates about coming online here for Carmine Court.
10-2, Monya.
But away from the Seekers.
More kills than the rest of the enemy team combined. He almost has more kills than the rest of his team combined.
Martin does have a TP, but it's very quickly going to get cancelled out. Yeah, he's cancelled out himself here.
I do really like the use of coves here. Not going for like cove plants, but just using it so they can peek out on different angles. The dog gets the trade. Martin in a really good spot, especially with his rifle. Doesn't have a TP to get out, but he does have his ultimate. And support from Tomasi.
They've got to have a good idea.
Taking the TP, right?
What was that?
Why not?
They're just in full troll mode here in this anti-eco. Left one posted up here, Mind Freak. Try and police these weapons. I mean, it's an operator, so you know KC are going to want it. Narrate the first to...
Yeah, just Mind Freak protecting the op. And they can't get it.
They're running. They're just
thinking better of it.
I mean, the guy's the Iceman. You know what I mean? You don't mess with that.
Right, but just a lot of patience here to clear some of these angles. I mean, I guess he's not needed. It's still a 3v3 with rifles on one side. I was going to say you might not be needed. Now you are. Seekers. All broken, doesn't really get too much. Flash is dodge from something. And Martin picking up a rifle has managed to... Well, he had the rifle still actually beforehand. Monya's still alive. Oh, nice try. Weird anti-eco.
KC were looking towards showers.
They had no idea. Thrifty. They get away with daylight robbery on that one.
Well, even at that moment, you're questioning the investment of the Seekers. From
Did you see what happened in Apex yesterday? I did.
Back into this retake.
Scary times.
Stop the momentum.
Let's look at Alex, please.
Full commits. Coming out, yeah, Tomasi, I don't know. Maybe the position wasn't relayed, but he's looking towards bench.
What was it? Like 4 versus 3?
To pick up the slack. Right, gonna get aggressive here.
I mean, it was a good shot from Narrate, I think it was.
Plenty down here.
Showstopper for the aggression play on KC. Monya Trying to fight this. Oh, also sending the decoy this way is really nice. It's a good round from KC. 4 versus 3. You got the attack up still. Boombot's going to be used. Apex with security breach problem. Yeah, but the it's like their version of Vanguard is used for a lot of other games too. Like it's like safe anti-cheat, I think it's called.
What? He just stepped out of the cove.
Oh god, and Device right here.
They don't expect him to be on that corner. I mean, maybe for KC there, you're... I think in a 4 versus 3 yourself, and you lose that. Vanguard is just so much better, man. Maybe, but I also do think that there's a bigger problem with cheaters in Valorant at the moment than Riot would like to admit. But obviously, it is an ongoing battle. Like you go through periods where big bans come in. It's of the benefit of the anti-cheat team to like wait as long as they can before doing a mass ban, just to fuck people over from buying stuff on PayPal and then getting it refunded if the anti-cheat doesn't work.
That was bold to hold that angle. Again, this is welcome to deathmatch.
Yeah.
Welcome. This is now just.
This is the sort of thing that you want to see from KC. You don't want to see them lose an opening duel and then back up and look to absorb a site hit. That's just not going to work versus PaperX. If they're allowed to execute onto you, I mean, Mindfreak's going to find himself a wide open A site here.
It's very known for being ass. It's used for quite a lot of things though, isn't it?
After Tomazzi's challenge. Again, you can't really fault it. Like I said, Tomazzi's posted up, almost posturing a little bit that, yeah, we're going to fight for this site. PaperX at another situation where it's just they're not willing to show any respect.
Spike plant.
Molly here, orbital strike, showstopper, plenty.
4 versus 4 too.
Of post-plant possibilities here. I was just wondering, actually.
And not really much of a buy for Shin.
Yeah, Mindfreak's.
Mindfreak has been owning like the flank watch, I think, too. Orbital strike as well, forcing him out. And the rate just holding the off angle. Okay, Forsaken's just going to peek out. Showstopper. Really nice onto Magnum. Good rounds for PaperX. This is great.
Send them packing. Carmine Court are trying. They are trying to play this scrappy game, and it just isn't working for them.
Oh dear, KC.
A lot of scoreboard pressure in this first half of 6 rounds.
I didn't think that they would just be faltering to the like lack of mental game, I guess.
Still seemingly a decent read on the early round.
I think that's the thing about Harbor though, is that because you have so many walls, you can just make a lot of plays off the back of them. Nobody's just going to expect it. You're right.
They've got to change this scoreline somehow. Otherwise, Carmine Core, their backs will be breaking from the heavy heart.
More of an aim diff, to be honest.
It's brutal to play against mentally, because you're trying to pick yourself up to be confident, take challenges against a team who are running you down.
I think the way that PaperX are playing now is just way more disruptive than KC have had to play against.
TP committed to, it looks like. Actually, no. Going to decide to back away.
Like, we've never... That's a good point, actually. Eng, as a coach, has never played against PaperX. Pretty sure. Or maybe... I think they've been at the same event, but I don't think they've played each other. Or at least that Eng hasn't been... He wasn't at international events when we had, like, peak PaperX.
On the back lines. We need that plant to come in for at least a little bit of safety for PaperX, which they got right about now. 4v5, it gets dicey.
Three coming through hookah.
Gonna invest that little bit of utility to try and keep them further away.
Look at the reflank though. Look at Device's position.
Yeah, look at this.
He's got to get there quick though.
Timing, can something hold him back? Can he buy a couple of seconds here? That's all he needs, a couple of seconds. Device done so well. He does catch Shin. Forsaken then called in. It is just methodical in approach. It's a 2v2, but look at the HP. The walk-in wounded, limping towards the site. It's just Magnum left alive, and that is just not gonna work.
Really nice stuff from PaperX.
Just outstanding right
Didn't
now.
think... This is what I mean. Like, I think EDG going out to Loud is fine.
I mean, it's almost automatic as soon
KC going out on a similar scoreline maybe to fucking PaperX isn't, I don't think.
capitalize on that timing, get ahead of the rotation of KC. Again, you
And if you've got the confidence of the game plan to hold against them. Whose pick is this? This is Paper X's pick. They go to Lotus next, which whilst I'd say is like in favor of KC, I think Paper X can be a little bit like again disruptive on it. Yeah, the modern Paper X have been playing the better they've looked for sure. I think it's also like even on maps that they end up losing, like Lotus yesterday against Heretics. Didn't really seem like they gave a fuck, you know what I mean? Like it didn't seem like they were just like, all right, we're going to map 3, it's all good.
The meta was X, Y, and Z. No, this is a historic team who's been able to do this over.
Losing to Paper X is unacceptable for Team Heretics and KC. I wouldn't say unacceptable. I'd say it's a little bit embarrassing, but welcome to playing international events.
Okay.
You can't matter-of-fact your way out against Paper X. And you can't get tilted by it. That's the other aspect of it too. Nice shots from Martin. Great double peek from Paper X. Brave. Mastercard's getting a fucking money's worth this tournament because then their Mastercard 50s are attached to the most entertaining rounds of this tournament. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be, even on KC1, it's got to be tilting.
Just after crediting them, this is a total misread of the situation. KC finally able to actually win out in one of those scenarios that...
But I think teams have been said for a while, like playing against Paper X is tilting even if you're on winning. That's why fucking Neil reacted the way that he did yesterday. I'm sure all of Heretics are sat watching this praying for Paper X's downfall, and they wouldn't be the only ones. Because you get beaten by a team that just isn't playing the same Valorant as you are.
And now we're in a bit of a state of flux, aren't we? Things are a little bit up in the air. Are they going for those double fakes again? Are they just going to be, pausing after taking maybe a little bit of space? What are they up to? Lots of question marks. This is going to
Mastercard 50s.
And already Norite going to find something. So that's his opposing number basically removed, but the bulk of the hit is coming this way.
So Tomazi didn't actually catch the stun there.
We don't have Prime Gaming Flawlesses anymore, do we? Or do we? I don't think we do. We have Red Bull clutches still, of course. And a Mastercard 50.
Among that exchange. Do have a third member here. Norite has come across with the operator just to hold elbow, yeah.
Yeah, because Prime Gaming isn't a thing anymore.
Problem for Shin. I don't think he's going to take too much damage here and actually rewarded.
Tomazi still trying to keep his head down.
It's 10 HP in here.
All right, nice.
A little bit of a shot going astray is going to at least drop the pit for them.
Now KC trying to play this together. They do have the Neon ult, Euro ult, and a Showstopper as well for Norite.
Spot these players out. Did he see Mind Freak slip towards elbow? That's the question, because he can try and divide and conquer. The flash is sent. They know it. This is good from
Flashes in onto this corner. Really good team play. Now Devi on his lonesome.
In a 1v3. Flash.
Go on, Devi.
That's about it.
Oh wow, Norite just literally fucking bot spinning around to get all that information.
And they've given themselves a window to work with.
Didn't Prime Gaming kind of lose ties with Riot because of league stuff? What league stuff?
Feels like a bit of a miracle with how this.
I think they just stopped doing Prime Gaming as a thing.
Correction towards the end of this first half. I mean, look at the timeline here. Very, very quick response here.
Oh well, Forsaken actually peeks off the back of the Viper's pit. And yeah, free ultimates is a little bit problematic. But I think getting a third round on the board is important.
Crucial 4K from Norite. Really the superstar, I guess, overall so far here in Madrid. 4KC.
Guy's a standout player. Huge potential.
Still get the in-game benefits. Yeah, but I don't know if that's Prime Gaming as such. I think I don't know. I don't know how it works. They definitely changed some things, and some aspects are now missing from Prime Gaming.
It was actually Magnum this time to hold him back. This is better, but he's not going to be alone. Norite's trying to close the gap a little here. Might deny Forsaken. He does. Good work.
Because they're removing a lot more like Amazon-related featurettes.
Rotations are coming in. This is great.
It's textbook.
This is really good from Norite. Again, from that capability before to this, but the rotation, Mike, they're taking the TP. They've got a free sight.
Yeah, something's looking for the backstab.
Molly going in onto site.
Any sort of pressure coming back through from spawn here. Narrate, does he consider the possibility?
He's got to, right? We've seen this.
This has happened a lot to Narrate, though.
He's so conscious of taking that TP.
Yeah, something just protecting it.
Fight on CT though, not gonna be able to get the follow options there. That is
Nice.
control from Devi. Delivers bullet after bullet.
Reckoning 2 is going to give information that both of them are there.
Trying to play it back towards the site.
Buys a little bit of time.
Looking to try and take control with that operator.
Something's rotated all the way around to long 2. Because they know that Device and Hukun, obviously, because something went for the TP, they might expect both of them there.
They've seen both of the players. Can they close down on them though? They're not going. Oh, they do swing ahead. I mean, it's paper.
Okay, sure. Who's Casey's opera? I don't know. I don't think they have one specifically, but I'd imagine it'd be Martine.
Something unfortunately locked out of the site here with an SMG. No real possibility for him to get much done, but a beautiful recovery. I hate to say that at an 8-4 scoreline, but a recovery nonetheless for Carmine Court.
Decent recovery for Casey, yeah. Pretty much all off the back of when they did the weird Antica round and jumped into all of the pistols. So it's a little bit, might backfire for Paper X a bit. But I don't think it'd be that scary.
That is the question that is on our minds, because it started off quite nicely for Paper X as they were able to put a sizable amount of rounds together. But this actually takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment of this particular half. Is when we start things off with Meunier. Good to see him, really picking up where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, to me, these first 2 rounds were about Casey figuring out how these site hits work with this hard.
Oh, that's cool. The next agent is non-binary.
They were really punishing Casey early on. A big mistake to make is wanting to play back site to be able to flood back in against a team like this, so you can fight them while they're execing. But with this interesting pathing and the way that Paper X plays with timings, that's almost impossible to do. So as this half developed, we started to see, I think, some good adaptation from KC, but it was only towards the end that they really figured it out, and this guy was such a big problem to solving that.
Well, there's more representation now. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. It's the same with the Ray's Killjoy relationship. And the only reaction that you could really ask for is just, oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, that's neat.
That's exactly what you need to do on the side of Casey.
Final bullets for a kill to Massey there. Is it the high-speed moment?
That it is something, and he only needs to be on the operator. So of course, I'm still looking at him for
I'm
this.
just not with it really anymore today. I feel like I'm just losing my mind. At least it's the last day for a couple of days.
The same effect that he had as another maps. He's a very big threat.
It was a tough half for Casey, but they've rallied at least 4. If they can win this pistol round, build some momentum on this half, they can be strong. Their comp is really good at fighting for
Totally
extremities and having really fast rotations with the Yoru. They're comfortable here. They have their confidence now. This should be a much closer half.
Yeah, I see a KC that has woken up a little bit. I'm sure these fans are definitely adding to that momentum, but let's see if Paper X quells the fire. We're going to send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Between Valorant and Overwatch, we're getting 2 non-binary characters and 2 major FPSs. I mean, it's just, yeah, more of a focus on it, I suppose.
Their way back. They found a rhythm, they found a solution, and it got them 4 rounds in pocket.
Interesting pistol. 4 players pushing up all the way on B.
I mean, it depends really on Paper X.
The only person that's still around is the Harbor. Right, just jumps right into Forsaken. Forsaken's happy to take that fight. This has been sort of watched out. It's been smoked off. Demazi's like, all of them. All of them. He tries to go peek this, and there's 1 player left to deal with him. Nicely done. A really good Lear as well, actually, on the flank. I think Reyna stuff on this part of the map is really nice. Like playing the Reyna over towards short where you could take a fight and dismiss out if you need to. Like the Lears that you could do. You can push up here with Lears and such. No, Prime Gaming just flawless. Yeah. One of the release characters were non-binary. Yeah, it was
because he's dogged through. The Trailblazer comes through, opens up the first.
Forgotten the name. It's not Bloodhound. He's like the hunter character though. They're like the hunter character, sorry.
Something. Oh, the judge.
Bloodhound, yeah.
Devastating. I know there's going to be more pressure, but he's
One of my
down
favorite characters to play in Apex, but I think with everything that happened the other day or yesterday with the hackers, probably not going to play Apex Legends anytime soon.
Just about staying alive.
The Stinger Force actually working a lot. Gorilla's going to be happy.
Flank once again from short. You see it's been pinged out here. The awareness is here from KC. Magnum reflanking it. He doesn't catch them though, ahead of the smoke falling.
This timing could
Is this flank gonna? Yeah, there's no way that he responds.
Monye dead. There's nothing he could have done.
Mind Freak 1 versus 3.
Sitting pretty.
Freak their minds.
Two towards lamps.
Oh, just can't do it. Stinger's too good.
There we go. Finding
Good decision to be made to just force up there. Like,
I was a bit worried that
I am.
something's judge was going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean it's scrappy as
I'm surprised that it worked as well as it did when you have like. Usually you'd have teams like if it's a 1 versus 1 and you've planted, forcing up there is good. But it seems that there's a lot more teams like Gorilla was saying. There was no reason at all for KC to go for that. They didn't plant, and they didn't even get a kill on their attack, and yet they still go for the Stinger force buy.
God, why would you say that? That's literally how you just get swept.
We've had so many caught in 4K moments at this event.
Oh dear. Oh.
Apex Legends is pretty fun compared to others. Just Qs, it just balls out. What do you mean Itachi?
They've got 2 vans.
So yeah, massive equipment advantage.
I think there's like, yeah.
Monye and Forsaken understand the.
I don't know if there's a typo in there. I'm reading it weird.
He's just a little ambitious.
You can't fault ambition.
No. Oh, there you go. Now there's the pause because you can see that
KC kind of stunned here, yeah.
Just like,
Yeah, scary position for a Reina to be in. They have a Leah still too. So you hear full clump, you can Leah this. Might even be able to have these players just flanking behind.
These are the sort of compositions that this sort of playstyle from PaperX does run.
I didn't really play too much of Apex when it came out because it sort of came out at the same time as Anthem did. And honestly, releasing Apex then kind of, I'm going to say it fucked over Anthem. Anthem fucked itself over. It made it really awkward for EA to have 2 games that they were sort of supporting.
Chance to make something happen.
Good flash on the defense.
I mean, he's inside the smoke.
You got some control on elbow. Skydog just straight out backside. Are they going to wallbang this? Nade's nice.
Okay,
It just doesn't actually do any damage.
Heal considered, but they don't really have the foundations for. Oh god!
Oh my god, nice shot from something. The Bucky.
Surely not. Shinna Magnum, please.
Don't know about double peeking there.
Monye isn't gonna get away with this. Nah, not.
Yeah, Magnum just had to get on him before he picked up a gun. Good eco though. I'm always down for more representation in games. It's so often the games will be scared to introduce much, if any.
There's a timeline.
Yeah, hopefully the community don't act like complete trash about it. Like if you die early in Q game again, oh, that you just end up in like. You saying that's a good thing or a bad thing? Let me just double check the message.
First kill as well.
Oh, done to him. After almost being cursed.
Money's right clicking. It was far enough away. They're trying to left click that. Wouldn't have given you too much either.
Seeker's available here for Carmine. Other side thing, something.
Not at the distance that he was at. I don't think it does 60.
Showers control for KC. We're expecting more aggression. I mean, 30 seconds in, seems like it's going to come, and Divide's the one with the punish here.
Great peaks, great fight.
The team was able to scrape by with one, but the pressure isn't just on one side of the map, it's everywhere.
Oh my god.
I don't, I felt it. I got, what the hell is this game? Okay.
2 versus 3. What a fight. Why would Money even fucking consider going for that?
Oh god.
If somebody pulled that off in a ranked game and he actually killed both of you, you'd safety report them, surely.
3 of them left with rifles. They can bolster that buy around it as best they
Almost
can.
got it, yeah.
It wasn't just here though. Again, run your mind back. It was also Monye at the same time taking this space. And
See it again. He just goes. Oh, I wanted to see him try it. Yeah. Alex is like, please. It's probably the fucking Monyet moment. He's just like, why would you go for that?
It's all encompassing from PaperX. And their ability to punish defaults like this it's just, it's tough to watch.
Alex is now happy, it seems. He said it yesterday of like he vents almost to get out of the system. So when he talks to the players, he doesn't shout at them. Which I get. He's almost like a parent, I suppose.
Trying to keep himself alive. Forsaken outplays Martin perfectly, but Narrate is there to try and keep this in their favor.
Showstopper on defense.
They didn't check close right.
Oh no, Tomasi's in a great position.
Now position noted, but that spike's still in CT. They might make a run for it towards B. They don't know yet.
Skyflash should try and fight in the smoke. The spike still hasn't been planted. They're gonna go to fucking B, but these guys are gonna beat them there. And then Monya's just gonna ramp around.
How's he getting two?
He shouldn't be getting two.
He's got
I don't think they're gonna expect Mindfreak to be here already. No, they clearly don't, because he's right out in the open. Jesus Lord, what? Casey looked boomed.
This guy is damn good, but he is going to need a worldy round here.
Oh, he might have it though. A nade just on the drop too. He's got 5 bullets.
And now Divine, the 1v1, no flash, nothing, 5 bullets.
Oh, timing was really iffy. Just as he was dropping. Yeah, I think Alex is going to be losing his mind on that one for sure. In multiple parts of it.
Trading blows now back and forth.
One of these fights, it's a fucking Paper X on bind. It did this shit to G2 way back when. I'm pretty sure it was like, what, 2 years ago today? Going back to fucking Masters Reykjavik when they Paper X beat G2.
Heartbreak for Narrate.
God, he tried.
Almost made that happen.
Device Sky's been working though. The Sky.
Game between these two. Yeah. Like normally in these rounds, my mind drifts a little, but there's still stingers out. There's still sheriffs. There's still a couple of ults that could potentially come into play.
Seen both teams.
Like I think Divide just making this team just pull together so nicely. Mindfreak gets 2 that we've just missed.
On B side.
Oh dear.
Magnum gets 1, and he has to get the spike too.
What the hell just
Molly, back up.
Classic.
We might see the end of the round though. Oh, Forsaken.
Are they going to go for the TP together? One at a time they are. Reckoning 2 going across.
Can he get through? He slipped through the spawn.
Yeah, he's gone through its way.
They didn't actually see him on the cross.
That's huge. It gives him a little bit of time, right? Like
yeah, enough of a window. I've got to say, a flash would come offline now, but it obviously isn't going to.
This is massive for Magnum.
What position does he take up? He's going to push back towards spawn. And actually, Paper X are splitting. He might have to.
Oh, this is perfect. Because you could get this kill and then go towards CT if you want.
He's going to note Forsaken, obviously. He doesn't know about something yet, so he's going to have to just make the best educated guess he can.
Is he going to assume that both of them are coming together? Oh, at this point, I think you absolutely would.
Something does have full kit, though, so that Lear, he's going to know it now.
Now he knows that something is there.
He's got a gamble. Did something note him? He's looking this way.
It seems like the more commonplace it would be.
Can you do what Narrate couldn't? You got one to the right, one to the left.
Really well played for Paper X.
Well played by Paper X.
It was like little bit mini moments, I suppose, where KC could just find and make 1v1s for themselves. Especially with something making a lot of noise running across. But a lot more rounds now that KC need to get. 6 in a row to bring this to OT. Alright, yeah, he's demolishing people. I feel like if they had a heart rate monitor on Alex during the game, it would go insane. It'd be really good content for Paper X for sure. I don't know why they're not doing that. Probably because it's just not fair on Alex.
One away from the pit, 2 off the Seekers, so some tools potentially here. Can they keep Map 1 alive?
This patient start. Cautious. Because we have seen that Paper X will run.
One player's pushing this.
Down B long, but we are seeing Monnier this time actually pushing up towards A short, holding that judge.
No, thank you.
I think he's siding against.
Interest he's got in the CT play.
Not actually relinquishing the angle. Stuck around on that, deciding not to fall.
I mean, they do like the Alex content, like the video where he's just going crazy. You always need like a yearly or event-based compilation.
To bait out a rotation, much the same as Paper X did.
Because I think what I like about it as well is it feels really authentic for Alex. Like, I think when Barbar does some reactions, Jesus.
No, he's looking back.
Great turn, but it doesn't matter. The execution is here.
Good fight, important duels to win for KC. But yeah, I feel like when Barbar does it, sometimes I think he's playing up to the cameras a little. I don't get that feeling with Alex.
Gonna be able to find an upgrade here. Something's got ahead of the smoke.
He's in, and he's got one.
Can this get traded? Yes. It's all important part of the game for KC. Still haven't planted, and he's isolated these. Oh, he just ran over the top. Only just. Their money is going to be really tricky now, though. As if it wasn't bad before.
A little overzealous. The approach from both Something and Monya. Punished here.
No, 20k by.
One enemy remaining standing. Regardless, so they are both looking absolutely electric.
See, yeah. I think he'd also just break it. If he had a heart rate monitor on his wrist, he'd just slam it down on the desk and break it.
I wish we could bring him out to these events.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Eco, sorry.
On a React camera.
Oh, God, yeah, that'd be great. I think that's just called a watch party, but still, he's not figured that one out yet, which is great. So maybe we can still steal him. As it stands, though, Paper X still on the very verge of tipping the scales. This round, though, they are coming in less equipped. They do have Stingers, Sheriffs. They still have that rifle on Something.
I mean, tools to work with as well. Showstopper potentially if one finds a kill.
You've almost got the full deck of ults on the other side, though, right? You've got everything
Sky don't
there.
go in all that way across the
There's a full play
lawn.
stack. Now, traditionally, we've seen
Got into 4 players, which would be a really tilting way for KC to lose this if it goes that way.
That, however, should ring a couple alarm bells. Maybe hoping
But
to catch a little
Paperx just
further
can't sit
towards
still,
long,
so they've given up a lot of noise, a lot of clumping. Skydog doesn't check where Shin is. Seekers is going to be used in response. And it's all broken. So yeah, you're going to expect some stuff going on here. Monya's out in the open. Forsaken's now stuck on this side. He's trying to play anti-flash. He still gets hit by the flash anyway. And then Something's going for the TP. Yeah, gets KC to TP over towards A.
Quick pivot. Something is trying to hunt them at a similar pace. He is getting to spawn. He might get around the back of Shin here, depending on the
You mean like
target.
reinforced to watch? Some like military grade heart rate monitor? You'll probably have to get one of those things to attach to his chest.
Orbital strike committed.
Divine goes down. Mindfreak did get the trade, but
Something gets the lurk. Okay, this is now really awkward for KC. Players trying to play off of each other a little bit more. And they know that Something's behind on short. There's a flash in hand for one player. Goes a little bit early. The Martin's giving away his position in showers. Full flash there, really nice. And then double peeking this together. Really nice, really disciplined from KC. But it was still an eco for Paper X. And it still brought them down to 2.
Springing their step. 4 rounds still separate them. Frugal from both sides here in terms of investment of ultimates. Surprised to see the orbital strike come out there. Paper X must have felt pretty good about
A
it.
poor Pen.
Alex, not so much.
Pen took a beating.
Yeah. But ultimate's still available.
I mean, can you be mad about that round just because it is like a eco? Yeah, it's just kept so tight. I didn't see what the full buy was.
Fish out some information here on A site.
Let's see. He's blocking him.
Blocking the door.
Spotted him out there. How much can he get away with though? Can he slip through towards CT? But all eyes
Gets
on
the
him.
ping on 2. Okay. Nice play from KC. This is a little bit tighter, I suppose. The Paperx kind of peeked there one at a time. Viper's Pit makes it tricky. Skydog to go straight in, and the rate luckily catches him. Because I think the next place that he would have just sprayed and cleared would have been this corner that Tomasi was in. Yeah, save might be a good call here. Not enough damage done. You see it pulling this back.
So well coordinated. The value amongst these two, Narrate and Martin.
I think this is fake comeback written all over it, but we'll see.
Right, the sort of Yoru execute that Paperx famed this sort of composition for. A taste of their own medicine here. Won't be able to string together much of a purchase after this.
And it means that the money is like pretty good now for KC. Oh. Where's the stream gone?
be able to string together much of a purchase after this. But 2 rifles nonetheless.
Has the stream just gone down? Yep, it's gone down. Let's go to Valorant.
Narrate's starting to feel out the game a little bit, but again, it's just so dangerous. There is that chance they just bring out a mad round that you can't handle.
Yeah,
so
the stream's
decided
gone.
it's time for a little bit of a
Literally,
break, a
the
moment
spike
to
went
consider.
off
Paper
and it
X
broke
pump
the
into
stream.
the brakes here
There's
themselves.
70,000 people watching it
Check
here.
back in 3 in a row
And only
for
50,
Carmine
I
Court,
guess
get
people
them
are
to
just fed
these
up
9
with Twitch.
rounds after what was a very hard first half.
I mean, every team should be having nightmares about a Paper X timeout with what happened yesterday. How quickly things turned around after calling a timeout.
True.
Carmine Core have built
Yeah,
their
I
way back
mean, it
into
shows
this
that
map.
they have like a chance to claw it back.
Another buy round and
And Alex
chance to
still
tie
has
things
2
up.
timeouts in hand.
Force the overtime.
Most people who watch through Twitter and co-streams,
Not
true.
many tools at their disposal now.
But I still think this is really good
Previously
viewership for
frugal in
YouTube.
terms of the investment, but
Okay, we're back.
a saving grace.
I think I prefer watching on YouTube anyway.
A saving grace here that Paper X will only bring
Just so
in
we can
2
quickly go
rifles, a
back.
couple of sheriffs, a stinger, a showstopper. Definitely a concern.
Because it used to be that especially like the bitrate and like the color reds on
I wouldn't be
YouTube,
surprised if something goes walkabouts.
the quality used to be
Joining
kind of
local
ass.
might be somewhat indicative of it,
The only
but
thing that you miss out with
again,
like on YouTube is just the like
just kinda scraping
culture and
together
the
a bite,
chatters.
trying
But
to
if you're
even out
watching an
the economy a
esports
little bit,
game,
getting what they can.
chat's kind of just unusable
He's
anyway.
been a little off on his purchases in that regard, but still, Martin trying to test. He's going to get himself
It's the Opti
the
piece
orb
out.
there.
He's still a long way away from using it.
Taken on the other side as well.
And a
Looks
weird
like it might
bite,
be if they
sheriff,
do spot a
couple of
player, but as it
rifles,
stands,
2 stingers.
it's only Martin considered.
Stacking towards B again.
That should be very indicative of what's going on. In case he can read that correctly.
Actually did catch on to
Happy
Monya
to let
there.
the clock tick away. So they might pivot back towards an
Red's
A-side
backing
hit.
up, everybody's going towards A, and they're going into shot. They're going into Mind Freak and Forsaken, one of which has a rifle.
KC now dial up the pace towards A.
Yeah, they've got to get moving and they've got to clear. Done
They're
by
going to the
Narrate.
Stinger
That's taken the
player.
box now. Can they take towards the side? Mind
Mind
Freak
Freak has
is
that
waiting.
gun.
Little Hill going to get them topped up here. Flank is on the way, but that's going to be watched. Shin is on flank duty. He's got to catch Monye. CT has the rest of the team coming back
They're
through.
just
Martin
way too
clears
stacked
Mind
up,
Freak.
ready and
They're now to
waiting.
fight something shoulder to shoulder.
Monya's seen Shin.
Spotted. He's going to be able to... Did he
Oh.
get seen on the other
Yeah, he
side?
got seen on the other side.
Okay, so still, that's threat.
Oh, the snake bite and the double peek. Like, this is so nice from KC. The way that they're playing this together as a team is great. And Paper X looking a little bit like out of ideas.
Too many bodies, too little time. Carmine Core.
Comeback's real.
Double digits made.
There's 4 rounds now in a row that KC been able to get. They just need 2 more. And maybe an eco here for Paper X, I'm not too sure.
This Paper X just is itching to make something happen in this round.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it'll be tough behind this.
Paper X just came off of an eco. True, but they had some buy, like 600, 700 credits. So even if it's a full buy, it's going to be like half armor in places. Yeah, mostly.
Nothing else really here.
And then if they lose this, their buy is going to be even worse for round 24. Ominal used over towards B.
Spike.
He's managed to get all the way before.
Sebastian Martin get caught on the cross. That could be it. That Spike is in a disastrous place. Shin.
Sky, it doesn't hit Shin, but Monya still peeks it and just wins.
Sweeps back through.
What just happened?
This is one of those rounds where Paper X decide to walk on you. Round 23, by the way. That's just ridiculous. You let your foot off the gas for a minute.
A second. You thought maybe, oh, we could just cross up towards Hugo. No.
Paper X not afraid to go for the aggression. What a way to win it. Yeah, exactly. Just from a B long peak.
The end of this map. That Spike being lost there. Because they can go back to their
I mean,
default.
I love the way the Paper X have just disengaged from this as well.
Have one shot. Been able to pick up the spike. Mind Freak's seen one. And Paper X are rotating people over here when the spike is looking to go back towards A.
Be a problem. Whole rotation. and pray that Magnum can outdo Forsaken.
It's such an important duel for
One
Forsaken
flash
here.
and a slow rotation coming his way.
Here's a
from
player
Runyon
going
as
for
well,
the
so he's
TP.
in
This
a
is going to
real
be
big hit
heard.
here.
Forsaken's in a
Forsaken
great
has the
spot.
angle, and he's got
Great
the
position.
shot. Spike now
Reckoning going to be used on the right. Didn't know that he came for the TP. Money just throwing himself in. Maybe it took a little bit longer than we expected, but Paper-Rex got across the line.
Great resilience shown here from
At least back from Carmen Core, like to make that closer, not to get mentally boomed like EDG did against Loud. That's just too much damage done. But the other, what, a 9?
Yeah, this is a
Eight,
wake-up call.
was it a 9-3 half or an 8-4 half?
10 rounds was
And then you
good.
lose the pistol after that
13
too.
was much better.
Makes it a little bit tricky.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as
Did
your
I
heart
have
desires.
Paper-Rex winning on bind? I actually know I had
In
KC.
any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15
Why?
Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us.
That doesn't
Only
seem...
Verizon.
What did I have for Ascent? Paper-Rex. I want to see what a chat's like this. So what have we got now? We got Lotus. What's the record like on Lotus? Attack side is fairly good. Defense side not so much, but it is like pretty even. Like 3 rounds either side. So I actually don't think that this is like super in favor of Carmen Core anymore. Right, their defense is rough, their attack side is a little bit better, but they've just played so much more of it. You kind of expect that there's going to be something there. Oh wait, it's showing it from... I mean, it should be showing it from this. I don't know why it's showing games from before. That's weird. These are... Hey, when this happens. Does it actually stop it? No, it's still showing. Just, I guess it doesn't work. What about Paper-Rex? It is working for Paper-Rex. Just wasn't working for Carmen Core. Okay. Weird. It's a tough round to see, but we have good mental comeback for KC. The hill was too large to climb once it hit 6-12. Yeah. Good attempt, but just too much damage done. Right, I am going to just quickly go to Lou. I'll play some ads so we don't get them for potentially the last map of today and of the series. See how it all plays out. I don't think there's anything else to highlight. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'll be right back then. 1 sec.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. Now that map was quite close. It's interesting because PRX has been described as like having 5 IGLs. So how do you as a coach manage to wrangle all that?
I mean, a lot of it has to do with the way we practice. I think the most important thing is trust. Like, we trust each other a lot, and anyone can take over anytime they want. And we also do a lot of work trying to align, you know. That's pretty much it.
All right, well, so far so good on this strategy. So let's see if PRX can close out this one.
It definitely does come through with this team. We've always talked about it with PaperX. They're a squad that always just kind of like rise in momentum. They communicate with one another. Their comms oftentimes don't even lean on just one individual. For me, it kind of sounds like a Halo match sometimes, where they're all just yapping at the same time. It's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, it is wild. The first half of this game to me was quintessential PaperX. They were out there PaperXing all over them, dragging KC down into the chaos. And that's what I was worried about for such a young team. Playing a squad like this for the first time, them dragging you into that chaos, your comms getting muddled, you experiencing something you haven't really played against before, and PaperX thriving in that. And that was the case for quite a while. But I think we really saw a step up from both these teams to be forced to play a lot more strategically, and actually to Karmine Corp managing to gain some control in the second half.
And loving those small micro plays that we love PaperX for. We're talking about the Reina denying those trade-ins is something that she can do so easily, and it fits so well to PaperX, and especially to something. Some of these rounds literally made no sense, maybe.
Yeah, it was absolute chaos, but I think you're absolutely right that that's kind of what's defined PaperX for so long, but it's also true of what Karmine Corp was doing. I think a lot of the good in this map was when they were showing us these Yoru ult combos. They were setting themselves up after that. They definitely learned more how to play against PaperX. It's just that this squad built themselves such a huge buffer on that attacking side, and they're always gonna steal at least 1 or 2 rounds and a half. It's really hard to come back from a deficit against this squad.
And not only that, we saw KC actually getting lost in the sauce. We were seeing a lot of ultimates invested in just one route to make it through, as you're mentioning. The Yoru, even the Showstopper, everything being used at wrong timings. We see also Magnum struggling a little bit with his own ultimate on how and when to use it, just because of how overwhelming PaperX is.
And that's exactly that. They're the team who's gonna rip any hole you have in your communication, any hole you have in your practice. They're gonna rip that apart because of how chaotic they are. The question now, going into the rest of the series for me, is whether this team for Karmine Corp can wrangle control of this one, because Lotus, our next map, it feels like for them, that is their comfort zone, and I don't feel like these little combos, these ult combos that we talk about for PaperX are as strong on this next map.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I do want to know what the coach of Karmine Corp has to say. We have Eng standing by with Mika.
Hey guys, Mika here, and now I'm with Coach Eng of KC. Now, Eng, Magna mentioned earlier that PRX can be a team that is pretty annoying to deal with. So I want to know what they were doing exactly that was so difficult to deal with, and how you guys were able to mitigate that as the side switched.
First of all, they are an amazing team, really, with amazing playstyle, a very unique playstyle. So I don't know what to say, to be honest, because of to be honest, it's a pleasure to play against them. Really, we're learning a lot from this game. So yeah, I don't know, like, but what can I say? It's hard to read them because of this like unique style. Yeah, and I don't know what to say, to be honest. But we will try our best on the second map. So yeah.
That was such a wholesome answer. So let's get to it. Second map.
It almost felt like Coach Eng Kakuka was a little speechless there as well.
PaperX attacking first. PaperX attacking first. On all of the maps is a little bit scary for KC.
Special about this PaperX team.
Yeah, exactly. Eng can be as wholesome as he
Wonder why there's only one team like PaperX in Valorant. I think a lot of teams try to be like it, but I don't think they have the. They just can't get the. I don't think it's easy to replicate the environment they have very well.
But again, I think it's going to be.
I think that's the thing that feels like it's missing in the most.
A lot of what happened against Heretics happening again on this Lotus.
Like I think you have a team like PaperX playing well together because they have such a deep understanding of each other. They have a lot of freedom, they have a lot of trust in going for things that are a little bit more out there. And if things need changing and fixing, they're really good at having an environment to allow that to happen.
Tends to put on a masterclass. Their attack side decision making, the way that they call is always.
And also, it's just an element of being a bit nerdy, I guess, for Paper
And I
X.
actually think their
You're
style,
just hoping that
if
they.
Paper X is going for these forward plays, they
I don't know.
the rated
Like,
combos,
they
don't
are
have
very
the same
nerdy on
kind of
getting the
neutral
most out of their
setups.
agents and coming up with fun stuff. Like, you can see that that's such a drive for them in order to go and do that.
They don't have those same tools to set up these combos like they do on some of these other maps. So I think this will be a bit of an easier time for KC to punish when they're playing their attack.
So you mentioned the Lotus situation and them being so good at this map, but I also have to say in the back of my mind that if Paper X comes out just like they did on Bind with a big lead, and then you're like, oh my god, we were supposed to be good here.
Yes.
I get a little worried about the young team on that stage in that situation.
And not only that, we were talking about how Monier is doing
get
great in
comfy in
this
this
tournament.
chair,
How
though.
today specifically, he's performing super well. The
Oh, they've gone back to the double controller.
He's going to be leaning that race onto Forsaken.
Are they?
And this Forsaken
Was it
you on
these?
red.
Was it Paper X that came up with it first, or are they taking the EG com?
Yeah. And this is a crazy switch to make, but it's Paper X. Rules don't matter. Agents aren't real.
I was gonna say
it's Paper
Like
X.
double controller.
This is it for Carmine.
Would also explain more why Paper X weren't afraid to
From Melons to Madrid,
ban
they
out the
have done
Lotus.
something no one could have ever expected of them, and now they're here.
When it used to play Astra too. Yeah, I mean he's a control player. He's not just a gnome player, for sure. And then Forsaken on the Raze arc again instead of Cypher. I mean they're attacking first, so this like giga aggressive comp. If they go for like a 9-3 half on attack,
in a very good
they're golden.
They want to be contenders for those playoffs. Genji's already waiting on the other side. It could be a great year for Pacific, especially if EMEA goes home this early.
Well, it's now time to see what this Carmine core team is.
You're also playing up. It's funny because you're playing up against another team that likes to run double controller. So it's like, you did this on split. We liked it, so we take it for Lotus.
Question marks between us, right? Because that composition coming out from Paper X has surprised you and me.
Yeah, not so much the swap, but it's the fact we have the Astra in here. I mean, we're still running with this guy on Paper X again. There's some dedication towards keeping that here.
It's interesting. I don't know why you wouldn't go for the Viper though, if you had to have another controller. But yeah, EDG were doing this a little bit in the Evolution series.
To see how much is really going, because Astra has a lot of utility. Obviously, open up the
Smoke on
possibilities.
Secret.
Especially
One Smoke on Heaven, but I'm not sure who it was from. Out of the two controllers, I think this one was an Astra one, or this one was an Omen one. But I think both Omen smokes were used. There was also an Astra smoke here, but I think he got recalled.
We'll spot out the rotation. Yeah, no real progress towards site here, and KC a little bit
There are
disconnected from
4
B1
players
again.
already here.
Looks like Paper
2
X
Nano Swarms.
gonna follow through this time.
Oh my god, he almost just got minced by all of this util. Forsaken's very lucky to be alive, but still, however, Paper X are able to get the first kill. Alright, they just absolutely plowed through the pistol.
Heartbreak for KC there as Narray just drifting on through. How does this happen?
KC might look a bit boomed here.
The paint shell posted in between the 2 mollies placed on site. I mean,
It's crazy to me how this this stream's only been going live for 3.5 hours.
What do you do? How can you prep?
Like, that's kind of crazy, isn't it? Because some of these have been like we could be done before 7 o'clock.
Then when you come out here and there's a different composition, there's another set of questions.
Another Omen Astra, yeah, on Paper
You
X.
can rely on these agents to excel in terms of utility or continue to run it down. Forsaken and something on your front line, you've got to feel very confident regardless of
I think
who's
it
on
goes
what
to show that
right
like
now.
comps don't matter too much, but it's just the fundamentals of how you play off of each other.
Feels like that flash was enough that Paper X don't like what they're seeing, and it's actually quite well timed that they drift away. They will have a completely open A site. They'll note the lack of utility.
Like it's just so like
last round Magnum was there.
free.
It's
They're
not the
just
biggest
making
case
so
right
much
now.
noise, just stomping around. Going into a judge with a smoke.
Though outdoes it with
Bit-
the classic. I do not know.
bit
But he'll be
off.
happy enough with it. Aren't going to come down now. Down
Wait,
to the
who's got the
4.
judge now? Something. I thought Monya had it for a second there when he asked. I was
There's
like,
not a frenzy, there's not a ghost, there's nothing. It is purely
surely you
classic, so
expect that somebody's
something
gone
to
and done
take
the
up
same
the test
play.
now as well.
In case you're like, it wouldn't.
I think they're a little bit conscious, yeah. Who's post off on Heaven now?
It slows this player down. Once got to be used, he still peeks it, pushes it. The grab as well from stairs in a smoke. The attack.
Something's on the case here. Just
That you can't really
prowling
get
on the
in.
edges of those smokes.
Got a judge hopping across, loads of different smokes.
Hunt down these final
Just
players.
bullying
Magnum
them.
again with a connection. Can they make this
Trying to
really
die to the
costly? It
spike
looks
if they
like they're gonna try
can.
and exit through CT, which is
Maybe
the
getting
right
a couple
call.
more
Monyet
kills.
double around.
Monyet's not afraid to just go with a ghost. He's not losing the big gun.
Mind Freak and Divide do
So you
manage to
lose the
escape. That Bulldog's
judge.
still in
They had a ghost anywhere.
Only lose the
And
judge though, if I'm not mistaken.
don't know if they had like
Take
2
back in
ghosts
too, but yeah.
or 2 pistols. I imagine they would.
Didn't see exactly what
So the only thing that you
purpose
lost was the
regardless,
judge.
something
And something's about to go for the op.
straight onto the operator.
Sure.
So another question mark in the mix here for Carmine Court. Doesn't really even have the benefit of having the Blade Storm kind of on the brink.
Something else like the pistol. So yeah, it was
to make this
2
work.
ghosts and a judge.
Has Devi got anything? Oh, well, Sheriff now.
It's like the op on a bonus on attack on Jet on this map. You know, like every step of this process for Paper X with what they're doing here makes no sense. Yet you know that they're going to be the one that the different factor.
Taken away from I'm worried that someone else might be
Now Casey will be expecting the op. Yeah, you'd be given no reason to.
They've noted that operator.
Outlaw, perhaps. Op,
No bullets have been
nah.
fired, but if they'd seen anything, you can't do it. You can see them trying to toy with it. Daring
I do like clearing all of this
util
util because you kind of hope that somebody's going to peek for more info. All of these angles, something's just... Oh my god, he's way too
And
close.
he has been. They're really putting bodies behind this.
Plan's still not gone down. They could go B. Kind of separate these players away from here. And more patient stuff from Shin. Heaven's going to be hard to take. It's probably not even worth taking if you're Paper X.
Narrate slowly.
Having somebody to break the Prowler. You know that both Prowlers have been used if you're something. So you can get onto a pretty aggressive angle now without worrying about being cleared by util.
Playing Paper X's games right now. Right cool as well.
Smoke's coming across. There's enough of them.
Spike trying to make it across. Does anyone catch it in the heels? No, but something's cleared.
So much respect is being given by KC here, which is such a risk.
How far something is cleared towards CT.
Really doing. Unfortunately, now a lot of questions.
Don't think he's given away that he has the op yet either. He's not fired. He dodges the C's. Oh, sorry, there was another Prowler stuff. I thought both of them were used. Okay, now you know he has the op.
Off a couple of shots, but Forsaken in a fantastic position as well. If he can hold this down, he can become such a thorn in their
An
side.
op and a judge holding Heaven, holding one player.
With something, but there
Okay, nice.
the push. And look at these shots just going
Right,
straight
you've
to
lost
Monyet,
the op.
everything in a 1v3.
Is there 1 star still?
One in the sight, and he just can't find it. They put bodies in the right
Alright, that's good mental from KC, just with how late they left it, how much space they gave up.
It's one of those situations I was crediting on the first map, really. HyperX will keep pushing.
A lot of teams wouldn't feel comfortable to leave it that late for KC on a retake against a bonus. It also has an op in it. But I managed to make it work. Maybe Paper X tried to do way too much.
There's a gravity well to slow things down just inside Link. Don't leave it hanging. Don't leave it. Oh no. Another 4K moment.
I mean, he was defusing the spike, to be fair.
Vibe killer.
Vibes down.
Yeah.
Game's lost.
Yeah. It's
Game's
wraps.
gone.
Let's go, Mike. Pace
On
change.
top, not seeing anything. You've got the Astra lurking over here. 2 judges. Well, they just don't fucking care, do they?
Very pacey. Gonna get the first real glimpse
Showstopper
of
for
this C-site.
Forsaken.
Hadn't tested too much.
So much space giving up because Carmen Cole like to play these like late retakes. Showstopper used. A little bit worried that they're going to keep pushing up here. Fucking Fnatic were doing this against Carmen Cole and they got punished.
They need to hold a fair amount of this
Like
space.
Dirk was over pushing it here with no help and getting caught out.
Nuisance in the backlines here.
Nice place for a star.
This is not a good face-off. An operator versus a judge. Actually, Monyet pulls the trigger.
Late lurk, and then the judge comes in.
Love seeing something swing as well, just to make sure it goes their way in the last 2 being
Mental
heard.
game's gone.
Nowhere
Monyet's
to
got the flank.
run, nowhere to hide. Narrate gonna try and
And they
bully
just have
his
to
way
save.
past,
Now
but it's not just
something
one.
with another operator. He needs to try and save this gun if he can. Now Casey are trying to survive and also get rid of the op if they can help it. What a weird position to be in.
Made its way out, at least until now. The door, was it broken earlier? I believe it was. Something holding.
Oh man, he can't hit shit with this op right now.
Trying to get away, Narrate. Gotta be careful though. There is the rest of the squad here now. And Paper X with that pace change, working out that C site.
Almost knocked his head off.
Well, uncharacteristic misses here from something. if you're going to continue to invest behind that operator.
Nice leg from Monyet.
Really well coordinated here, Monyet. And that potentially is the game plan for him on the Astra. Must be very disconnected.
What a weird way
from
to
some
win,
of these
honestly.
side hits.
Wait, no, something didn't have the up for that round. So what? He had the up for the bonus. That was picked up and kept from KC, and now something has got it back. That's what's happened. And an eco for KC. Nice shot.
On the first hit. KC looking to get the hell out.
And two players pushing up onto A.
Against these guys, you just even in a fair fight.
Pushing into this, even if it is an eco, is still a scary thing.
And in the meantime, not only
And it is
get the
two
frequency,
stingers.
they've already started to make that progress
Mincemeat
towards A.
could be.
Obviously,
Magnum's just hiding in this corner to not get hit by anything. And yeah, it's just a classic spray. Seekers is going to be used.
Potentially recovered. Something on the case to keep control of it, and,
And something knows that there is one at least stairs. The Forsaken's on the angle more aggressively.
Stinger in play. Oh, that's rough. Not what he wanted there.
But he updraft as well to get caught. Weird. Weird moment for Paper X.
Of course, back off that angle, but KC still need to get through this.
A part of me feels this fucking something updraft to get hit by the horn to just pull people's attention away. Still misses the shot. Can't quite get it.
Misses, starting to make a bit of a problem. Forsaken gonna find one, but Force.
Oh no.
Holding this down.
The rate's so good in these.
Really pop off here. 3 would be exceptional. He gets it to halfway. Oh, but Divide just dies.
He's just way too good.
This time he gets his 3.
And just enough time. The rate is so clutch on this map.
By his side.
Either planting or diffusing, the A site is just his.
That's all but done when they get held in this choke point.
1 versus 3, clean as you fucking like.
Something like I said, another miss coming through here.
To be kidding me.
No, wait, I think as soon as he identifies he's landed that headshot.
Something needs to stop with the uppercut hit. Yeah, I don't. It's like he's trying to force the issue too.
Some of the overcommits here from this post plant. Not at that point where you can just.
Still going for the off. I guess that's just part of like the comp as well. Just have like the almost like the chamber play.
This early
Up versus Stinger wings. And Martin now has an up on the other side. You lose Monyet. Luckily, that's not your only smokes. Oh, what a position for Forsaken, but he's more one way than Martin.
It's going to be him eliminated, and that's 2 picks on either side of the map. You couldn't ask for a better start if you're Carmine Core.
Looking to flash through here, but doesn't even catch Martin unaffected.
Martin's got more up kills already than Something has. And Something's had it a lot longer.
Slow mind freak down. Martin's having a go.
Right, that's one.
Yeah, starting to have a round. Something looking to make up
Diffs.
what has been a dreary start for him. And that's not a bad
Alright,
way
lot of
to put
space
it.
giving up.
Suddenly they're
Blade
on
Storm
red
is
alert.
available for
Just
something
went
too,
from,
and a
big
smoke.
fight to, hold on, it's still something. Let's relax here a little bit. There's 2 players on CT. And he wants that. He wants
1 versus 5 with the AWP would just cement him a god tier round. Look at this from KC though. So much space given up.
Plant something that he
30
wants.
seconds left.
No one's playing.
So very well disciplined.
Playing to his game.
Problem is,
Even
the
an
ship's
alarm
alive.
bot here.
Opportunity to smoke off here, so he has to dig his heels in. Can't really reset towards mound with an open plant.
He needs
to have the
pick.
Blade Storm, he needs to pick early.
And if Carmine Core is as disciplined as we credited them, they shouldn't give him that. There should never be an
The one
opportunity.
way makes it so difficult.
Yeah,
Is he
there we
under
go.
it? No, he can't.
I thought he
Is
might have
it?
had a little bit of a pixel there, but trying to play to the edge of it.
Doesn't have a dash either, but has a smoke.
Oh my god, he's got
Blade
the pick.
Storm.
Hold on! This is game on.
Oh, he just overheats. NC, nice try.
Keep that heads up work, playing together and getting the defuse. Scoreline all even.
I think you're going to be able to afford another operator now if you've got a full buy coming in.
Very early pick onto Monyet.
Or was that a force?
Really hinders
Should have a buy, but I don't know how good it'll be. Yeah, just sees his little leg.
Really crispy with the operator here. Something unfortunately overwhelmed.
I don't think he really does that damage to either of them.
To finally manage to get the plant down. We'll see an early timeout from Paper X.
Flash
See, Alex
missed, yeah.
wasn't too happy in one of the post plants. That loss over on A site to narrate. curious if this overall is the approach that the PaperX want to take with this sort of comp switch up.
Doesn't this like a little bit of raining in the background of the music?
I don't want to say useless, but his impact is really limited in these sort of kind of slow mid to late rounds. It's not.
You're going to see much more of the opping though, just as a plan, because it seems to be like going okay.
Early on towards Rubble, get themselves towards a site. And maybe Munya is on Astra to kind of counterbalance that.
Potentially, but again, it's just a lot of these questions I feel like get answered with one time and practice, and you can kind of find your way to work it out. But I don't know how much they've played this. I mean, this is a new comp to to our eyes. I don't know if they've been running it behind the scenes, if this is just a very last-minute change, if there's something they thought might work. Their traditional comp wasn't going to be the answer they needed. But to change it at this point is I mean, it's a credit to PaperX to be able to do it.
The answer is to just get Forsaken on Raze.
I mean, it has worked to an extent. Maybe you have to see how that works out now. As it looks a simplistic start, but a great
Paranoia is really nice. And then they just tumble dry these players. Something's still going to keep going. Smokes off the boombot, lockdown. KC are just very passive in these retakes. But like, if you want to be aggressive at PaperX, you need to get in so deep in order to fight them. Showstopper wasn't going to be heard. Like, and they're just on a stinger by.
He's feeling it. He wants more. He's chomping at the bit. He wants them dead. Magnum gonna take down
no bullets on it.
Can one man do something? Has to watch as the defuse comes
And wants to make sure he dies, so he has a full buy next. Magnum with the up again, picking it up.
What a round for Martin again.
Yeah, Martin and the Ray are the ones keeping this team in it.
Did he pick up an empty stinger at the end there?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a delay, but again, KC figuring out.
He didn't get hit by the stun of the dog, so. But yeah, using the showstopper just behind the back of the wall, so it wasn't going to get heard. Very good. Very good.
The thing is what's the second layer to these post plants? If it is kind of tailor-made around Monya, buying time, PaperX aren't really achieving what they need to make that work.
Martin and Shin, and good to see Martin finding a bit of comfort here. He's been
Shin's opening the door, keeping it out.
Flash
needed. Forced out a lot of utility already from PaperX. PaperX are like, we're going to go away.
I wouldn't say headline. You'd say you give that to Narrate, but he was
back into the Magnum meat grinder. There's a Viper's Pit, which hasn't been used yet. I wonder if they're going to try and get the Viper over to A quickly, to then ult on site.
Away they go. Forsaken.
No, they're just backing up, snake biting.
Looking to potentially pressure. Maybe
3 players, CT. Like the judge play, it just feels like PaperX are trying to be as troll as they possibly can. No noise.
No, and something is screwed.
They've jumped in. Right, Forsaken gets one. I think everybody got hit by this Nightfall. Viper's Pit as well to block the site, but they could just run back.
They need to scramble away from here.
I almost feel like PaperX, I don't think they planned for it, but we'll see. And then a late hold from Mindfreak. And the Judge just runs at him. Judge Shorty.
And that spike is over on
that just threw him off enough.
Way possible. So you're gonna need Forsaken.
And then you have the Seekers, which is good.
10 seconds left.
Nothing over here. And a little bit of a mid-map boss with Forsaken, who has a showstopper.
He's gonna hear him. It's time to shine.
Oh, he just gets traded. That trade is exceptional.
With a response.
All of them should be coming from here.
In line here.
Even jumping over the angle to not just get headshot running into it.
They've still got to clear him. Does he get noted? Yes, he does. Oh,
well banged. Really good retake from KC.
Carmine Core showing diligence now, starting to really get a grip on PaperX.
I like the adjustment. Whoever like mid-round called that from PaperX was nice, but it just feels like they are just playing, making up as they go along kind of thing, right? Brand new comp, and they're just like, we'll just fucking, you know, come up with it on the night. You got the Night Fallout, you got the Viper's Pit.
Beautiful recovery from KC. It looked like they were
Like, that's crazy.
out initially, but Narrate's ultimate really the one to give them access back onto A side. I'm carrying on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There.
You?
There's some temptation, but no, you're right, because look at this start. Look at Forsaken, right off the rip.
Stuck in the corner. Oh my god, nothing is working now. Martin, I think, still has fucking something's up from earlier.
What do they do? They've lost out on that early chance.
And then they're going back to A, which has been held nicely. Breaking the alarm bot's good. Breaking secret, getting the turret. It's the most common like setup, I think, for KC over on A. It's a good response. Good call from PaperX of like, okay, let's just get into like destroying Killjoy utility and see what we can get from that.
Magnum will potentially be called upon, spotted here on the cross. Something. Maybe the dash across though, unscathed so
Yeah, I
far.
mean, this is going to be
Will be uncontested.
just how much space KC giving up. Like, they're not making sure that they always go into the retake with as much of an advantage as they can get.
So often, though.
Because their utility and their retakes are so good. And compositionally, there's just more utility to work with here than on the attack side.
Now, 1-for-1 trade, but it's not enough considering they're down to 2. Narrate sweeping
Nice fights from Mind Freak. The rate is really low too. A late push from Monye, who has his grabs.
Narrate down low.
Fake TP.
Mind Freak toying with the TP. Monye can't hit the
Big
shot
fight.
across, and now it's all on
Oh, Shin. You just weren't. Mind Freak wasn't expecting him to just get him on that timing. And just low time too.
They are starting to really tip the scales.
Like, Mind Freak could just calm down there. And Monye, both of them could have just relaxed.
I mean, this almost has sort of echoes of the approach for
Yeah, another timeout. I kind of like needed second timeout, I think.
Concede all the space, happy to play the retake, and PaperX were just left scratching their heads in that series. Carmine Court look like they've taken a leaf out of that book.
They're all swapped between maps. PaperX can't just win those fights. Yeah, Narrate is what, 11 and 4?
Ability to convert space into success. And this sort of play style, not really the approach to make, but PaperX really struggling.
They are.
Second timeout called.
I don't think, again, this doesn't feel like too surprising though. I guess the only issue is that on your attacking side, you're behind. Like 6 rounds on defense is great for KC.
Quite nicely.
More than enough.
Credited them very highly on this map. This is one that kind of put them not necessarily on our radar, but it very much solidified what a lot of people were looking at. But the fact, as I said, that they're doing this to paper.
KC win the pistol.
Very good first map. This is going to be a huge confidence builder for Carmine Core and kind of bringing them back to where they should.
They did. PaperX winning the pistol, and that was basically it.
As well. If they don't start off with a confident beginning, they could lose a little bit of that. I guess faith in the calling and executing the plans they've come up with, but so far it's looking absolutely on the money here. This could certainly spur them on as they go forward. But the timeout came in, a couple more rounds to play with, and a full purchase here for PaperX.
With the TP for Shin. 3 off the showstopper. Again, Martin not really been relying on that too much.
Got a full buy here at least. PaperX.
Way to definitely more valuable.
Is this the Alex
so
call
far.
to just go crazy?
Bit of a pace change here. PaperX.
Go stupid, go crazy.
No slow creep.
So difficult when PaperX when you're not given fights until all of the util is available for KC to work with. You just end up in these like, we can't take more space because we end up playing in really difficult areas of the map to fight. And we can't out utility KC when they're on their way in.
There, something trying to play ahead.
Unless you get timings like that. Going for the re-peak is definitely interesting, but this is just the overabundance of util. Somehow, these guys are still keeping themselves alive by just holding close. Don't give him another 1 versus 3.
This is a lot though, and he ain't got much time with this one.
Money's not great either, because some of these rounds have been a little bit more closer. Last one was a 1 versus 1.
PaperX think he's saving. Oh, I mean, it's a star down. regardless on the spike. Looking to do some further damage.
He's not even going to try and get on the plant. He's just saving a gun.
Run the risk. He should
12
be
and
safe.
4 doesn't want to ruin his stats. Even though it wouldn't ruin his stats at all down to the spike.
So, Apex, a slight adjustment in pace. Coming out of the timeout. Get themselves a round win. Yeah, we haven't seen this sort of play coming out so far. I think the real thing to notice is Apex forced back in their shells a little bit.
Which is strange.
Yeah, again, you can read this pretty well. It's like, yeah,
With
that's
Flux.
5, they're sitting back, they're in
Yeah.
the CT, they're getting
Right.
ready to retake.
There we go.
Usually Paperex will be like, cool, let's send 2 people in there. Let's start flashing.
Sees
there.
nades
Let's get a
onto
little
rubble.
deeper, but we haven't really seen that.
Yep, it's managed to get Forsaken. He has somehow survived.
You are lucky to be alive.
Why do I
Forsaken.
still feel
That
that Forsaken's
looks
going to
like
get a
those
kill?
Raps and Mod-
My god.
Come on.
Monia gets killed in the spot that something just dashed from. I mean, this is how Paperex win.
Switch, it almost felt like it was Paperex doing that sort of stuff.
Shin is so low.
9 HP.
They try and reset and go towards C. They're going to go into all of this Killjoy util.
Oh my god.
Oh, Christ.
Magnum just reads him like
There's
a
no
book.
need to rush this. Not with the
There's
spike, at
almost an
least.
eternity that passes after these Seekers identify where Magnum is.
This is tough.
No flashes. He has a dog.
Now you've got Magnum with his entirety of his setup here.
And there's a
Spike.
turret still watching across to... So both of them could watch towards this.
56 HP as well. Yep.
There it is. Paranoia getting prepped. A little bit of free fire, but it doesn't really matter.
Great
Yeah,
paranoia.
bye-bye. Divide.
Skydog, see if we can get a bit more info.
Couldn't quite close the gap though, noting they'd fallen
Aggressive
away quite
angles
close
now
anyway
because the
with
smoke's
20
up.
seconds. I think he might be
And
just one,
saving, yeah.
Just gonna slip through the fingertips here.
I'm not sure if
Badly
if
played
I
from
missaw it,
Paperex,
but
that one.
I thought the Seeker went to the left. It's invested from rubble. Obviously, Shin took a ton of damage inside tree, but I'm not sure if we're going to get a chance to see that on the replay, but the timing's just way off here. I believe if the door's broken, yeah, Magnum's broken the door. So I don't know if that information's just lost in the exchange or what. But a real gamble to take this TP all the way towards C site.
Only one that they didn't win for a retake, but that's because the spike didn't even get fucking planted.
Any replay of that, it may not be the case.
Bye, you got Mod Judge place.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly.
Nice fight from
what
Divide,
happened,
though.
'cause I was focused on it. Well, I've missed it there.
Yeah.
I know Shin took a ton of damage inside tree. Maybe they're thinking, yeah, we've tagged up the A-side player, so surely Magnum's going to commit towards helping his teammate.
Right, yeah.
I don't think that's a bad idea. Like, Hypog's got the right idea, I think, but just because it was so quick, there was no time to react to that.
Magnum. They're just taking mad challenges. Carmine Core, this is very out of character, but it's worked
It's
very
Divide
well.
that's winning the fucking
Really
fights, though.
surprising Paperex with a change of pace, taking a somewhat late duel over by Mound. And it worked very well for themselves. Shin on
Weird
fire,
fight.
taking down Divide.
Nightfall onto the last player.
Onye noted.
Showstopper in behind.
Nowhere to run.
Great defensive side for KC and Paperex. I mean, I wonder what this defense is going to be like. Christ. You don't have any like sentinel utility to stop people from just going B or C quickly. So this is going to be very hard, I think. Might be a
KC
map
happy
break.
to throw bodies on the line. Let's go! Let's go, boys! Energy into it. Definite. Yes, energy booster,
Yes.
confidence booster for Carmine Court.
And now a chance to listen to one of the players who's really stepped up here, Martin.
Hello, I'm Martin and I play for Carmine Corp. Even though we know
Galax told them to not give Casey respect, which is kind of hard when it's like they're just playing post plan.
The whole team is not feeling the ball.
They're just
We are
playing
playing
completely
at the same
offside.
level as we did in kickoff, and team play and comms are just not on the spot. And then honestly, we just choked. So I think that Magnum obviously is a new IGL, but he's learning very fast, and I think his calls are very good. I don't think he fell short from John QT. I think it was a team problem, not Magnum's problem. We for sure are better than that.
15 seconds less.
If Machine, Mind Trick Machine, if Mind Freak Fake TP, there would have been better play of Magnum at C and fight. Yeah, I think so. But it would have been heard.
Unbelievable! The Nightfall going to confirm that he's not playing towards Rubble. Narrate. 9 bullets!
It's so, almost identical to the clutch play that Narrate had against
I
Fnatic.
still need to make space and calm. If I ever don't do
He's
that,
just
then
not afraid to go
it's
for
very
that.
hard for the others. So I think it's just me being calm because.
Do you think some of these rounds did come down more to like
think that
clutches and
death
stuff,
or
individual
match,
moments?
Because it just
and the
adds
like?
on the pressure. It's just about us not having the greatest team play right now, and we're trying to work on it.
Eight to 4, Carmine Court, showing us a little of
Wait,
what
why is
really
that?
enamored us with them during that kickoff phase. Those retakes being very,
Oh, it's,
very
like,
solid.
disconnected.
Starting to see
Weird.
some of that individual flair coming out from not just Narrate, but also Martine as well. Some great reads from Magnum, a lot of those key elements. Now, on the other side here, flipping the script a little, PaperX,
Need to check
felt
logs
like a
now.
last-minute
I don't-
change coming in with this comp. I'd be
I'm
happy
letting
if
people
everyone
sort
could
it
say,
out
hey, no,
between
this is where we tend
themselves.
to be, but it didn't quite land where I wanted it to.
No, and I think there's an opportunity to really, I guess, demonstrate it in the second half here, but it feels like in the mid-round, these slow, drawn-out rounds where KC are happy to concede space, not using a utility, they're always going to win out. Let's see. Now Carmine Court are going to approach.
Yeah. PaperX could make this another pistol, which would be really handy.
PaperX making their way past Rubble right now.
Oh man, good damage done to Martine.
Just disconnect, but
What was that against?
Martine down
That
to 20 HP already.
ghost body shot, headshot through the wall.
Look a little more threatening than he is by a couple more
Did he
seconds.
dink him? I'm not too sure.
So KC looking to potentially
Oh man, yeah, the open plant with this flank is so nice for
Been
PaperX.
dealt with quickly. That they should have an idea that everyone's here.
They're gonna try and push to take more space, knowing that they're getting flanked, flip the spawns. And it's a really good decision from Monya to just flank around, not get caught out alone.
Off the angle. You can already see the smokes be coming up.
KC have kind of fallen right into this one.
Dragged away, Monye, something, PaperX. Looking for no way, come on.
Devi going for the knife this time.
You got 5 rounds, relax a little.
Flawless 2.
What are they up to?
It's always the same PaperX underneath. It's just...
What is that?
The crazy thing is, it always almost looks like that's the plan, that's the call. Somebody's saying that. Like, I've got to reload. Oh, I'm going to knife him. I'm going to knife him.
Look at him. Look at him. Screaming. I can't believe it.
Well, that's how they kick off the second half.
Oh, no, I'm nervous now. They're just going to do PaperX things.
10 pistols in a row. Is it actually? No.
A ton of damage. That's a Monya.
Not far off though. Like 8.
Oh, Mindfreak caught on. I don't know what he was caught on there. Have a smoke out, something?
I don't know, but he looked lost in the source. Monye, fortunately, though, going to make up for it and kind of bail out the player by door as well. This is...
I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 pistols in a row.
Now there's action coming now.
No, look.
That's when they lost was against Heretics on this map, but then they won the round afterwards anyway, so it didn't matter.
Find something.
Going to happen. Yeah, find something on the other end of it. The Ray post up close to it. Judge it could do some damage.
And again, good damage. Oh dear. Falls to Divide. These rounds are getting weird. Shin left in a 1v2. Can he make something out of it? He might just be able to. Something with a Judge and Shin with a dream. He knows it. He knows he's close by. What
Hit the Sentinels. Classic win out the clutch, not quite. But it's a good eco for KC. I don't think they forced up that time.
Cleared about 8 different angles in half a second here. It's such an awkward spot here underneath C site. But yeah, was Mindfree looking to smoke something because he's out in the middle of nowhere on
yeah,
B
just
side.
drifting.
Must be just come out of sending a smoke somewhere. So it looked like he was reloading. But that was him just pulling back out the Bulldog.
Yeah, that was really weird on B. I don't know what happened. That whole round was just, you know, all out there. 8-6.
Carmine Core looking to continue pressuring towards Mound here. It's a switch up, something on the other side of this.
Well, I don't feel like something's going to do some nasty work here.
He's hanging around.
Yeah, okay, just...
Carla's still going just because...
Get out!
Just not doing any shots with the Vandal.
But they might just disrespect it. They know
He's
they
TP'd
can.
in.
Something down a little
So Viz's not going to expect him in. I'll piggy head the steps now. Good shot from Monyet. You did lose your rifle though, or one of the two rifles that you had.
Where the hell's the rest of the squad though?
You know, these two players actually
Back through the door here,
going through the door
KC
to catch these people off.
danger zone.
Have you got any utility to work with? Skyflash is nice. They're not going to expect where Magnum is now with that flash not pinging anybody.
With the spam.
Even now, not giving it away.
And now the odds are looking less and less likely for Paper Expert to close that gap, but you can never write these guys out. Shin just controlling on the site, though, really keeping a firm grip. Magnum denies the door. And the options for Mind Freak have pretty much dissipated for those last couple of kills.
Yeah, and going to be weird coming out of this round as well, because it's Monyet and Divide to have
And saving all the way on it.
left in the bank, but Casey's round win here.
Saving the Bulldog's kind of odd. I mean, it is a bonus, right, for Paper X? You've bought up a little bit, actually. So, not quite. Which I think is risky, but I guess they wanted to buy up on the round a bit more instead of just treat us around to lose.
So yeah, Narrate 2 away, Shin 1 off the TP. Magnum and Martin about halfway. With something expecting to have the Blade Storm at least here, buying down to 550, and looks like actually, considering throwing everything in here, it's Forsakenness to concern that far away from the showstopper as well. He's only got a Sheriff. Switch up here from KC though.
Good luck, Divide. There is hightailing it away, which is probably the right call. Now, if you're Carmine Core, you're still going to do somewhat of a diligent clear. You can't be too lackadaisical about it, but there's a pace to them. They want to get
Maveric's still on DRX macro level. I don't really watch Paper X. He's had some good moments in this tournament, but yeah, not quite on peak macro performance or peak Mind Freak.
He's just holding the line. He's
but it's hard to shine when you have so many players like some Paper X.
They haven't gone for the plant yet, so this is getting a little dicey, but they're holding for maybe this reaggress.
I know that Paper X is going to try and pre-take the site here, but it's punished. It's
incredibly clean. Oh dear.
It's a flawless round to find
used both the timeouts too, didn't they, Paper
X? The money coming into question now for Paper X.
So you don't really have any chance to chat to the player.
There's no opportunity to take a breather. Carmine Core really starting to dial up the pressure here.
Well, I feel like this echoes back to almost our starting point of this entire matchup. It's the question of form. We've seen what Paper X can look like in map 1 when it's terrifying, when they are in that full fight and flight mode, just flying at you across the map. And here, missing a little bit in that regard, whereas KC
over towards the seaside. Paranoia is nice.
Comes out and they're hunting them down. Already Paper X not going to take the foot off the gas by any means. Didn't get the connections they want.
And already in this time, doing this lurk is good. Yeah. Losing a player like that is not. He's too weak to even slam the desk anymore. Yeah, he's just had to deal with so much.
Should have a ton of information of.
Now that Deathball has been able to pick up the rifle.
Necessarily rotated just yet.
Monyet has it.
Now, actually, yeah, the rifle is retrieved, so Monyet has that in hand now.
And with the loss of Magnum, there is a chance for some of these flanks to work, maybe, but they've decided against it, right?
Oh, on side from KC, gets nothing.
No one there. Backfilling that space,
on front end, is that going to get broken? Doesn't get any information, actually.
Look where it's heading.
But it has pulled all of these players across. There's no like killjoy utility at all anyway, so you just have an open C site. You need to be a bit careful that somebody might just be waiting here the whole time anyway. But it's not likely. Would you coach a team? I don't think so.
Plenty of opportunities. Shin now in a position to play spoiler. A glance from something.
But it depends. If like a good offer came in, then I would.
4 through door though. That's a lot of players there. Martin this time in the position Magnum was in before, but again they don't have the weaponry to really close this down.
Paranoia like push these players back in.
But they've had no success elsewhere. I'm just eyeing up Monyet.
They've actually dedicated the Cosmic Divide.
What is this man up to? Huh? He's got to beat Martin and he's got to do it fast. Yeah, absolutely
Forsaken, nice shot.
What is the plan here? There's no time for this. This feels... Wait.
Is there time for this?
No.
Close, but no cigar.
Very close.
Not even. I thought it was way more than that.
I know.
I was like, yeah, no, he's like a second
right.
off here. Huh?
Has kind of descended into chaos
Hell, what a game.
again. But that's kind of just the way it is.
Got a little close, didn't it?
Yeah. A little touch and go. I mean, if anything else happens here and it's Martin to fall first, then actually that divide pays off.
Yeah, right. Go back in, this time with a buy though. But just coming up for
What's
Paper
map
X,
3?
but still, it's sticking the landing that's been the hard part. TP gets taken and
which is just going to be
Shin towards CT. He
a
can confirm
duel. It's
site
just going to be an
clear.
absolute waffle fight, I
Careful
think.
towards that waterfall side.
Don't think we're going to get the
Seeker's
best
gonna
quality
come through as the
Valorant, but
answer
we'll
as well.
see.
So Plant gonna be going down uncontested.
Because both the teams are playing some wild ass shit. The
Oh,
paranoia is really nice, but Shin just getting that peek beforehand and nobody else in the position. Paper X now just doing the shit one at a time. Very good stuff. He smoked off waterfall. These players are going to push it. These guys got to save. Yeah, it's looking like we're getting there.
Puts them into a 3v2, but again, they don't have step to sight. They don't have the ability to clear these deeper position players. And I wonder if Magnum might have caught an audio cue or two there. But still, this is looking like 12. Carmine Court. Maybe giving us a game here. Hoping map 3 could be that highlight between these two. As Narrate does take away Mind Freak.
Oh
There's
yeah,
just no
Mind Freak,
mercy
something, just
in
saving
these
the op
players.
and that's it.
After map 1, after what was being done to them, they've come back with an answer.
Problem with Paper X this event is they have too many maps that they're not keen on playing.
Yes.
I mean, Eng's saying, you know, yeah, you don't know.
Like their Icebox, they haven't shown Breeze. They really don't want to play Lotus. They play, but they really probably shouldn't.
Feeling fantastic.
Puts faith back in the system, doesn't it? Stepping up.
This should have been loud versus EDG.
You could argue was one of the crowning.
Depending on the
jewels of
veto,
their
yeah.
map throughout regular play, but still.
I think if the veto was a little bit more abstract for EDG versus loud, it very well could have been.
Rubble side, so Carmine Core may not get the complete run of the house. They absolutely don't. Forsaken going to take down Shin.
Oh,
my God,
Flash.
there's a lot of players. Only
That did so much damage.
There's 2 players already in Rubble that he just didn't realize. 3 versus 2, Bladestorm.
And something is behind.
Full step in. Martin is watching this angle just on the outside of the smoke. Great position. Really good position. And now with a minute on the clock, they have full freedom to go wherever the fuck they want. I think they're just going to slow walk all the way to C.
Have to try and recover a weapon here. Fully reset for the 1v3 elsewhere. Yeah, Martin down to 56, Narrate on 42.
Might as well Bladestorm. Yeah, of course, but I think just running here.
Definitely a chance.
No, you don't really have too much information, but you know that they haven't like full committed into the A site yet.
Does come through.
Yeah, he's not a million miles away.
Viper's Pit towards
Really help
Waterfall.
matters for him.
He's going to be on the outside of it though. Oh my God! Where did
How?
that just go?
I don't know, but Monier's got him played in here. That's a freebie. And
How is that Prowler missed him? Didn't matter. Martin's just good. But how did it happen?
got a grip on him at the end there.
Prowler's just got some blind spots.
But
I think literally because you need to like curve around the wall like this in order to get spotted. You do it like this and you're on this corner, you're just not going to get spotted. Alright, KC, life. Expected map result. Paper X just can't get their Lotus to work.
Yeah, let's find out how this goes. Map 3 unlocked and on the horizon.
Ain't a KC fan, but you love some EMEA and also Narrate. I mean, yeah. I like Eng, for sure. I like them. I mean, I don't have any players on that that Carmen Core team that I don't like. It's not really, I guess, super fond of the org. But that's kind of it. Feels like. Why is this happening? Did How Long say anything after their match? Like what? I think it's probably just the generic stuff, I'd imagine. For Ascent, what's it looking like for these teams? It's just not work. I wonder if I just go back and I do it. Doesn't seem to work. Weird. Looks like a skill issue for Paper X. Yeah, the only time that they played it, they played Vitality and it's 15-13. And they ran Harbor, Viper, Double Duelist Sky, which is a very fucking Paper X comp, but that's Carmen Core. So surely they're changing it up here. And same here, it's not working. Ascent. Master Gen G 13-5, and I beat T1 13-6. Is that on Ascent? I mean, oh yeah, they destroyed them. Did they change up the comp as well? Oh, that works. That's weird.
All out of sorts because Carmine Core just put them in their place. Now we get ready for a map 3, and we'll see what both of these teams opt to bring out. As this is it, do or die now.
Same comp both times.
No, nothing. You gotta forget.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Sorry, it was like the full like execute comp because FPX had something similar on Ascent. No, no, FPX had something similar on Ascent.
They looked overall damn good.
It's funny because the fucking it worked then, just as you said it. Started to eventually like come together.
Again, we see the KC that is very good understanding what is necessary in the map.
It's just weird how it wasn't working and then just suddenly was. I wonder if it was something to do with like because the date has just been updated.
With no Sentinel, you don't even have a Viper, right? You're playing that double duelist with double controller, but it's Omen and Astra. There was a lot of things that were lacking on that defensive side. The Paper X could only surpass by doing one thing, and is Vayner.
How about we got this? Yes, we do have it updated. What was it like on this map for first kills, first deaths? Dominant. You win both pistols and you only get 6 rounds.
Passive style, letting Paper X get onto these sites, knowing that they only have that Sky user.
And 5v4s wasn't really that many, but about like even. What's it like for Bind? Quite close.
They're not the most disciplined team. They're going to be fighting forward. They're going to be taking risks into you. And Carmen Core was capitalized on.
Bibrix winning a lot of fights there. It makes sense because they did fucking push up and fight this. It was just struggling on site. Carmen Core was struggling a lot on short, which against Arena isn't too much of a surprise.
Oh, I love this moment. Magnum. And I mean, yeah, just look at it. When you have this comp, you just don't have the util to fight back through against these really oppressive retakes. And
let me run ads. Sorry, I don't like doing it, but I have to do it because it's a discernible, noticeable difference, I think, with like viewers coming in when there isn't pre-roll ads versus when there is.
of Paper X.
How far does a team of 5 Forsakens go? It goes all the way to the fucking top.
Map as well. These guys are so good.
Like
They can run around
that's
like
winning
a flaming bomb.
champions
They can
year
kill
in
anyone.
year.
They're the best team in the world. And then you remember that they play double duelist, no Sentinel, no Viper on Lotus, and they're playing one of the best Lotus teams in the world.
Yep.
And it kind of brings you back down to earth a little bit, right? Because for all of the you get shot, you die, sometimes you get outcalled, and you pick a comp that is outclassed by your opponent.
I would love to ask them what made them make this last moment change, right? The go in and swapping things around a little bit on this map, and actually taking it this direction. Out of all the directions that it could have gone, why this one?
Yeah, well, I mean, it seemed like the direction that they were going in was
Really
straight
good desk, this.
to the gun, to the bullets of Narrate, honestly.
Directly into Ascent.
And directly to Ascent. But let's talk about Narrate. Young man is going up on that stage right
Like
now.
it's the
and
right
really
kind of like
lighting it up. He's
discussional,
top-fragging in the
fun
server across
desk, I
both
think.
games, right, at this current time. And that is what is expected out of this star.
I'm not happy with that.
So good. Remember the NA Tier 2 star showing up to EMEA, winning there, and honestly, he's been so good at the International as well. In Map 1, playing the Raze, following up off of his teammates' Eurowalls, and here as well, I mean, just ruining Alex's day with some of these clutches.
I am loving this montage because it's just Narrate playing with such an important and key part. The information deafening their opponents, and Alex just losing it every single round. There were some rounds that Paper X were winning, and Alex was just not happy with it. He was like, no, this was not the way, this was not what I thought. But definitely something that we need to keep in mind is that, okay, that happened, it is over. It is surprising that it has been this one-sided, and I would say both maps have been this one-sided, and still the scores do not resemble it as good. But then in Ascent, I feel that we also have bigger questions.
Sorry, I was checking my schedule for stuff as well, because I think part of
very much in the Paper Rex style. Yes. That doesn't
part
really
of the
suit them,
Promorello
right?
tournament
So
for
the question is,
Polaris
moving into this third map,
clashes with China now, which is
Let's see
annoying.
it. Do they continue with the crazy comp we saw, or do they go to normalcy? No, something different. They're playing a triple initiator comp. We've seen this in the past. DRX ran this comp. In Tier 2 NA, M80 nearly won Ascension playing this comp. It is a very strong composition, built
Wow,
off these util
fucking
combos, and if you're a team
easy
not
anti-cheat
it's honestly really
is being
hard to
exploited
play.
so
It's
hard.
very
Dead by
aggressive,
Daylight,
clears
this
on
game in
defense, and very strong
Fall
retake.
Guys,
exactly. Look at it. The
Gears, Halo, Master Chief Collection, Hunt Showdown, Lost Ark,
Martin in
Paladins,
this situation. Narrate, we know what he
Reign
can
of
do in all of this
Kings,
initiators
Realm
with
Royale,
For me, this map for
Rust,
them is a new frontier. As I'm
Smite.
saying, no Sentinel for either of these teams. Yes, Paper X has that Viper.
Well, it's been a comeback already
So many
for
good.
Common Core.
Probably
On the
Watch Dogs
second
2
half. This squad went
also
where
was on that
everyone
list.
in EMEA has made it this far.
It's a little bit
Now they're in
ironic.
an elimination game. It's either them or Paper X for that last spot in the final, in the playoffs.
Both for seconds to the Sada. Wonder how 5 Devise would do. But also, you could make it 5 Forsakens because Forsaken did some
The
calling.
final map of the series coming up between these two. Only one can carry on forward, of course, it being the final entire map and match itself, which feels ridiculous that we could be losing one of these two. Such high hopes for Carmine Core coming into this.
All right.
Paper X almost just a legacy team.
Yeah, the seasoned veterans.
Paper X attack, hard side to attack on.
Definitely looking for the
So we'll have to see.
big international scalp
Wait.
to really claim. And what an accolade it will be.
Paper X chose to attack
On
first.
top of an elimination game.
I guess they would with this kind of comp. And going back to more
Starting off slow here. The Prowler
basic stuff of kind of way back
will
when.
identify presence here. Again, really
With no
eyes on
initiator
Redmond to be that
no Sentinel triple initiator.
mid-round swing.
It's like the
Okay,
chamber
seeing this
comp
composition.
without the chamber.
And
Yeah,
look
the
at
fault
that
line's
pitch.
perfect.
But still, they get damage done, to be fair, but it feels like they were able
They lose
to
the
at least keep
Gecko, so
some
they lose
alive.
the
That
plant.
looked almost like a death wish going through. Sight looking
It's a very strange comp for KC to play.
towards it, but the pot flash
Nice
through
flash.
smoke was so good. Lovely work from Narrate there.
It's almost like they just played so much
alive
info. There's no
paint
point
shell.
playing Sentinel
Could be good,
until because they'll
actually.
just
Don't
break
even
through
scrambling.
it. So we'll have the ability to
there's-
just get
there's
proactive
opportunity.
intel.
But the one player who's not affected is really Shin. All eyes. Oh, perfect. Come on, you got to get a...
Oh, that's close. That is way too close. 45 HP, 48 HP. Oh, there was a world where I believed. It was a small world, and it was only me living in it.
Have so many opportunities to re-engage, to catch your timing, catch Paper X off guard. Round one definitely already an indication of that. Paperx got to have their wits about them. Like you said, in that chaos, able to get a trade back, but so there's just a ton of utility to work with here. Might be a little bit of an exchange here towards A main. It's all retrieved here. Monnier. He's back on the raise again, and questions about just how turbulent some of these composition changes are.
It must be brutal as a player to be kind of, you know, almost getting whiplash from this sort of back and forth role-wise. But again, Monnier map 1 was exceptional.
4 people over
Really
towards A.
Highlight credit to his capability, but map 2,
And
I mean,
sort of like Casey's been doing before, just playing off
exactly
of
the
B.
headline star, but they've actually got themselves a site here.
Look where Monnier's got himself into as well. Tucked into market.
Casey's comps based as fuck, especially if they have an anti for it. Yeah, that's the
Reveal here. Gonna have his hands full.
that's the way to approach it, I think.
Did he hear anything as he considered it? Yeah, I think he's very aware.
Just wait for Monnier. He's just gonna push all the way into.
Now, all of the Paper-X players are going to be locked on that site.
Here.
Any kit, 1 paranoia. Oh. No uncertainty about that. Forsaken falls.
Yeah.
This is just going to get very difficult. They can't really springboard off the back of that utility either. Yeah, just outgunned, overwhelmed, 5 alive, and a defuse on the board.
And tough for Monnier, really gets himself into a very dangerous position here, but weaponry and well played by Tomasi to back up, concede once again, which has been the approach time and time again for Carmine Corp. Allow this Paper-X play style to really fizzle out.
One enemy remaining.
Looking clinical on the retake. I'll throw some weapons in the mix now. Rifles for Paper-X. See what they can get done.
Why is it got to hide for the stun? Almost like a anti-DRX play. Like if they do like flash and try to aggress, you've got the poison cloud to play off. Kind of nice.
Surely, right? I feel like they're not going to continue on that pathing, but
I'm gonna have to check some information.
Martin, not going to see anything, so kind of freeze him up.
Aftershock to just slow this down is really good.
He notes there's more than one player here.
And you don't know that Shin is in this spot.
Top middle is the end goal, and Martin's waiting. They actually outdo him.
Zeka gets a fight. Shin try to push. Good paranoia from Devi.
Paranoia landed.
Also interesting to see Devi on the control instead of Mind Freak on Monnier.
5 standing, couple of them lower, but it's going to be Tomasi the first to draw blood.
Good damage at least done. I think he dinked even something for a second.
It's a 2 of 2, 3 Magnum if he can win out here, but traded by Forsaken.
Then 1 versus 2, and you're like split up against the rate of all people. Why are you going there? Oh, Forsaken at least just backing up.
Look at the respect being shown, yeah.
He has to. I mean, he'd be crazy to go peek that. I think he was crazy to even go and get that close.
He's going through all those options, just a flash to try and
Nice position for Forsaken. Good pulse point for both these two.
So just sits fine.
I'd still say for KC though, that's a good bonus. You get 3 and you force a buy up of armor onto 2.
But Monnier, great progress towards the showstopper here. KC in a position really with, I guess, some of this utility invested towards short. They know it's a fake. KC know that this is the plan all along.
You're doing the same thing with a poison cloud or not? I don't think they are.
Tomasi, time to run, and he's quite alone here. Oh, the
Oh, they just walk up.
Perfect timing from Martin, holding them at the door.
Don't really have a good flash for that position because you're not running a KO. The Dizzy's just not great there, and you're not going to use it.
Tomasi gets to play back in once that pressure got taken away.
Looking flawless. Yeah, nice 4K from Martin.
Flawless for Carmine Core in map 3.
Said Magnum really the power player in this.
Are they going to have a buy here? Is it going to be an eco for Paper X? It's looking like it's going to be a low buy at least.
In this position towards Fountain, towards Spawn, and another example already. Martin just really coming into his own now.
How do you see that last one?
Yeah, you are.
Almost fell off the stage. Don't worry.
They'll fucking fall off the back.
Oh no, this game's been fine.
Who was it that fell off at EMEA? Was it Magnum that fell off his chair? It was actually, wasn't it? Yeah.
Probably would be, I feel. Yes. Is that Kakuka confirming?
That was Bayer shouting yes.
That's what the analyst desk is there for. That sort of information coming in hot. Appreciate you. I was trying to read that sign, didn't make it in time. But there has been a timeout. Paper X feeling as though they don't
There's
have
the
the grip on this.
chat.
I've got to say, in my mind, I
A
really
recurring trend, honestly, of
Yes.
early timeouts.
Yes.
They're almost hitting the panic button, not letting wanting things to spiral out of control.
But also, in my mind, this wasn't a map that I'd really seen Carmine Core lean on throughout regular season.
No, I mean, EMEA, what was it? It was a hard-fought overtime versus Vitality with a different composition, yes.
So
But definitely not something you look at as a comfort pick, but potentially if this is the composition that, I mean, it has a lot of potential.
Yeah. A nasty little comp.
Seeing the breach toyed with elsewhere.
Right there.
I mean, 4 rounds have passed,
Right
Magnum
there.
at 6 assists. You can already see in some of these situations just how much value that pick can
So I
have.
was looking at the schedule for a Game Changers tournament.
This sort of round though narrates really sticking to this fight.
Mosh not really going to be doing too much there.
Has to be cautious. The sheriffs are out, and that rifle would have been a prized possession.
Kiko's in mid.
Clutches, but slow work in middle and
Oh
above.
my god, the flash from
That's
Breach.
what I like to see, just that
Didn't even properly
every
catch
now and
something,
then.
but I don't know what he was looking for.
A dash of it. Controls mid and
And they're
Narrate
just walking
feeling
into the
this
angles.
now willing
How much
to
do you
fight,
Paper X
willing to
need?
win.
More than
2
one,
big picks.
I'd say.
Even Mind Freak and Forsaken not really in a position to make much of this. Losing 1 in mid and 2 by A main doesn't give you a great deal of forward play here. Magnum got it too. It was Shin in the end to actually claim it. He's all assists.
Mind Freak, a 1v5 with a Bulldog. Looking like it might be another flawless, and it is. Speaking of
Money's looking good
trends,
now for KC.
flawless so far by
I
KC.
think
Barring that one blip.
6
in
would be
round 3.
alright for Paper X.
Feeling very,
I don't know
very
what it'd be like on
comfortable for them.
defense.
Ultimate's coming online now for Paper X. Forsaken Monye and something.
Did
Divide one off the TP as well, but I mean, the other side, I think
Trying to
Carmine
figure
as well.
what would a second
but no
ban?
command something to really shut down a fast execute. Obviously, Monye's showstopper a concern in that regard.
Paper
as
X
well.
banned Icebox and then they
Rate is in
banned
range.
Breeze.
And willingness to challenge here. Martin unafraid. Take a little bit of a fight. He does have, of course, Magnum there with him, but it's not just one
Oh, they
side.
banned Split, didn't they?
This is dangerous. And now, Monye's got to know there's something over here. What the hell was that? The Paranoia's going to go. Was one of the players ahead of it. I'm waiting to see.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He even got the KO just as he did the no command.
3 of them, and the side's theirs.
That is just fucking silly.
This guy is just unreal.
Oh,
That's the flawless round that they needed. Alright.
Response. The no command actually gets popped down. I'm not sure if
He
it-
Goomba stomped them, yeah.
Off, right? Did he get an extra boost in midair from the showstopper being shot down?
Baby.
Yeah, he flights himself. Even the... Look how high he is.
Extra boost off it.
They just didn't know where the fuck he went.
That is wild.
That.
Almost like a second satchel.
Yeah.
Just the cute little giggle as well.
That scared me to my core. What a way to nullify that confidence, put him back. Potentially a good position to work forward.
Oh, the hunt does actually
All at the
connect
end
to
of that.
Martin. He needs to get
It's
out.
going to remove his ability to find impact and maybe paint a little picture of the adjustment he was going for on short.
And because of it being here, it does give these guys a little more freedom to maybe go into the A side.
Awarded here.
Awkward, like,
Get these
defensive hold
re-clearances.
here.
Through main started
Actually
around
wins around by going to
30
space.
seconds in here. Like you said, KC happy
Yeah, it's like,
to post up
was
for
it
these last
Colonel
comments.
Space Program?
Lucky to get away.
Kerbal? Is it Kerbal or Colonel? Kerbal.
Something creeping closer
Something
and closer.
lurking with an op on attack is a gecko.
It's almost attempted
And
to
it
take both
works.
sides here. Magnum
Again, like,
finally
it's
forward.
just... None of that would make sense.
Some more space cleared through here for Paper X.
Pressure's going to be used towards Garden. I think it gets broken. Oh my lord. Something peaks that. Oh, he shoots him through the legs. Can't quite do it again. And now Paper X have maybe lost their opportunity. Nightfall's used either side. Omen ultimate going in onto site. And he is spotted. He still goes for it. He still goes for it. This is just descended into mud. I do like the idea of like Omen TP in here when all of those players are hit with Nightfall. But luckily, Monya just fucking spots him.
Maybe Shin thinking that Tomasi had cut enough audio that he could get away with such a TP. Oh, that's where the first comes onto Magnum.
Oh, see that jumping shot. Yeah, that's lovely.
Came straight out of 2021, that peak. Wrong agent. But
I mean, it's a hell of a reaction, actually. He just turns around at the last second. But I think that was almost like... I know if the Omenal gets used. You also had Mind Freak that was off the site, so when the Nightfall comes in, he's still got sound to work with. So he knows that the Omenal was used, so I think Mondiet was like, I'm going to look this way, and I know that as soon as I get the timer right, swing around, kabam, get the Omen, sad face. Hopefully all of that made sense. The drawing wasn't particularly useful.
Very quiet in this. Yeah, mostly coming out from Magnum there.
Magnum leading the discussion.
Which I think is fine. I think
and awareness
all you're there is to pose the question of like, what's going wrong? How do we solve it?
Isolate Magnum all the way in spawn. You see they're trying to rectify the issue. I guess negate some of that mid-round power that they have with this composition.
Well, you noted those 6 assists earlier. He hasn't had one since.
Yeah.
So he's losing a little bit of that efficiency in these rounds in comparison to the start where he felt almost omnipresent, right? Like everywhere he went, he was finding value. So interesting to see that dynamic shift there.
Let's see how this goes.
He approaches for
Bit of a fight back from Paper X. It's nice. It forces KC an early timeout. Probably one of the earliest ones they've had in a map this tournament.
Oh, well,
good breach stunt. Monya's trying to go and push in.
Boombot will go in, but won't spot Narrate, but a wide swing will. Narrate caught completely off guard by this aggression.
Ops on either side too.
And Tomasi,
I mean, the Horn doesn't get anything, but Tomasi is going in onto site and bunkering alone.
Paper X are just around that corner. Something clearing as he goes. Worried about CT.
They're not going to expect him here, considering where the Horn just came from. Prowler's used either side. The Dizzy Flash is nice. Monya gets caught mid with the off. And Tomasi is just, yeah, still playing on site on his own. It's not worth bunkering if you don't have support, I don't think. But I think that's just all of the ongoing pressure that Paper X were throwing in. Something still has the op. I thought that was I thought that was an enemy for some reason. Sorry, I am like losing my mind.
Yeah, this guy's on it. Gonna lean on in. He needs help.
Oh my god.
I thought he might have had it.
Forsaken's picked up the op. Got a rifle now. Oh, and he just dodges the stun. Forsaken is just so good in these situations. I'm getting fucking confused on who's fighting who. When it flicked to this person's POV, I thought it was a defender in market, and something's just swinging around this corner.
Monye coming out. The rest of the team starting to heat up. We're seeing Paper X find their footing.
I think he even faked some steps going back on lane.
Kills from Martin here. Winning out on that operator 1v1.
Like he does that, steps back, only a couple, and then stays. Really good clutch. I do like these shots of like the whole like stage.
And it's no difference. Rinse, repeat. This time Martin reads. Starting to calibrate what's going on in these rounds. Starting to assess what they're up against. But it's not just one attempt, it's 2, potentially 3 more presents on short. Martin.
2 players here. Cleared one. Are you going to expect and clear the other one? Especially when you got the KO getting hit by that. It's cleared masterfully. Really good trade as well onto Narrate.
Even against numbers, Mike, they break through on short again.
How have Paper X managed to just like switch it on? They're not even playing around the fucking spike. Never mind, they're gonna Omen TP to grab it, and then they claim up anyway. Great team play. Just took a while for Paper X to get going.
See,
I think this was again like another Alex timeout.
Try and take this engagement, trying to counterbalance that early round aggression.
Might have been a little bit earlier actually. I think it was.
Paper X able to follow through.
They lose the pistol, and then they win the bonus, and then they lose, and I think the timeout was here.
Curious what sort of adjustment we'll see from KC, whether or not they
Yeah, 5 is plenty for Paper
start
X.
following through with some of this utility.
Maybe
at the
a
start
bit
of the
worried
round,
about their defense,
denying some of the
generally
space, 'cause
speaking. But
relying on some sort of indicator.
no, lockdown is going to be kind of tricky, I think, to attack with this. But you got Rolling Thunder, you got a lot of like execute ults that can get you into a site.
Based on Magnum's utility.
Which against this could brute force it.
Looks good, yeah. Monet just sweeps past Narrate the side to theirs. Lots more present on towards short, though that could prove a
Making some noise, I suppose. I don't know why he's satcheling around, but I assume it's just to maybe scare KC that he's satcheled up to here.
Plants now down.
Because they heard a shriek.
Already in a 5v4, this is difficult to play back into.
Door's broken. Prowler gets some information. Nice poison cloud. Monya gets taken. Good shots with the sheriff.
Numbers advantage now.
Absorbing all issues from the
Oh my god, Blade Storm.
What do you think you're doing?
Alright, Mind Freak gets traded too. Forsaken 1 versus 3. Oh, not quite.
Never have had that round.
It looked wraps, but Martin with the sheriff.
Martin has been fantastic on this map. Didn't think it was the jet that was going to impress me the most from Martin.
And ties things up 5 apiece.
And it felt almost frenzied from something to jump back into that.
I mean, he was back on another one of those jump peaks. Get Mind Freak in a position that's not considered, but strength in numbers here for KC on the back of Martin's heroics.
And Martin was one of the missing pieces of the KC puzzle in some of their weaker games. If he had an off game, it wasn't quite feeling the same, but he's starting to spark a little here.
I looked away, KC stolen around. What the hell? It was, yeah, Martin, crazy sheriff shots.
Early utility going to force that open engagement. And Martin waiting. This guy's been on it.
Nade flash, paranoia. All of this util to just bully people off of it. And Monya is kind of like being caught a little bit further out.
A ton of reveals going through, but it's actually Narrate to find the spam. The null command's popped as well.
This is just
Weird fight. Jesus, Devi. 1 versus 3 again for Mind Freak. The spike hasn't been planted.
There was no plant.
1 versus 4.
Time on his side. He's looking for a fair fight, and he's not going to get too many of them. That opportunity probably just slipping away with Magnum now getting
Good round. Yeah, I think
Puts the
5's good
cherry
for
on the
Paper X, but 6 I'd be
back in the lead now.
more the better, because I just don't know how this defense is going to go for Paper X.
Down, and obviously once that pick comes through,
I think 5 if they win the pistol is good though.
KC able to get ahead of the curve here. Again, the doors removed so quickly that, was it 3 players huddled onto switch here?
Let's go. Keep the energy up. Let's go. Come on.
Come on.
Nice shit.
Energy's up for Alex.
Clawed their way back in here and a chance.
After a good timeout again from KC. Both these teams are having good timeouts.
Weaponry available for Paper X. Do have the pit as mentioned, but no other tools.
What a close affair, but Martin could get his opportunity to shine again. Playing towards middle here.
Here.
I think, yeah, noting presence. There is late pressure towards A main potentially as well. This is hard to read, hard to gamble on. But does Martin get his play in? Doesn't look like it just yet. It might be Tomasi. Again, how do you read this? You've noted a lot now towards that B side of the map.
Sorry, Tomasi committed towards this anchor once again on B. Happy to throw him up for the slaughter, and
On is broken. I was a bit worried it wasn't going to be for a second. Mosh, I think the Mosh is just... Would that just bounce off the top and then hit this? Yeah.
One and done really is enough for him.
Yeah.
In this situation.
He can get the help from the
Omen's
TP, right?
TP.
That's not too surprising.
Good bunker setup, I think.
But can he get any help on the cross? They're backing.
through.
Look at the spike. Look where the spike's going.
Not a lot of time
Very
for this.
certain.
No,
I mean,
this-
they have
No
players on
time
site, so
for
they
this.
know that the plant's not coming on B. If somebody can get across the A site and deny,
They think that somebody's like lurked up to this point.
Yeah, Magnum. This is it. That's stall. This could be everything. Magnum. That's everything they need.
Oh man, they just shut the fucking door in their face. I mean, that's at least there's now like a bit of a timeout for Paper X to talk about their defense. Because Alex will probably have a lot to say about that.
has everything to close the door on short.
Just the Omen rotate, the TP.
Paper-X getting lost in the clock here.
Not finding anything on like the initial execute onto B.
KC were potentially going to be behind this.
Paper X need pistol. To be fair, they've been getting the pistol consistently. Has it been every round? Every pistol thus far, I believe.
So they keep the lead on the half.
Oh, they didn't get it
7
on
to
a cent.
5. It's a close affair. It's
Yeah, they
what
got
we
both of them on
wanted. But
Lotus,
that 3 between
both
these
of
two.
them
We'll
on
be back in
bind.
just a second.
Hello guys, I'm Aaron, known as my freaking game, and I play for Team Paper-X. Yeah, so
Not
basically,
the first
I
one in
think
this
he wanted
map?
to
No.
pick personally, or maybe like
Paper
this
X
is
got
the
all
first
of the
time he get,
pistols
like,
until
talk
Ascent.
in front of his face, that kind of stuff. Maybe like he took it personally. So basically, every time you
I got
run
the
around
both
in
on
split
Bind and
on the
Lotus.
map, and he's like screaming or whatever stuff, I say like calm down, you know, because like the match haven't ended yet, so yeah. I mean, it's part of the game. I mean, he tried his best to take us down, but personally, I don't really.
Not the
bother
first
all
one,
the
this
time.
map. I thought you meant like the
Just
first
yelling at
map for
him.
some reason.
Players, plenty of them, ready for the targets here. Heads could pop and heads could come clean off. Still watching, and damage low enough.
I feel like the clips that they reuse on this are always like 30 FPS.
The bottom line was
Like the little interviews,
like last year.
just
We
the
had this
clips
conversation
seem like
like
they're super
yesterday or
stuttery.
2 days ago. That's why
I don't know if it's just on YouTube or not.
Today was a little bit better because we changed the comp for second player race. Monyet said that he doesn't
Hell, Damakuno.
playing race in split. So yeah, I think we definitely improved like a bit because now I think everyone playing their comfortable role, and I feel like it's a good match because maybe people trying to underestimate us, but in the end of the day, we take the W.
The thing, sorry, I was reading some of the comments about Clove being non-binary, and a lot of people are being like, why does this matter? Like, why does the detail of it matter? And it's like, you're the one that's making a big deal of it by saying that it doesn't matter. That's why it matters. You know what I mean? Like,
So everything has to come out in this half. This is the final.
if you feel like it's not a detail that matters, why are you like spitting your fucking dummy out about
to
it?
apply his composition in the second half here. Martin is revealed here. Well, maybe a
Dude,
little
I
bit
just
of
like comments I saw on like the
I don't think
tweet
anybody else
about
has spotted.
Clove. Yeah, the new agent is non-binary, and so people are just,
We're
you
gonna
know,
force a
acting like
rotation
idiots.
early on. We'll draw out a smoke on A main. Still just Monnier looking to shoulder that. A bit of a standoff here.
It should just be a normal thing. Yeah, it should just be a character choice, just a part of who they are. Nobody gets upset like, oh, why does this? Why does it matter that this character has brown hair? But because there's people that have brown hair that are in the world that we live in.
Right then, going to try and reveal who's
Same way that we have like non-binary people that could do with some representation.
Who is it? It's Forsaken. Yeah, that's a surprise. They didn't get the information on. Great trade for Narrate, but Mind Freak now takes that time to play out.
Is Twitter being weird again? I'd say that that's probably like the vocal majority of people are on gaming at the moment. Sad as it is.
Where are you going to go?
Where are they going to go? 20 seconds. They can get to A. There's nothing to really stop them here this time. But nobody's going to try and meet them off the pass.
Down to 51, Shin at 74, but they might just get the plant ahead of Mind Freak here.
10 seconds left. Yeah.
Because a common thing, I think, is like, why does the new agent have to be non-binary?
But he's here.
And the early answer is,
Spotted.
they don't have to be. They just
Peel away
are.
for a second. I think right choice to wait for something to get close enough by to maybe work on some of the picks they get potentially. I think that door got shut. What do they do about it now? Spamming out towards CT. You can hear the door going down. Shin Turns his attention, spots him, sharp, clean.
Oh,
work,
big
Carmichael.
pistol. That might be it.
Starting off the second half here.
Yeah, it's just like normal, exactly.
Getting enough damage done to make something, and Mind Freak's chances of closing this out, I guess flipping this back in their favor, a little too difficult.
Like, my reaction to it was sort of the same with, like, the Killjoy Ray's relationship. It's just like, cool.
Always
That's
got to
it.
be the consideration for them.
I'm stoked for non-binary people, like, get some representation in the game, don't get me wrong. But, like, right, like, the new age is non-binary. I'm like, nice, cool. Doesn't need to be anymore. Wait, they're dating? Yeah. It's like a whole, there was a whole little, like, love story and a picture of them.
Wide open, though.
I don't know how it works in the actual law, but yeah.
Towards short. We tuck behind the smoke now.
They've pretty much cleared everything else, so they should be pretty heads up that short was the only pressure point.
Well, like, that's a good example of it, of just like you had no idea because they didn't really have any like. Wasn't attached to the game. You don't get a buff if you play Raze and Killjoy in the same team, right? But it's just cool to have those kind of like stories in the game.
Cross that first threshold and attack the spike reveals the position. No chance to really close down on the two players.
Any more damage that could be done with these pistols? I don't think so.
Mind Freak now. Last one to try and pull something across the line, but not getting much play. Yeah, this is looking done for. Yeah, go. Carmine caught. Convert the second.
Into the third round as well. Decent inventory.
It's just nice to see stuff like that. Yeah, exactly.
Martin going to be the one to lead the charge here. 3 away from the Blade Storm as well, so good early progress. PaperX need to answer back. Need an early response from them. Casey already
I guess there is an argument to be made of like you wouldn't make a tweet saying the new agent is a man or a woman. So making a tweet saying that they're non-binary is like you're focusing more on that. But I think that's
do PaperX look to explore outside B
that's
main
fine
with the Odin?
because it matters a lot to people who are non-binary to see representation in their game.
A 3-man stack towards A site behind this Viper wall.
Overwatch is coming out with a non-binary character as well, aren't they, Nick?
Looking to close the gap as
The
well.
little like minor drill person,
Yeah, just about kind of evading
like
detection
Bugs
on the
Bunny
other
lost
side of
in
the play. Gonna
time,
be feeling that
digging
scrutiny
through
on
the
side,
ground
though.
kind of
Behind
vibe.
Dice, he's got to be careful that they couldn't creep up towards Jen, but
Look at this though. KC getting very aggressive towards short here.
on the other side, though, that flash looking very good there. There's the retake towards short. Monnier turns attention and keeps
The
his
bonus.
life. Mind Freak keeping
Oh,
it
anti-bonus,
safe.
sorry.
And PaperX really dealing
Please,
with that.
PaperX, my pick'ems. I mean, I predicted KC. But I think at this point, I don't know. I kind of feel like
Noise is getting aggressive towards short, pushing all the way through tree, but unable to convert that.
for PaperX, I'd be happy if they won because they'll have to come out with some spicy stuff.
Sure, thought he was going to get across the wine.
I was so stoked to see the representation for the agent. So cool. Yeah, and exactly. That's why, like, as a reaction there, that's why it matters. You know?
It's a good opportunity, though, and if you're PaperX, you'll take it with both hands. A lot of the early round, got to say, Carmine have been having their way, really, though. There hasn't been much play back in. Now, starting to see maybe at least a test towards A main, but that's it. And just jump spotting towards middle. Be something. It does look like a 3-2 split again towards this A site. Difference being you've got divide towards wine. You're going to have a little bit of an adjusted setup here, but the close down going to try and come in. Martin gets dealt with. Quelled and slowed down, and Monnier not really backing away either. Still keeping them both in their place. And Mind Freak just demolishing them on short. The sport's here. They're down to 2 and they know where both of them are.
The Magnum machine left to try and recover.
It's just so nice to see, exactly.
Ton of damage done.
And I think a company like Riot, with the people that work there, it's these aren't like businessmen in suits doing it to sort of appeal to certain demographics. Like, you've got a really diverse and eclectic group of people working at Riot, so it makes sense why we'd get a lot of agents like that too.
Very, very well coordinated here in the second half, Lauren.
Bye-bye. He found him. Not in the way he wanted, I'm sure, but Shin now forced
Considering
to
my
say
uni American
there's
football
no
team had a
good
few people
outcome
debate
given
whether
that
non-binary
scenario.
people exist with me,
But yeah, this
a
is looking
non-binary
different now.
person
PaperX
in
starting
that
to
group
get
chat.
a little bit more of a read, it feels like a little bit more comfort here. So his first couple of rounds, it was
Hopefully there'll be a time where it doesn't matter and it is just normal. I think there will be.
Shin.
I mean, just as we go through the years, it'll just become a natural part.
5 more seconds.
Because I think the people that don't understand like non-binary as a identity
Oh dear, don't go that side. Something's
are
there,
old and
something's there,
stupid, and
Shin.
so they'll eventually die out.
Keeps it, but that was getting a little scary as well. 9-7, Mike.
Just
We've had 2
understanding
now
that like
consecutive rounds.
gender
That has
isn't
forced Carmine
sex.
Core into a timeout.
I think Paperex will have the upper hand in terms of these first ultimates coming online as well, but another example of a very comfortable hold on A side here, particularly towards short, where the focal point seems to be for Carmine Court. There's Monye on the other side of this as well to counterbalance that, shutting down A main. Happy to stand his ground and
Against
fight.
2.
Yeah.
There's some business sense there as well. I think it's a real
And
diversity
the
at
way he was
Riot
able
and
to offset
pragmatic
the timing
choice.
with that was just fantastic. Allowed them all to clear back through short, give them that full focus once they swept back through. It's what you'd be after. Now this time you can see Eng being far more involved. Last time around it was Magnum being far more vocal. This time Eng is getting involved here.
We
which,
take the clear
again, if you're
representation.
maybe not watching EMEA, original
Honestly, it
coach
should be
Gambit,
more
you know,
fucking
he's coming with
controversial that they're
big,
Scottish.
big
Let's be
CV
fair.
here. He's got some big names behind him, very highly revered in his job. So it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with as the next question mark for Carmine Court to try and work on.
It's like maybe a strategic.
Like if there was a tweet saying that like, oh, the new agent is from Scotland, people wouldn't be tweeting. Well, why does this detail matter? Why does this detail matter?
Funds still there to support some weaponry for Carmine Court. The other side of things, actually, Monye and Mindfree building up towards their.
Like Demo Man from TF2, yeah. If the non-binary agent doesn't throw jars of piss at people, that's worth chatting about.
Switch up this time. Gonna see. I mean, maybe not particularly a switch up. Something does generally play towards middle, but at the very start, still trying to support Forsaken here. Early utility. That's a problem. Martin.
Oh, Martin somehow holding on for his dear fucking life.
And that's again no damage. Ooh, what? He just slingshot over it. This is ridiculous. Something's still alive, but he's nervous, and you know why? He's just seen a whole lot of players coming towards his side.
He's got a thrash from there at the same time as the showstopper.
Oh god, that's a problem. Devi's gonna at least isolate that final man.
Tomasi. They don't know where he is. They really have no fucking clue. Monye. Just ate him. Good.
He gets out of the way of the paint shell. And now a fair 1v1.
He's on the low ground as well. He doesn't know if he's dropped or not.
Everything. You can see
Dodged it.
Monye tries to evade it, tries to
I don't
keep
think he knows that he's on
undetected.
site.
Tomasi so close to the goal.
No, great position from Monye.
Paper X take another step closer.
I'm to miss the rest of map 3 for Uni Esports games. I hope the game is a good watch for the rest of the map. Yeah, we don't have too much of it left. So they have despite no.
2 ridiculous kills to stop this pressure flooding all the way down lane towards site, bailing something out.
Why risk it? I think it's more of a risk to let him pick up, like to go get the spike and like reset almost. Like if Monye is just here,
with that investment in the previous, you got to say the
Tomasi has to get out of here somehow.
Something on an
And you know that he's just got a sheriff.
Noted very early on in the round.
I guess the risk is that Monye doesn't know if Tomasi knows if he's dropped to the low ground or not.
I guess with the operator showing his hand early on, they feel like maybe something's rotated elsewhere.
There's actually quite a lot of phantoms with this team.
We'll show to the Prowler.
Even Devi has one, but Devi playing controller makes sense.
Yeah, that's really lucky timing to slow this down. And
Gets him.
The follow-up, especially on the rate of all players, is so
Rolling
fortunate.
Thunder.
Something gonna smoke or get smoked off on the cross.
The short, he get fucked. Alright, Shin actually TP's in. This is just pandemonium. Spike still hasn't been planted. It's trying to make its way in from lane. The flash, the aggression from Tomasi. He's even going to use his fucking ult. Meanwhile, this flank is coming in slowly from Monye. He is being watched.
The penny dropped. The plant's in, but does he consider it?
Mosh expecting him, and Tomasi still clears him.
Tomasi, and something will be surely forced to save here.
Wow.
Surely.
He's going back in for this. Feeling confident, down to 500 credits, not an awful lot left in the bank. Not revealed up.
Save it, perhaps.
Try and find the kill onto Tomasi.
I think that's what you'd go for.
Better of it now. What a ridiculous opener from Forsaken, though. And even with all of that success, still KC steady the ship and find themselves double digits here on map 3.
It's getting very close. It was always going to be like...
Oh, yeah. I want to see the whole round again. Just
It is also a position of something missing an upshot, but to be honest, Martin like updrafted and dashed in, so it's going to be hard to hit.
At that point, here we go. Oh, counter ult comes out, and he read it. He was so ready for it.
So ready.
That's wild.
This from Tomasi. Like the flash as well that comes in from Narrate, I think. Tomasi playing here and getting one.
Yeah.
That kind of pressure he brought over towards Market, taking that space away, making them so uncomfortable.
Fantastic from KC. I mean, that was just on a knife's edge, wasn't it? That could have gone either way.
10 on the board for KC. Double digits is huge. Paper X got to start firing up here. This is tournament life. This is everything. And that's what they need.
And they dashed right into a stinger.
Backs away. That's Martin. That's Narrate gone again.
There's an op, 3 stingers, and a sheriff. And Forsaken is 1 away from having a nightfall. Oh, nice shot from Tomasi.
Vengeance served, but still tipped again.
Does give a rifle over towards something.
Coming out. Plant is taking
Where's the
on.
op gone?
Something's going to get a rifle as well. That's in play.
Right there.
Good man's in.
Magnum turns his attention. That could
Gonna go backside. Oh, and just as he tries to peek it. Great shot from Magnum. Mind Freak doesn't have a gun. He only has a classic.
Can he evade the stun?
Oh no, he's actually got a Phantom. He's had to reload it.
Gets the rifle, and now they get this extended 1v1.
That's not great, Molly.
It's not what he wanted there, but Magnum now feeling the pressure. He's closing him down. Ring a Rosie. Magnum playing with it.
Nicely done from Magnum. I mean, that's a good round from Paper X. Have they got a second timeout here, or have they used it?
Absolutely ice cold from Magnum. Played to perfection. Mind Freak a little bit of a fumble on the snake bite, but nonetheless.
Oh man.
And all of these rounds just seem to
Tomasi just brings it back with this nice fight. And stopping from Forsaken getting this kill.
How much more can they do? They're giving you 2 at the very start. It's showing that depth of KC.
Give me one. Let's go.
They're getting pumped up. They might have Paper X on the ropes here, but let's find out.
Alright, pushing mid now. They know that somebody's in mid with a haunt. The knife hits him too. Something playing there is in such a risky spot, but fucking Odin bails him out. He doesn't expect another one. Why would he?
Answers back. Look at what remains now.
Look at CT hold. Fucking Monye is also gone wandering. This is a great position to be in now because the likeliness that they go back this way, or if they do go through tree, you can just retake A main, or it could even flank behind.
Desperate to find.
This has to be careful though, just because of this player in B main. Wow, everybody from KC is just holding. They expect Paper X in a 3 versus 3. The Paper X are going to overextend here.
I mean, he's not actively doing it. He's kind of repositioned towards B because they're putting a lot of faith in Monye's position. Obviously, short is open, but that's something you'll have to respond to.
I think Tomasi was just calling.
Oh, divide!
He gets it and gets traded. Good information. Monye's going to go push this. After this was being watched the whole time, they spotted him. The fucking Odin spray from Forsaken here. But something dying in this spot, like playing here against like triple initiators is just so risky.
The break back through from KC and an instant correction. How's the money looking for Carmine?
Like he's just out.
Look too pretty. I mean, 2 away from the
Off of his own haunt too. Should be the natural reaction, I think, to this.
On map 3.
It's getting dicey.
SMGs to work with here for Carmine.
Yeah, eco for KC. Similar round to the last with how they're taking mid by the looks. This time something gets a kill and actually brings a lot of damage onto the rate.
No chance of converting that.
Kara Knife gets 2 in mid. The rest of the team is going towards A into the Viper wall that's over here. This is good for Forsaken and the rest of Paper X. A lack of respect. And a great position for Divide to be in. Flawless would be nice here. Kakwa get it. Get Forsaken.
But with 18 HP and a stinger and no upgrade close
No
to
spike either because it's on 8.
This one is not going to be the round to make the impact in.
The pings on the minimap already. Something's going to hear it now.
Lovely.
All right, looking for the round the world to try and find a cheeky kill, maybe an upgrade elsewhere, but
this is game back on, Mike.
Yeah.
This is 10. They've got ults coming online. They've got rifles coming out. They've got Carmine Core back just not under the heel, but this close by.
PaperX, I guess, off the start of this round.
Who we thinking wins this? I mean, I think it's out of the book. I locked in my KC prediction.
Yes, Carmine Core.
I think no matter what, I'm going to be happy. Because I think this is a hell of a test for KC.
The pit might actually lock down A main here.
How do they respond?
Yeah, cause Carmine Core to reconsider.
At this point, it is a coin flip.
Plan A.
All I hope for is OT. OT would be really nice for a series like this.
You see something counterbalance this with the operator on short.
But Monyak just walked middle. What? That was...
He just walked out the smoke with the dizzy. He waits been a gigabanger. Exactly.
Didn't get what he wanted, and that
he was trying to play with the dizzy, but the dizzy is not good enough flash to try and make a play like that happen for top mid.
Something's got the cross. He's giving it up.
Don't turn away. Go back to business. There it is.
Where's something gonna go now? You can't fucking dash out. Oh, and he gets Shin. He gets his ass. Shoots him right in the bunghole. And he's got a Thrash behind him too, and they're gonna push him into Forsaken. This, you know, you can't fucking come up with this in Valorant. You can't make anything like this in a book. You just make it up as you fucking go along for PaperX, and that's good enough.
Something reading it well, checking back on that cross, and it all falling into place.
I can't believe they've tied this up. 11 apiece.
This fucking jazz band of a team just making shit up as they go along.
In terms of the finances as well.
Absolute improv moment.
Something giving up the cross, coming back to it.
But the Thrash to push into Forsaken.
Forsaken delivering time and time again as this B-side anchor. Back down to SMGs, a Blade Storm to work with.
Nade, Dizzy, Haunt. A lot of A main control. Pushing KC to go B. And there's no buy here at all, other than Stingers. But Stingers have been pretty scary against PaperX so far.
But it is an adjustment, right? They're not playing actively on the side. That is the only adjustment we're seeing.
Stream.
Allowing this.
I mean, even the stream can't keep up what the hell's happening here.
And these players, oh, it's so good. The timing on that, obscene.
As soon as Narrate popped the ult as well.
La Folie, you could call this series. The fucking... The foolish.
This buys time, and it's critical. And now, PaperX don't have that next springboard. How do they get to the site? This was with Stingers, Spectres, Sheriffson, and ult. Where is that next layer? Here it is. Here it comes. Martin going to be noted.
Playing in logs. He gets cleared. Forsaken has been amazing these last couple of rounds. Oh, the Haunt as well gets so much. And now Shin Magnum. Cat Spring with the Stinger. Time is pretty low. With a second left. I like that both of them just paused for a second to like, wait.
They had a taste. Just a whiff of finding themselves.
This comeback though, the fucking mental edge.
Away the hopes and dreams.
They got 2 ults out, that's true.
What was that adjustment from something there?
It's OT or bust.
Oh, here we go. More of that.
To get fired up.
More of that. But they're not done yet. There's a buy still here for Carmine Core. This is not done.
Oh, the Dizzy gets loads, and they're sending it into Martin. Oh, PaperX got out PaperX'd. They thought the KC were going to buckle and be playing more scared, but they're not.
Does he read it again? The adjustment, not wanting to play from the catwalk itself, considering maybe they already thought about it, but it's his presence again.
It's the fucking French teams. France never gives up. They never surrender. Scratch that. Sometimes they do. But not in this game, not in Valorant.
You can see Mindfreak moving closer as well. Starting to get curious.
See just how close it is. Something gives it up
The timing!
here.
The timing! I thought he was going to... Mind Freak not going to be able to do much more. Martin is
I think Paper X just sort of imploded a bit here. They couldn't turn off the whimsy.
And Jot, this deserves OT. And Martin, the hero of the hour, the hero
4K to finish on 2.
Getting them up to 12.
Have we had many overtimes? Have we had any overtimes
Absolutely
actually?
fitting end to this map 3 in this series overall. Martin on the
If you could turn off the whimsy, it wouldn't be whimsy. That's a very good point.
So deep. And KC just demonstrating such a solid understanding.
I hope you get to see like 22, 24. I would like to like eat at some point soon. Give us a few rounds of OT for sure, but like, Jesus Lord,
Blank
like,
slate here. Round 25 operating
or
in
22,
hand for something.
24B.
KC back on the defense now.
46 rounds of Valorant.
Absolute banger.
So almost
Couldn't
double
ask us
the
anything
game.
better than this. OT now. Something.
Martin
Never
just
Martin.
nobody broke it for him. He wanted to get hit, trying to bait off of the corner for where the breach is.
Are you shouldering that?
And then he just peeks into the gecko attack of something.
Information is a critical error.
That would be so sick. It'd literally be another hour.
Very quickly disengaged. Spike not committed just yet, so Paper X looking to just
I
find
don't.
these picks.
It must have seen like a pixel of Tomasi.
Actually gets a tag onto something.
Prowler's used. Doesn't quite catch on to people. Wingman's used in turn.
Stun coming through from Magnum there, but
I ate and I have time. Well, I'm glad that one of us has eaten.
KC stacking the chips towards B site.
Okay, and I've got the gecko.
Adjustment now. The knife does reveal the.
And I've open A execute.
Reality of
Comfortable
scenario
retake for KC. I mean, they have all of the utility still. They're just losing that entry.
But they weren't quick on the uptake. They didn't over.
So what? Stun, 2 flashes, aftershock, a flash, a nade, a horn, a seize, no prowlers, paranoia. This is gonna be a fucking cooking retake with this util.
Get himself propped up on Gen.
They got the whole buffet
Set
almost.
something in motion here.
See how this
The
looks.
sees through first.
Sees doesn't quite get the people in Jenny. The paranoia does though. Attack up gets one. Great angle for Dubai to be on. Just peeks in the right spot. Oh man.
Is Paper X's.
And a punch to the gut.
Something in the 20 and 16 up.
Who fought tooth and nail to take this all the way to overtime.
Oh my god, how did he even see anything there?
Something really starting to heat up.
And then Divide is going for the repeat afterwards. It shouldn't work, but it does.
Value found by him.
How nervy Magnum looks, given its experience. You think of like all like Magnum Apex got nervous against Gentlemates that didn't win Ascension.
We're in OT, so they're gonna slow things down.
Also with like some of the bigger Fnatic series. Yeah, Fnatic definitely like bottled it. So Team Magnum choke is not common. Not common, but it happened. It has happened. Against a team like Paper X2, who are just, yeah.
For sure, exactly, yeah. Like we said, we talk about obviously KC's opportunity here to really claim one of the international titans.
It'd be a hell of a turnaround for like seeing Paper X and Loud turn it around.
Shin, the only real
After being sort of written off completely, I think for this event, be really good to watch. Really good to see.
Stage. Lots to consider here. Extremely tense as we enter round 26 here. Paper X drawing blood first in overtime. But back on the defense now. Same setup or similar once again.
KC timeout.
Carmine Court.
Writing Loud off at this point is silly though. A lot of people have. Or more that they've written them off at the start of the event.
Monnier punished in this position. It's been so difficult to dislodge.
I wish FPX did better. Yeah, I think I wish I wasn't too sad with how FPX performed. I think they showed a lot. And the mistakes that they made were like big, obvious, clear ones that should be easy to fix. EDG, I have a little bit more of a problem with. Like, they should know better, I suppose.
Over towards A site. Look at the amount of space that Mind Freak has.
Yeah, huge.
A ton of information. But Defiant and Forsaken almost committed towards a site hold here. There's no getting out for the retake.
Stun going across, flash, dash in.
Martin's in, but he didn't get what he wanted. Switching out to the shorty is Defiant Forsaken.
Okay, nice for Martin. It's done. Tomasi, it's all cleared. Paper X, man. I don't know how they even managed it, but they fucking sent Europe home.
The European Reapers carry on.
So that's 2 Pacific teams, 2 America's teams.
Some real positives to take away from here. And falling.
This is the bin.
So as we've already said, an international veteran like Paper
And
X,
China and EMEA are in it.
Yes.
Gave it their all today. Oh, what a fantastic series from start to finish.
Paper X, they do. It's the bullshit. It's the bullshit magnet magic.
Performance. I mean, Martin becoming absolutely electric towards the end of this series.
Yes.
Narrate as
Pacific
well.
over EMEA at this point.
I mean, even bowing out here, potentially a top 5 overall statistic.
I mean, the record doesn't lie.
Absolutely fantastic stuff.
And bigger picture.
I think JNG might have beaten both these teams too.
Who's going to turn
They sent over 2 inexperienced teams. Yeah, but they did beat Fnatic and Navi to get here, so it's not like they just had an easy ride into Madrid.
To life. Whatever Heretics did have turned these boys back.
It's so funny that Paper X just keep getting away with this fucking stuff, though. I don't know how they manage it, but it just every single fucking time.
Saw on map 3, right? It was just like something that I feel like I hadn't seen in a while. Some of that explosive potential, seeing just Forsaken, Monnier, and seeing now Monnier joining the others towards that top end of the board is exceptional to me.
Yeah, there's still some real questions about the comfort within this roster, the composition. I mean, Alex saying yesterday in the pre-match, we need to figure something else out. Like, W Gaming's in year 3 now.
APAC Best Region confirmed.
Still, they just look so good at it.
At this point, I suppose so. Because what is it from like different records and regions? What would it be? Genji, they beat.
Analyst desk, enjoy yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're supposed to like talk about the game, and then we're supposed to like break it down.
It'd be loud.
I mean, I feel like all there is to say is that they've done it in the most Paper X way possible.
Paper X, they lost to EDG, and then they beat the 2 EMEA teams.
With no Sova, with no Killjoy on either
so
team. We come out here and
they're 1-0 up against Americas. And Americas to get into Americas to get into fucking playoffs, just farm the EMEA teams.
And that's the thing with this team. They are inexplicable. They will pick a composition that makes no sense. They will make decisions that no one can fully explain, but they will win with it because they can seemingly make it work under any circumstances.
Yeah, I feel like this last series
honestly,
made up
go out in groups,
for the first
there's no
series.
better way than this. Playing against a great team who pulls off
2 teams playing non-default comps on this map, going for some great times.
No shame in losing to. I mean, let's not forget these are the runner-ups of the World Championship last
We also
year
have 2 young teams from EMEA too, so like the experience that they got is just marvelous. Like they could definitely take that and make EMEA for stage 1 look really competitive.
He absolutely does.
All right, well, let's just go ahead and head down to the floor right now. We got Kuka standing by with Moniette. Let's see what he's going to say with the Verizon post-match.
Let's give it up for Paper X one more time! Congratulations on making playoffs, on making that top 4. Before we even begin with the interview, real quick, if it were up to you, Raze, Omen, or Astra?
Can I pick all of them?
No, you have to choose one.
I think I'll still say Omen, but I'd say my race is picking up right now.
His race is getting a lot better. It's been the best it's looked today.
De todos los agentes que ha jugado, sobre todo por cómo le vemos cómo se mueve, ¿cuál prefería? Parece ser que se queda con los controladores, pero dice que ahora mismo su race está en ascenso, así que ya lo veremos. So, in 2 days, your team has
Look at the little wingman model. Look at this cute little guy.
two EMEA teams. What can we expect this time around from PaperX in playoffs?
You'll never know what comma we're using.
This does feel like, with how PaperX have like started to steamroll into this tournament,
I mean, we'll see.
I think it's really hard to call a winner between Sentinels, Loud, Gen G, and PaperX. Even like who's going to get to the final out of those 4 teams is incredibly difficult to call.
Como endemoniar, ¿no? Si van a sacar ese trofeo o no. My last question is going to be, tell us about, now that you mentioned those compositions, tell us about that composition in Lotus. Help us understand, right? You make those changes from one day to another, right? Like now you go with the Astra. It's a Lotus comp with no Sentinel. So, you know, help us understand.
Most competitive international so far. I feel, yeah. I mean, I think we can say it as well now that it's finished. The Swiss stage was a fucking great idea. I would love to see a 16-team fucking Swiss stage for like champs.
And that's it? Did you just double duo this up?
Like just making it a complete gauntlet.
Sorry, we prep something, but it's not like very big preparation, you know?
Okay. Le he preguntado también por esa composición que han sacado en Lotus.
Also, this guy's hair is phenomenal. Look at this.
Centinelas ni nada de lo que solemos ver. Dicen que lo decidieron anoche, que Forsaken tuvo un buen game con Raze y que, ¿por qué no? Estas son las típicas decisiones que te llevan a lo más alto. Well, thank you very much. We'll see you in 3 days during playoffs, but we're not.
Is it 3 days?
We're going now to the draw, so to see who's going to be facing off against
the production as well has been amazing. Like production to see the draw now. Surely it's higher seed versus lower seed here, though.
Hola a todos, chicos. Estamos aquí para ver
So it's got to be Sen
para ver
and
cuáles son los
Gen G.
primeros equipos que vamos a ver dentro de 2 días. Victoria, let's do this.
All right, so this draw is very simple and straightforward. This is for playoffs, so you have 2 teams that are 2-0, 2 teams that are 2-1. The 2-0 teams will be higher seeds. They will play one of the quote-unquote lower seeds. It is a new stage of the tournament, so there are no rules. Any matchup is
deep down
good to go,
Sentinels
and it's a double
clears.
elim, so there are no separation rules.
See.
I think that's it. So if you want to just kind of, you can give me one of these, and then we'll see what.
So we could get Gen G versus Loud again.
Okay.
But for Sentinels, they would be playing somebody that they haven't played before, no matter what.
All right, so the first team for the first match is going to be Sentinels.
Sentinels, let's see.
And then by default, we'll do this. Okay. By default, the first team of the second match, so they don't play each other, but the first team in the other match is going to be Gen G.
I don't know why you would do it that way. I don't know why you would just pick this team.
Outcomes, so let's see who plays Sentinels.
¿Quién va a jugar contra Sentinels?
Because people now think it might be Sentinels.
Loud.
Oh,
Sentinels
Americas versus Americas and Pacific versus Pacific. Holy shit.
PaperX, yes.
So it means that wait, no, it doesn't, because it's double elimination.
Bueno, estos son los equipos, chicos. Nos vemos dentro de 2 días en los playoffs. Muchas gracias a todos por venir. Un abrazo muy fuerte y nos vemos.
For what times do they play? I would imagine that they would schedule it to have this game first.
Thank you so
but
much,
I don't think it
man.
matters.
That was never not
bound to happen.
There was no world where Sentinels and Loud didn't play each other first.
I mean, at some, like I was saying, I was like, I'd be fine if it was.
So
like,
what would it be like? And then lose this game.
America's fight, Pacific fight. No, instead we're just gonna.
It's just 2 finals.
Let's run it back. Let's run it back.
Let's run it back. Let's run a regional finals back. Oh my word.
I fancy Loud winning the rematch here.
Good to have you here, pal. That was insane.
I believe in the rematch rule. I think Loud and PaperX win. 100% I believe that they win.
I mean, I said this in the cast as well. It's always nice to hear that insight from Eng, where it's just like, yeah, we don't really know what they're going to do.
Loud and Sen both beat Gen G, Sen just better Loud of rematch curse.
Moniette literally said to Kakuka, we didn't know what we were going to pick. Yeah. So it's like, how can you know what you're gonna do when your opponent?
Yeah, at least when you play against Paperx, you save time anti-stratting because there's just no fucking point, is there?
It just goes to show again, you can't really take much away from KC. Like they played an outstanding series of Valorant today.
They absolutely did. I mean, in particular.
I also
don't get me wrong. The Paperx comp.
Yeah, there were other discussions.
It's sweet at the moment. Now that the first stage, the Swiss stage is over.
This tournament, people will walk away
I
from
just
this and be like,
wanted
they got
to say it was an
Sentinels,
amazing addition to Masters Madrid, and I hope we get potential Swiss stages for either
they just happened to
Shanghai
introduced to the big leagues because they ended up meeting
champions.
this Paperx team first time, and you're just getting shenanigans.
I mean, look at the run they've had to face here. Up against Sentinels, who are looking in insane form, and Paperx, who, like we said, were an international veteran. Like they've come to events time and time again,
VCT,
and put up these sort of explosive
Masters,
performances and tested some of the best in the world.
Yeah.
But man, does that set us up for a wild
Yeah,
playoff.
I mean,
We're starting
it
with the
VCT
regional
Masters?
rematches, which is like, okay, it's a regional rematch. But after that, the games we can get here, I want to see Sentinels Paperx so bad. So bad. I want to see Loud Paperx also, because both those teams are going crazy with the compositions and stuff. It is, I feel like
Paperx's chances of winning this tournament are still 0.
We have such
Nah, I don't think you can say that. Not with like how they've been ramping up to it.
Individual risk and like pre-cooked
I think it's like who if they play against a team that's a little bit more inexperienced, I think I'd agree. They would just with less experience they'd beat, but like against Loud.
The concern being,
I mean, they beat Loud before, just not with Jing. They've got 3 days to make up new comps, which you kind of need, you know. More than enough time.
Feels a lot like Copenhagen.
It's got Copenhagen kind of vibes.
Yeah, Copenhagen vibes.
You know what's wild too?
I'd agree with that to an extent. And you don't have you don't have a Copenhagen in there.
But I'm also just so sad about it because both of those matches for Heretics and Karmine Corps to be eliminated, both just a round away. I think this tournament is proof how close every region is, how close every team is, that people were doubting.
Top 4 chances to win. Loud, Sentinels, Paperx, EDG. Well, EDG have no chance to win. But I know you mean Genji.
Everyone was here to play.
I mean, Benji alluded to this, right? This year is going to be a very different landscape.
I think I'd agree with that.
Contenders here, and
Order a little.
even losing both EMEA teams.
But I think it depends on like
in
matchups.
terms of the performance, in terms of the demonstration, the level that they've.
Like Karmine Corps should have beaten Paperx today, and they didn't. Where do things could happen?
In no way, shape, or form is this an indication because
before the tournament started.
Leading up into this is one of the most competitive, wild tournaments that we've ever had.
It was impossible to.
You mean from like each of the regions?
Everyone came here to play. This
I would have said that like Paperx would have had more of a chance to win than EDG off the rip.
And it is freaking awesome to watch, man. I'm having a blast, just like a little guy just enjoying it on the side. It's amazing stuff. But folks, we're gonna get Mike out of here because he just casted a game that gave him a headache more than likely. Same thing for Mimi también. But guys,
they said above new young EMEA teams to both choking Masters. I won't call it a choke. They just got diffed by teams with a hell of a lot more experience.
All that good stuff. Make sure you let everyone know what you felt about the event. Use that hashtag Masters Madrid.
Right, welcome to the international stage.
VCT. But the good news is we will be back here Thursday. And it's time for the playoffs, baby. This is gonna go in.
All right, Thursday. So
we'll see you then, folks. Take care.
I'll leave it there. I don't think there's anybody to host. I don't think there's anybody that's going to continue on streaming. I don't think. But thank you very much for watching over the last 5 days. We have a couple of days break now. I guess I'll send you over to the press conference. That seems like a smart idea. But thanks for tuning in. We'll be back on Thursday. Might be some streams in between, but I doubt it. We'll see. But I want to go off and get some food and maybe play some Valorant myself. But yeah, bye everybody. See you on Thursday, maybe Wednesday. Not tomorrow though. I'm going to take that off. But see you. Bye everybody. Have a good old day. Look after yourselves. And yeah, it's going to be a great playoffs. See you all. Have a good one. Bye bye.